Okay, good morning, everyone, and many thanks for joining this multi-stakeholder EU Innovation Network meeting. As you know, the EU Innovation Network brings together all the innovation offices around Europe and EMA. It's an honor for us to host this meeting here, and I'm really grateful for all the chairs and speakers who accepted to be involved. Just one thing that I want to mention, that today we as regulators are on the listening mode, and we really want to hear from you and to learn from you and to hear the challenges and opportunities. So it's really an open discussion, and of course it will be also for us an opportunity to give some feedback, provide some clarification maybe, because there is usually a lot of misunderstanding between regulators and developers. But I stop here because we have a very tight agenda, so let's get started. And before we start, I would like to invite the IFA president and then the IFA technical scientific director to offer a welcome introduction. Please, Robert. Thank you.
Thank you, Paolo. Actually, it's the first time we start at 9 o'clock in Italy sharp. It's a strange thing. Dear distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, it is a pleasure to welcome you to this important event on translating innovation into access for advanced therapy medicinal products. We are gathered here today as part of a shared commitment to harness the potential of these groundbreaking therapies, ensuring they are developed with excellence and translated effectively into accessible, safe, and high-quality treatments for patients across Europe. ATMPs represent a frontier in medicine, offering new hope for patients facing conditions that traditional therapies may not address. However, bringing these innovations from concept to the clinic is a complex journey, one that requires cooperation, vision, and enabling ecosystem. ATMPs involve substantial investment costs, but also offer significant benefits to healthcare systems as well as clinical and social advantages to patients' health. In Italy, ATMPs are currently funded through the Innovative Medicines Fund, unified by the 2022 budget law, which in the fund's financing also provided steady increases of hundreds of millions of euros over the past years. By 2030, up to 60 new gene and cell therapies could be launched globally, potentially impacting a total of 500,000 patients, with an average cost per therapy ranging from 1 to 2 million. The challenge now is to implement models to ensure sustainability. However, we also need to think how to make EU more attractive for developers. Today's meeting, organized by the EU Innovation Network and the Italian Medicines Agency, IFA, aims to explore how to break down barriers to development and access and facilitate the pathway for ATMPs from research to patient care. We look forward to engaging in fruitful discussions, gathering insights from developers, and exploring how regulatory tools and collaborative approaches can further support ATMP development. Let this event mark a significant step forward in our collective effort to make Europe a leader in medical innovation, not only in scientific discovery, but in accessible, patient-centered care. Thank you for your commitment. I wish you a productive and inspiring meeting. Thank you.
Many thanks, Robert. And now it's my pleasure to invite Pierluigi Russo, who is Technical Scientific Director of the agency. Thanks, Pierluigi.
Okay. Only a few words from my perspective that is more focused on the assessment of technologies. So it's a pleasure for me to host this meeting in Rome, but also the topic of this meeting, because it's very relevant in my experience inside the Italian Medicine Agency, and I think also for all the other European context. Actually, the relationship, the criticisms that link the translation of the innovation into ATMPs and into the market access to ATMPs, it's a challenge for the public context, not only in the European context, but probably in all developed countries. We are a European community largely heterogeneous with different healthcare organization, different national regulation, but last but not least, also different budget constraint, and this is a very relevant issue. The next challenge that we have to, in which we will engage, is also the introduction of the HTA regulation. So we will have a parallel assessment among the European Medicine Agency and the HTA procedure. We are engaged not only in the definition of benefit risk profile, but also in the relative effectiveness evaluation. But this regulation should be included in the overall context of a world market which is characterized by many emerging countries, and the position of the Europe in the world context probably is not so strong as in the past. So we have to find new strategies, new opportunities, and I hope that this meeting could be useful in order to identify possible strategies and possible solutions for expressing the availability of effective products for our patients, and to give us also an economic development that is characterized by advanced therapies. Thank you very much, and welcome to all, and enjoy for staying in Rome.
Thank you very much, and good morning and welcome also from my side. My name is Falk Ehmann, working at the European Medicines Agency. A very big thank you to the colleagues from AIFA and from the EMA as well for organizing such a great event with such a great speakers. Now, since we have a bit of time, just maybe 2 sentences. I think we are in a unique opportunity now, having the new pharmaceutical legislation open, being discussed at the moment, and having the HTA regulation as well, being or starting to be implemented from January, so very, very soon next year. It is very encouraging seeing, for example, AIFA is a very prominent agency, having these already together combined in one institution, having 2 directors here opening this meeting. So we really hope this can be setting the scene. I am introducing as well the opportunity for all the colleagues online and in the room to interact via Slido, so you can scan this QR code and like this submit questions throughout the meeting. We will reintroduce the Slido code throughout the meeting, and you can see and reload it on your mobile. Now it is a pleasure to introduce Kieran Breen, a well-known figure in the European regulatory system. He's currently the vice chair of the CAT, the Committee for Advanced Therapies. And let's not forget, the CAT was worldwide, globally, the first committee was dedicated to ATMPs. The first committee who looked at gene therapies, cell therapies, and tissue-engineered products. So, Kieran, thank you very much for providing the introduction.
Okay, thank you, Falk, and thank you for the organizers for inviting me to speak to you today. So I'm going to give you a brief overview of ATMPs in Europe. And the CAT was founded 15 years ago, and but actually the ATMP regulations actually predate the CAT by 2 years. It goes back to 2017 when Regulation 1394 was passed on the 13th of November. And this actually set the scene for ATMP regulations throughout Europe. And as Volker said, this was groundbreaking at the time. It established the Committee for Advanced Therapies, which would regulate advanced therapeutic medicinal products within Europe. It provides a definition and procedures for ATMPs, but also provides incentive for developers. And this led to the first CAT meeting in January 2009. And in fact, we had a symposium a couple of months ago in Amsterdam to celebrate the 15 years of the CAT. And for anybody who's interested, if you go on our website, you'll find the full recording of the symposium, and I'd advise any of you who weren't there to do that, because there were some very interesting presentations at that, looking at what has been achieved over the past 15 years, and also looking forward for ATMPs over the coming years. And it was really interesting to see what has been achieved and where we are going from this. So one of the challenges with ATMPs is that they are unique. They're not normal medicines in the way that we know them, but there are many different challenges associated with them. First of all, they're complex products to develop, to manufacture, to characterize, and to test. One of the big challenges, I suppose, is that it's a constantly evolving technological field. And, it's not one that is static, it's ever evolving. And, as soon as you develop one area, it's developing further. It's particularly in the non-clinical area, it has to be tailored according to the needs, and it's a lot of the studies that need to be carried out in the preclinical stage before you go into first in human. A lot of the therapies that are being done or that are being carried out have concomitant therapies such as conditioning therapy or immune suppression. There are novel toxicities associated with the therapies. There are specific post-authorization obligations to be carried out. And in a lot of cases, there is a lack of precedent cases for regulatory decision making. So it is a very complex field, and this is one of the reasons why we have a specific set of regulations and why we have a specific committee which is responsible for the regulation of advanced therapies. Now, if we look at the ATMP pipeline since 2009, when the CAT was developed, as you'll see here on the left-hand side, this has been developing quite significantly over the past 15 years. And the blue line is the total ATMPs. And as you can see, the majority of this is associated with gene therapy medicinal products. There's a particular mix with academic, SMEs, large pharma. Obviously, COVID has had an impact on clinical trials. One of the things we have noticed is there is quite a high attrition rate. So this, the figure here represents scientific advices, companies coming to us looking for advice on various aspects of the development of ATMP development. The other thing we have noticed is that there is a frequency in the delay in development of products. So these are issues that we have to deal with at the CAT. This is a diagram of the approved ATMPs at the CAT as of July 2024. And as you see, there was quite a lag period at the first product was Condor Select back in 2009, which is a tissue engineered product. Then there was quite a delay, and obviously now as time has moved on, this has gained momentum, and the majority of products has reflected the scientific advice that has been requested, and now we have the majority of products that are coming through our gene therapy products. In 2019, we had our first CAR T cells, which were Yescarta and Kymriah. And in 2024, we had our first gene editing product, Casgevy. The EMA has a number of initiatives to facilitate ATMP development, such as the Innovation Task Force. Obviously, scientific advice, companies can come to us at any stage, and we encourage them to do so at an early stage so that they can get robust and appropriate scientific advice before they actually dive in and do things that potentially they may not be appropriate for them to do. We have guideline publications, and we have our new guidelines on ATMP development, which will be coming out probably next month. We have the PRIME scheme, which I'll talk about in a moment, accelerated assessment, and a couple of years ago we developed the ATMP pilot for academia and non-profit organizations. The PRIME scheme is particularly important for ATMPs because it has the potential to address a significant and to a significant extent an unmet medical need. So the PRIME scheme essentially reinforces scientific and regulatory advice. It optimizes development for a robust data generation and enables accelerated assessment. And what I'll just highlight in this diagram here is after phase 1 and when we go into the exploratory phase, which would be phase 1, phase 2, basically a company, if it's approved in the PRIME scheme, it's assigned, if it's an ATMP, it's assigned a CAT rapporteur, and there's a kickoff meeting with the company, a dedicated member of EMA staff and the CAT rapporteur. And this kickoff meeting then basically plans this, the program whereby the company with the member of staff and the CAT rapporteur plans the way forward so that there are a number of scientific advice meetings, and ultimately the company then will submit their marketing authorization application. So if we look at the number of ATMP PRIME applications, this again has been increasing over since the PRIME scheme started in 2016. On the left is the number of PRIME applications submitted, and on the right the number granted. But basically the take-home message here is that ATMPs have been 27% of applications, but actually 47% of products granted PRIME status have been ATMPs. So that's 65 out of 139. So obviously the PRIME scheme has been really important from an ATMP perspective because it has been considered to be of high importance from the PRIME perspective. If we look at ATMPs currently in development, again on the left-hand side, this figure was initially developed by Thomas Boren from the Czech agency and has recently been updated by Alona Reichel, the CAT chair. And this is just a number of clinical trials ongoing with ATMPs. On the left-hand side is the number of trials, and in green you have the gene therapy trials, and in orange somatic cell therapies. Again, in 2022 this decreased probably due to the number of trials being submitted, decrease in number of trials submitted due to the COVID pandemic. And on the right, you'll see that the majority of these were either being carried out in 1 or 2 member states. But again, there is an increase, and this is promising. Obviously, there are challenges being faced by ATMP developers in Europe. The rapid pace of science I mentioned earlier, and this is always going to be a challenge with increased product complexity and how this is going to be dealt with by regulation. However, there is an increase in global access to ATMPs, which can be facilitated by regulatory convergence, and there is regular interaction between EMA, FDA, Health Canada, Swissmedic, etc. We obviously need to have a requirement for sustained long-term follow-up for more ATMPs, and one thing we're looking at is the use of combined registries for data collection and monitoring, and one example of this is the World Federation of Haemophilia, which we're looking at the moment. Falk already mentioned EU pharma legislation, and obviously this is going to have an impact on ATMPs moving forward. And there will be an opportunity to increase innovation and R&D investment within the EU. And on the right there, I've just put in a figure that was presented at the CAT innovation meeting in October, and this was from FPIA, and it's the number of clinical trials in ATMPs that's ongoing at the moment, and it shows that essentially that Europe at the moment is lagging behind Asia and North America when it comes to ATMPs. So this is something I think that we need to keep in mind, that it's an area where there is great potential for development in Europe moving forward, and we need to consider how we can develop this. What are the barriers, what are the facilitators, and how we can help to do this. And I think initiatives such as the Prime scheme in particular and other EMA initiatives are helping here, but we need to keep this in the back of our mind. So just finally, to finish off, future developments for ATMPs in Europe. Obviously, it's an ever-evolving field. It's a complex field. It does have challenges, but it has great opportunities for us. We need to consider that ATMPs are medicinal products, and ultimately, we need to consider that we need to demonstrate that they have, their quality, safety, and efficacy are key when we are assessing them. Essentially, the bottom line is that we need robust and reproducible data, and this is the message that, from a CAT perspective, this is the message that we need to get over to all of our clients. Clinical trial procedures and interface aspects need to be clear from the start. If there are exemptions, these need to be clearly defined. Obviously, there are complexities involved, and if there are combined products or companion diagnostics, these need to be considered. One of the key aspects is close interaction with patients, both in the design of trials, but also in the use of patient experience data, patient-reported outcomes, etc. And finally, patient access needs to be facilitated with the implementation of the HTA regulations. And with that, I'll say thank you and hand back to the chair.
Many thanks, Kieran, for this very interesting presentation. And now I would like to invite Dr. Maria Di Marzo, who works in the Innovation and Pharmaceutical Strategy Department in the agency, and is also part of the EU Innovation Network. And it is important that she will give a short presentation on the survey that we launched in parallel with this meeting, and essentially to gather the developers' view and on challenges and opportunities. So far, I want to mention that we have received almost 50 responses, and mainly were from organization and not as an individual perspective. And so I guess it is important that, but as I mentioned today, we are on a listening mode, and we will be, even after this meeting, on a listening mode, and the survey will still be open. And please, those who have not yet participated, please provide your feedback. Maria, thank you.
Thank you very much, Paolo, for the introduction, and good morning. So my presentation will be a first glance, as Paolo told, about the first results received of this survey and the structure of the survey. It was launched on the EU survey platform from the European Commission on the 23rd October, addressed to the ATMP developers. And the objective are to gather information about the challenges encountered by developers during development and suggestions for potential improvements. Also feedback on the awareness and experience of the available regulatory tools, either at national and European level, in support of developers, and also expectation on the role that regulators may have in the funding projects, either public and public-private funding. The cutoff date is at 10 November, so the responses received until 10 November were 38, but as Paolo told, the survey is still open, so your feedback is still welcome and awaited and matters for us. The structure is 4 sections. The first one is the profile of the responders, then the section on challenges and opportunities in each of the field of development, and then the other 2 sections about the support tools and funding projects as told before. As regards the profile, all stakeholders are represented among the responders, so academia is the main responder, and together with the non-profit organization and SME. And then the country of responders as maybe for a bias of the country hosting this event is Italy, but there are also other EU countries represented, Spain, Germany, Netherlands, Austria, France, and also from extra EU, UK contribution. Then in the first part, we asked to provide feedback on the topics in the GMP and manufacturing field where developers have encountered challenges, asking also to refer to development phase where the challenges were encountered. So from the results, we see that the most relevant challenges were in the early exploratory clinical development phase, and in particular, with GMP-related topics and development of potency assay tests, for example, or manufacturing testing costs, as we can see in the challenges highlighted by developers in the open text boxes available in the survey. So we received really many interesting comments, and in particular GMP compliance, starting from the definition of starting materials to the transfer from the research level manufacturing to the clinical grade, let's say, manufacturing requirements. Then the material quality grade, namely the lack of GMP grade materials, the high cost of materials and of outsourcing activities of testing, stability studies, and long times to start a clinical trial or to have authorization for the early GMP production, and difficulties in developing potency assay and setting specification in general, and in general lack of knowledge, awareness, in particular from academia regarding regulatory requirements. But they suggested consequently also opportunities for improvement, in particular global convergence for requirements, so not only harmonization at EU level, but globally, in order to use the same development also in US and in other regions, more guidance, more use of prior knowledge, the so-called platform approach, the use of previously generated data. Also, a call for differentiated costs for academia or non-profit organization, more training, more discussion with regulators, more knowledge sharing also among developers, and flexibility. As concerned non-clinical aspects, these are the topics where we asked the feedback on the impact, and we see the availability of animal models or alternatives of in vitro and in silico tests, the estimation of the dose for first-in-human trial, the use of previously generated NC data, a representativeness of non-clinical testing or lots. The results show that the impact was rated as high for a number of topics, in particular the availability of models of in vitro in silico alternatives, but also the access to previously generated data, the so-called platform approach again. So the challenges, as I told, are highlighted here: missing or non-predictive animal models, lack of platform approach use, uncertainty in the acceptance and predictivity of alternative models, and lack of awareness. So again, the developers propose a global harmonization of requirements, and in particular of in vitro in silico models, more use of the prior knowledge, more flexibility, acceptability also of literature data, as well as of minimal packaging and risk-based approach, so that's more flexibility again, and information sharing. As concerned the clinical and early access field, we focused on 3 hot topics. I would like to recall that all these topics are reflected in the next sessions, so the survey really mirrors the topics that will be discussed in the sessions. In particular, hospital exemption, combined developments of ATMP and medical device in vitro diagnostics, and GMO. As concerned hospital exception, we raised a bit provocative question to ask developers how they see the most appropriate use and maybe desirable aim of the hospital exemption. The first option was treatment of individual patients with unmet need for whom the clinical trial is not an option, and following availability of clinical data. The second option is before availability of clinical data, so mainly based on rational and proof of concept data. The third option is treatment of an undefined number of patients under a temporary national authorization and following availability of supportive clinical trial data. So the first one was the higher, received a higher rate, 80%, but also the second and third one from 50 to 60%. And in particular, it's interesting to see the difference in the stakeholder response type responding to this option. In particular, big pharma, large companies supported the first one, while academia also the other options. Here we see some comments where large company suggest to stick to the current definition, the first one, and not to use hospital exemption in routine use and as an alternative to the centrally authorized products, while academia leaves the door open to the other option, depending on the clinical situation of the patients and on data available. Again, there is a call for harmonization of the interpretation across EU member states. So as concerned the cost and funding and transparency and data sharing aspects, there is unanimous agreement on the importance of these aspects on the development. And as concerned the second topic, combined ATMP development, the results we received mirrors those from the European project combined. And so all these aspects, more coordination of the assessment of CTA and of the clinical investigation and performance studies of the device, as well as harmonization across member states, availability of guidance and support tools are rated as relevant. GMO aspects. These are the aspects on which we raised our questions, and in particular, the assessment of GMO aspects was considered relevant, but also the lack of harmonization, again, the lack of alignment and coordination between the evaluation of GMO aspects and evaluation of CTA. Again, the last points related to the presence of good practice document released by the European Commission and the one common application form is considered quite relevant, but a good proportion of respondents was not aware about this. So maybe there is room for improvement here. And so these are suggestions from comments, a call for derogation in case of a low or no risk ATMPs, so waivers. And again, more harmonization in terms of procedures, fees, timelines, because the common form is a drop in the ocean, as a developer has commented. And the fact that to interact with multiple stakeholders in one country represent a hurdle for them, so more harmonization. Okay, this is an investigation of the use of the regulatory support tools, either at a European or national level. We have the list of the tools in the bottom, so the innovation meetings, the scientific advice from EMA, national, simultaneous and parallel with HTA, the qualification procedure, the EMA prime scheme, academia briefing meetings, CAT classification certification procedure, SME office and orphan designation. The trend is that the use is not so widespread of these tools, in particular for someone is very low, but also the awareness in the yellow is not so high among developers, so maybe we have room for improvement from our side as regulators. But there is in green the intention to use and the interest to use these tools in the future. Then last question about the envisaged role of the regulator in the EU public and public-private funded projects. So we propose that these possible roles in all stages of the preparing a call. So in the stage of defining priorities for the future calls, drafting calls, assessing application before support applicants before the submission of the proposal, the involvement during the projects, and the more voted roles are those in red. So already in the very, very early phase of a project call for funding projects, developers would like regulators to contribute. So I would stop here, and we remain, as Paolo told, in a listening mode. We were waiting for further input from your side. Don't miss the survey, and thank you to everybody for your attention.
Okay. Many thanks, Maria. Very good. Of course, it was just a first glance, but already interesting points. So there is no discussion after this session. So I would invite the chairs and the speaker of the next session to come here at the desk so that you can smoothly go to session 1. And I am sure that we hear a lot of very interesting things. We have outstanding speakers, so I'm very curious. Looking forward. So Barbara, Marianne, and speakers, please come here.
So again, welcome to session number 1 of this workshop. It is a real pleasure to be here with all of these wonderful speakers. The topic of the first session will be the journey of ATMPs from early development to access in the EU, challenges and opportunities. So during this session, we will hear many perspectives, starting from researcher perspective, no-profit organization, and then SME and industry. We will first hear about all the speakers first, and then I would recommend to save all of your questions for the final part of session number 1. So Marianne, if you agree, I would go ahead with the presentation of the first speaker. Research perspective, it is our pleasure to have Professor Franco Locatelli here with us today. Brief introduction, he really doesn't need that much introduction, but anyway, Franco is full professor of pediatrics at the Catholic University of the Sacred Heart in Rome and head of the Department of Pediatrics, Hematology and Oncology and Cell and Gene Therapy at the Bambino Gesù Children's Hospital in Rome. He leads the largest allogeneic hematopoietic stem cell transplantation program in Italy. His current main research interests are CAR T cells for both B-cell malignancies, brain neoplasia and solid tumors, and gene therapy and genome editing for hemoglobinopathies. He is serving as the president of the National Council of Health. So Franco, it is our pleasure to have you here today, and you have 10 minutes from now. Thank you.
So many thanks, Barbara, for the introduction, and good morning to everybody. Let me start thanking Paolo Foggi and the friends of the IFA Agency for offering me the opportunity to present this lecture this morning. And before doing this, I'd like to share my disclosure for a few seconds. In particular, I have been asked to address the issue of developing an ATMP in an academic institution. And for doing this, let me start with a sort of historical remark, namely that in April of this year, the scientific community has celebrated the 12-year anniversary of the first pediatric patient successfully treated for B-cell acute lymphoblastic leukemia with CAR T-cell targeting CD19. And since this first prototypal case, many studies have been activated, mainly in B-cell malignancies and in multiple myeloma, targeting CD19 and BCMA respectively. And nowadays, in our continent, we have available 6 different products that have been approved for the adult population, and 1 CAR T-cell in the pediatric population exactly targeting CD19. We, as academic institution, decided to invest on CAR T-cells, taking advantage from the availability of a rather large GMP facility, including 9 clean rooms that is approved for the genetical manipulation of somatic cells with either retroviral or lentiviral construct. And what I'd like to share with you in particular is our experience in the setting of pediatric solid tumor. And there is no need in this room to emphasize how different is the situation for translating the efficacy of CAR T-cell in solid tumor in comparison to hematological malignancies. The main obstacles being represented by the need of the CAR T-cell to penetrate a solid mass and to the presence, as you can appreciate in this cartoon, of an hostile tumor microenvironment where there are several factors potentially jeopardizing the efficacy of CAR T-cell. And we decided to concentrate our efforts on neuroblastoma, which is the most frequent extracranial solid tumor, with a prognosis which remains unsatisfactory considering the results that have been obtained in other among childhood malignancies. And in particular, as you can appreciate in this cartoon, the probability of being alive and disease-free for patients with relapsing, progressing neuroblastoma at 3 years doesn't overcome 15%. And even the most recent approach is combining chemotherapy and immunotherapy, namely the GD2 targeting monoclonal antibody, are still associated with an unsatisfactory probability of rescuing these patients. So we decided to invest on the preparation of a third-generation CAR T-cell targeting GD2, which is a discalogangloside expressed on the surface of the tumor elements. And we also included into the CAR construct a safety switch, namely the inducible Caspase-9, to have a sort of rescue mechanism in case of undue toxicity, which cannot be controlled through the classical pharmacological approaches. And the choice of the CAR construct derives from a very meticulous and rigorous study that was conducted mainly by Concetta Quintarelli and her colleagues in our lab, demonstrating the superiority of a third-generation CAR construct in comparison to the second-generation CAR construct that are employed for treating hematological malignancies. And we also identify the most effective cytokine cocktail containing IL-7 and IL-15 for optimizing the expansion, persistence, and cytolytic activity of the CAR T cell. Having completed this preclinical study, we designed a phase 1 and phase 2 clinical trial starting from the dose level 3 with the possibility of either increasing or decreasing the dose of the CAR T cell to be infused according to the development or absence of any dose-limiting toxicity. And we published last year the results of the first interim analysis, including 27 patients, where most of them, 26 out of 27, had failed previously to the CAR T cell infusion, a median of 3 different lines of treatment, so a very advanced patient population. And we demonstrated that the approach was feasible. We didn't record any dose-limiting toxicity during the phase 1, and thus we identified the dose level 5, namely 10 million of CAR T cell per kg. For those of you who are experts in the field of hematological malignancy, is 3 times the dose that it is usually employed for either ALL or non-Hodgkin lymphoma. And we also demonstrated that the approach is able to obtain a significant response rate with 9 CR and 8 partial responses, but 3 patients had negative PET evaluation. This suggesting that indeed the patients who obtain a complete CR was 12 out of the 27 we infused. And we also demonstrated a better probability of being alive and disease-free, approaching a value of 50% in the whole population of patients treated at the recommended dose. But most importantly, we also documented that the probability of benefiting from the approach was better for those patients treated with a limited tumor burden defined according to the criteria reported into this cartoon. In view of these results, we completed the phase 2 portion of the trial, and we treated some patients on an hospital exemption basis thanks to the very fruitful and productive collaboration with the colleagues of IFA and the Italian Institute of Health. And I am pleased to share today to you the results still unpublished on 51 patients, where we exactly confirm what we have recorded during the interim analysis, namely an acceptable safety profile. And if you look at this cartoon, you can appreciate that the overall response rate in this study population was 77%, much better than the published results and the combination of chemo plus antibody-based immunotherapy, where the response rate doesn't overcome 50%. And the probability of being alive and disease-free for this study population is approaching 60%. And we also documented that the efficacy of the approach was not influenced by the presence of either a refractory or relapsed disease, the previous exposure to the monoclonal antibody, and the presence or absence of poor risk molecular lesions. What influenced the probability of response was the treatment after having failed only few lines of treatment. Of course, this is not surprising, but clearly indicates that the best place where this therapy can be integrated is exactly in those patients failing no more than 2 lines of therapy. So the question is, what's next? And what's next mean also starting an interaction with EMA. And once again, this is for me the opportunity to thank the European Agency for the very fruitful discussion, the incredible support and the advice we had in starting the PRIME pathway submission that was discussed during the first presentation of this meeting. And after having obtained a positive evaluation in August 2024, we have already fixed the kickoff meeting for the PRIME in the middle of January 2025. And we are preparing all the documents to be submitted for the evaluation of the regulators of the EMA agency. And the idea that we have discussed with them is that of running a multi-center European, and not only European, because in addition to all the European countries which express interest for the trial, also Japan, Israel, and Canada ask us to participate into this trial. And we will exactly employ the therapy in the patient population I was alluding to, namely those with a limited tumor burden and failing no more than 2 lines of previous therapy. And we have already calculated a possible sample size, hypothesizing a 50% EFS at 3 years. So the main endpoint will be the long-term outcome and not the overall response rate, taking advantage of the already available data in the SIOPINA, which is the European Childhood Association for Study of Patients with Relapsed Refractory Neuroblastoma. And we are in the process also of considering model of artificial intelligence, in particular the so-called synthetic patient, to get more robust and convincing results that can be provided for the evaluation of the assessor. Of course, there is a relevant obstacle for this pathway, which is represented by the cost of conducting such a study. And let me show briefly the issue of manufacturing the... Okay, one slide and then I will stop. Namely that the cost for manufacturing in an academic setting overcomes a little bit 70,000 euro. And for such a study, we need a total budget approaching 9 million euro. And clearly, this can be an obstacle for an academic institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Franco, and I think we will get back to this aspect potentially later on in our discussion. Now, I have 2 announcements. Announcement number 1, unfortunately, we are missing the patient perspective. I'm too loud, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we are missing the patient perspective. Because of an unexpected absence of the planned first presentation that we envisaged. So please, if there is anyone in the room who can support us in bringing in the patient perspective, or also online, I think we can invite people to talk online as well. Please reach out, let us know. We will invite you to bring in your perspective. That would be very much appreciated. Thank you very much. And then I have the pleasure to introduce the next speaker, Leila Amini, with a background in molecular biology, molecular medicine, CAR T-cell products, and process development in cell and gene therapies in Berlin, and head of regulatory affairs unit at Berlin Center of Advanced Therapies. And Leila is giving us the academia/non-profit organization perspective. Over to you, Leila. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the introduction and also the consideration to present our project here. So I will go through some of the regulatory challenges and of course also challenges that we put ourselves to develop a product in a way which is safe and in the end efficient. And our example are tacrolimus-resistant regulatory T cells, which are gene edited by a CRISPR-Cas. Our medical need arises from solid organ transplantation, which is the end stage treatment for organ failure. It's life-saving combined with immunosuppression. However, there are considerable adverse effects such as malignancy, infection, and toxicity. And the long-term outcome has not improved recently in the immunosuppressive part. So one option to improve the situation might be regulatory T cells, which have a quite diverse modes of action to be able to suppress the pro-inflammatory immune response, in this case an all response. And here we take regulatory T cells isolated from blood, expand them, and give them back to a patient. And this is what we did already in 2014 with the first in-human trial with non-gene edited regulatory T cells. And we were able to wean those patients from the classical triple immunosuppression down to monotherapy with calcineurin inhibitors, which was quite efficient for 60 weeks. And sorry, this is a type error, 2 years. And if we look also longer, 5 years and 8 years, we see that some of these patients had to go back to the classical either triple immunosuppression or maybe add a second immunosuppressant to the monotherapy. And we therefore wanted to optimize this approach. And as we see also after a few weeks, we cannot track these cells anymore in peripheral blood of our patients using TCR sequencing. And this is why we went for optimizing this approach with CRISPR-Cas9. So we take the Cas9 protein together with the guide RNA as a ribonucleoprotein complex, and then put this into our regulatory T cells to get rid of the FKBP12, which is the binding protein for tacrolimus in this case, which is a calcineurin inhibitor. And then we hope that in the presence of tacrolimus or this calcineurin inhibitor, our regulatory T cells can perform and stay longer and are more efficient in the patient. And based on this idea, we developed a manufacturing process based on a very small amount of peripheral blood, which is 50 ml, using different devices to isolate those cells, then electroporate them and expand them further, and finally, infuse them into a patient. And one of the first challenges occurred due to our starting material, which is peripheral blood. And in our previous study in 2014, we just used diagnostic tubes to take the blood and then manufactured our product. However, this was no longer accepted. So the local authority in Berlin now applied the hemotherapy guideline and transfusion law. And there were further concerns due to contaminants of animal origin, which might be in these heparin tubes. They are only certified for diagnostic use, not pharmaceutical grade. And we needed also a certified collection site with a manufacturing authorization to produce whole blood. So one of the first challenges, this is how we solved it for the moment, which is maybe not an optimal solution, but we take empty monovats, we fill them in the clean room with pharmaceutical grade heparin. which is, however, only approved to be used for 48 hours after you open the container, which means we can only use these tubes for 48 hours. And in our current clinical trial, where we have deceased donor kidney recipients, which are treated with regulatory T cells, this means always filling those containers and only keeping them for 2 days, hoping a patient will arrive, and if not, we have to discard them. And I also put the new regulation on substances of human origin here, because this is one hope that maybe we can harmonize this across Europe and then get away from those single solutions and maybe find a better way for starting materials. Then the next challenge was, because we are working with gene editing, of course, we want a very high purity in our process from the very beginning, because any kind of alloreactive effector cells which may contaminate our product or starting material might be deleterious to our product. And we tried many different options, and in the end ended up with a combination of the Clinimax and a Taito device from Miltenyi to purify our Tregs with high purity and avoid and go down to minimal contamination of CD8 T cells, which might be alloreactive. And then I come to the electroporation or gene editing. Of course, this is something new here. We used the Lonza device to achieve gene editing of our product. Using very small amounts, we went down to those single-use containers, which were luckily accepted, and we were also quite lucky that Lonza, on the way of development, also provided us now with GMP suitable buffers and so on. But also, of course, the guide RNA was very expensive to generate for us at GMP grade and purchase for an academic institution, which was alone €500,000. And also the Cas9 protein, of course, needed to be approached. And recently, in our last inspection, we learned that we need to set up our own stability program for those materials stored at our institution. And we suggested now an in vitro assay to check whether those agents are still able to cut amplified DNA pieces, which you can see here illustrated in a gel. Yeah, furthermore, I would like to come to the final product. Of course, we want to provide a safe product, and one possibility to show this is to show the absence of cytokine production in our final Treg product, which is illustrated here. So we stimulate them with very high stimuli based on PMA and inomycin, and then look for cytokine production, which is almost absent in our gene-edited product, such as also in the wild type. And then a further possibility to show stability of regulatory T cells is to look at the epigenetics. So there's one genetic region where methylation is present in the effector cell, or also in unstable Treg, but in the stable Treg, this region should be demethylated. And we were quite satisfied to see this happening both in our gene-edited product and also the wild-type control. And then one concern, of course, with gene editing could be that we generate hyperproliferative clones, which give rise to kind of lymphoma. Lymphoma, and we try to evaluate this with TCR sequencing to check whether we have some clones which overproliferate our cultures, which was not the case. And then furthermore, we come to the next challenge, which is potency assays. So we wanted to illustrate that actually our cells are more potent in the presence of tacrolimus. And one easy assay, in vitro assay that we performed was just proliferation in presence of different immunosuppressants. And as you can nicely see, that in the presence of tacrolimus, our wild type is somewhat inhibited, whereas the gene-edited product can proliferate better. And this is no longer the case if you use an alternative calcineurin inhibitor, which is, for example, cyclosporine A, by which this product also can be inhibited, and which provides us with a safety switch. Furthermore, potency classically is usually shown by suppression assays to inhibit the expansion of effector T cells, which is maybe not the best. And I showed you in the beginning that Treg have many different modes of action. And we are really looking for adequate potency assays to test multiple modes of action in parallel. And we try to develop some ourselves, but of course, I think it's something that the whole community has to approach and find satisfying potency assays also in this direction. One other thing is CTLA4, which is a functional Treg marker, and we could illustrate that in the presence of tacrolimus, this is upregulated in our product. And this also gives us a glimpse, but it's not really the thing that we would use as the convincing assay to show that our product is functional. Furthermore, we went to deep profiling to check for similarity of the regulatory T cells and gene-edited regulatory T cells to each other, and differences to effector T cells. And we nicely see that in the cluster distribution, we see differences, and the gene-edited product is much more similar to a regulatory T cell product than to a conventional T cell product in the presence as compared also during stimulation. And then we exposed our products to different immunosuppressants, just as I presented before, our target immunosuppressant tacrolimus and alternative immunosuppressant cyclosporine A. And we see nicely that in the presence of tacrolimus, we have a similar cluster distribution as in the absence for the wild-type product, which is somewhat confirmatory for our product. And we see more hints for possibly superiority of our product. For example, functional markers were confirmed, such as CTLA4, but also the metabolic marker CD73, which degrades ATP to a more less pro-inflammatory ADP or AMP. And then we see also upregulation of IL-10 gene expression in the presence of tacrolimus for our product. For gene editing, of course, off-target evaluation is a relevant thing, and we discussed this strategy also in scientific advice meetings with our national regulatory authority, the Paul-Ehrlich Institute, and found a solution to combine in silico and cell-based and cell-free assays to look for off-targets, and validated them then in amplicon sequencing. And you see one example here. So we see on-target, but not relevant off-target sequence editing in our final product. Maybe I skipped this one. So basically, afterwards, we applied for a clinical trial now with 4 different doses, using also the already presented reciprocity design. And we go further down as opposed to the wild-type Treg from our previous trials, because we may have a higher potency here, and also go down with 0.25 million cells per kilogram. And also plan to wean those patients down to monotherapy. And based on this, we also applied for the ATMP pilot program, and we are very grateful to get guidance on the development of a basket trial to try out our product in parallel in different indications of solid organ transplantation. And we are developing this now with statisticians and getting feedback. Furthermore, I want to raise the platform technology approach design. Yes? Okay, because I was told that I had 15 minutes. Okay, it was in the program, but...
Try to complete.
Okay, yeah, sure. So the questions, how we can actually apply this also to antiviral T cells and different specificities of antiviral T cells. And as a summary, we had challenges, of course, with the starting materials, certification of the collecting site, appropriate process design, then establishing novel standards for specific materials included in novel processes, finding appropriate techniques to demonstrate safety and address concerns about novel tools. Then the question of appropriate potency assays, and also finding alternative clinical trial designs for novel products, and how to handle platform technologies in the context. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for your nice presentation. So again, let's try to save all of the question either here in the room or online for the final part of this session. We're now going to introduce the third speaker. It's the time to hear the SME perspective with Alexander Natz, please. So Alexander is Secretary General of the European Confederation of Pharmaceutical Entrepreneurs, EUCOP in Brussels, and he advises innovative pharmaceutical and biotech companies in regulatory and pricing and reimbursement matters from the EU law and German law perspective. He has former experience as lawyer in management, entry agreement and licensing of pharmaceuticals. So you have the floor, and thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much, Barbara. It's a great pleasure to be here to represent the perspective of smaller and mid-sized companies. Most of you might not be aware of the trade organization which I'm representing here, which is EUCOP. It's a trade organization based in Brussels. We have 160 plus innovative pharma and biotech companies, many of them in the field of rare diseases and many of them also in the field of cell and gene therapies, tissue engineering products. So what we're discussing here today is very important for us, and we have been dealing very much with issues, not just the regulatory issues in ATMPs, but also we have been dealing very much with issues like access in ATMPs and also reimbursement for ATMPs, which is very often an issue. I found it very interesting here to hear before what can be achieved at the hospital level, and I think it's really important that we keep the innovation alive in the hospital setting to make sure that this innovation reaches either smaller companies or bigger companies, but reaches actually the patient, whether it's in the hospital setting or whether it's in the setting of a pharmaceutical company is not so relevant. The first and foremost, the thing is important to really make sure that innovation reaches the patient. On the other hand, we have also seen that in Europe we have a framework, and I think a lot of credit goes to the legislation, goes to the European Medicines Agency, to the national competent authorities. We have a framework that also allows for ATMPs to reach patients based on a full marketing authorization. So we have seen that innovation comes to Europe. We have seen that basically all ATMPs, be it in the CAR T cells, be it in SMA indications and other indications, have been launched in Europe. We have also seen that we had a failure in beta thalassemia, where the company came to Europe and left again for pricing and reimbursement reasons. We've also seen, and I think that's very important, and I want to put that also a little bit in the center of the discussion, that when it comes to ultra rare diseases, we also have to move the patient where the center is, and very often this means crossing borders. I have very much in the back of my mind the situation about ADA, SCID, and Strimvelis, where patients could only be treated in Milan, in San Raffaele Hospital, and where patients from all over Europe had to go to Milan to actually receive treatment. And I think this is really where we have legislation in place in the EU, the cross-border healthcare legislation, but it doesn't really work very well when it comes to highly specialized treatments, when it comes to advanced therapy, medicinal products. This is where we need to get better, and this is where we're having discussions at the Brussels level to make sure that patients can actually travel to get treatment in other countries. It's an issue which is ongoing for some years, but it's a very important issue that we make sure that patients can travel to the centers of excellence, because it is not only about the CAR T cells, obviously, when it comes to ultra-rare diseases. There's just a lack of expertise in some centers, maybe even in Germany, Austria, but also bigger countries like France might not have the treatment centers to treat those patients. So we need to make sure that patients can get to the centers and can actually get reimbursement in those centers where the center of excellence is. So we need to move patients from one country to the other. I think it is really important that we have a collaborative approach to funding and reimbursement, because where we do see failures, and I come back to that example of beta thalassemia, is at the level of funding, where there is not enough funding available for those treatments, where the payers, be it in IFA, be it in GKVSV in Germany, would say this is too expensive, we're not willing to reimburse it. And I think here we need to be creative. We have seen over the last few years that also companies are willing to give guarantees, work with pay-for-performance models, with outcome-based guarantees, that actually also the risk of the payers is somewhat hedged, that the payers have a certain guarantee that there is a duration of effect, because this is what we hear all the time when we go and speak to payers and HTAs. What about the duration of effect? No one has data for the next 10 or 20 years to show effect in these type of therapies, and this is to a certain extent normal. So how can we have mechanisms in place that the payer would get some money back, payback guarantees, annuity models, and so on and so forth? This is something which is key to make sure that we will have access to those therapies. A lot of discussion, and I will come to that point, also in Brussels, is about the hospital exemption. I think it's a bit of a thin line. How do we make sure that also we develop products into a full marketing authorization, while at the same point in time allowing for further step innovations at the hospital level? We have heard two very important examples here in the field of oncology. So this is something I'd like to touch upon in a minute. But when we look at the approvals, the approvals of the European Commission over the last few years, we see an increasing trend. We have, is it 4 CAR T cells now that are approved by the European Commission? We have quite some products which come to European markets, and I think this is very positive. This is also due to the innovative tools which are in the EU legislation, be it the PRIME tool, which is used quite frequently for innovation, to make sure that there is a full attention in the EMA for an innovative product, be it the conditional marketing authorization and other regulatory instruments which are used quite frequently to make sure that we are getting these products to the market. There is a big discussion in Brussels about affordability and availability. I touched on 2 points already. I don't want to get into the details. So we really have to get better in moving patients to the center of excellence, because actually it's a shame that it was not possible in the long run to treat ADA SCID patients in Milan, and the product has been withdrawn from the market. We need to prevent these type of situations from happening in the future. So access is key in the discussion in Brussels about the general pharmaceutical legislation, also access when it comes to advanced therapy medicinal products. The other issues around the pharma package have briefly been, or around ATMPs have briefly been discussed, which is the SOHO legislation, which has been passed by the legislature in Brussels earlier this year. No, I can't see the slides anymore. No, it works again. And there is one important thing on the agenda in Brussels, which is platform technologies, which is really a new and innovative concept where we are rather authorizing, and this is quite new from the regulatory perspective, not a product, but a technology, so that based on that technology, different mutations can be treated, which is very new, I would say, to the regulators probably. It's very new to also the EMA and the people in Brussels, but it's something which can be very important, especially when it comes to personalized treatments, because no company and maybe also the hospitals are not able to go the full mile to a full marketing authorization, to full regulatory and reimbursement approval just for 1 or 2 patients. So we need to find solutions to make sure that if we have data to show that in a certain mutation, a certain technology works, that we can also draw conclusions for other mutations. And this is probably we will probably be able, based on the platform approach, to do this. So that's a concept which can be very relevant, especially when it comes to personalized medicine. It's a regulatory concept, and we would probably need the same for the pricing and reimbursement setting. I'm looking at time. I just wanted to say a few words about the hospital exemption, which has always been in the center of the debate in Brussels. And I must say that sometimes it's way too much black and white. I think the hospital exemption is very important to generate innovation from the hospital level. I must also say that, and I'm also working as a lawyer in Germany, there are companies using the hospital exemption for having getting a proof of concept on their product, but at the same time they are conducting clinical trials to get a full marketing authorization maybe 2-3 years down the line. A bit what you described from the hospital setting, the same is happening from the SME company's perspective. So the hospital exemption, in a way, if it is clearly distinguished from the clinical trial setting, and that's not always that easy, which patient is included in the clinical trial and which patient would get the hospital exempt product, but the hospital exemption can also, from the SME perspective, be very positive for innovation, showing a proof of concept for new innovative products, be it in the tissue engineering phase, in knee replacement therapies, or be it in cardiovascular indications where we see a new wave of ATMPs and tissue engineering products coming. So it's really important to be not too much black and white about the hospital exemption. I would also want to mention that there are, of course, many companies which are saying we have been going the full mile with EMA approval, with all the EU HTA in the near future, which will come into place on the 12th of January next year for ATMPs. So we're going the full mile. We're generating all the data. We're subject to price negotiations with all the payers in Europe. And then we have someone with a hospital exemption to do actually the same thing, but just on a cheaper price tag, which is a controversial issue. I wanted to say that very clearly. If someone is generating all the data, we should also value that there is a full marketing authorization with more data, and that there is also the full data generation in the context of the EU HTA and the pricing and reimbursement procedures. So that's a bit the discussion which we're having in Brussels, but I wanted to close on a very positive note. This is our paper on the hospital exemption. There will be a meeting, by the way, in Brussels, I think on Thursday next week, on the 21st of November, to discuss the future of the hospital exemption with the European Commission. And I wanted to end on a positive note to say we've seen in examples from hospitals, and I can also repeat that from the SME, from the smaller company perspective, that the hospital exemption can be very useful, but we have to also take into consideration if we have fully approved medicines in exactly the same indication, some people would say, let's give priorities to those products, but only in the approved indication as it is approved by the European Commission. So that's my part, to bring in a bit the industry perspective, to paint a bit of a more reimbursement-focused, access-focused picture. Thanks very much for inviting me. And I think I have one slide on alternative payment models, which are very important here in Italy, I know, but I skipped it for the interest of time. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation, and I'm sure we will come back to some points later on in the discussion. I'm very much interested in the aspect of cross-border trials that you touched on. Thank you. Thank you. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our last speaker, giving the industry perspective. Marcello Catani is, and I will skip the middle part, has been the president and general manager of Sanofi Italia and Malta since 2020, and has been the president of Pharma Industria, I hope that was correct, since July 2022. So over to you, Marcello, please.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, and good morning, everyone. Please, sorry for my late arrival, but unexpected personal health mishap this morning was affected me, but I was really thankful for this kind invitation from IFA, and that's really what we need to do together with the sponsorship between IFA and EMA to address the relevant matters regarding ATMPs. Being very quickly, Farmindustria is the Italian trade association of the pharmaceutical companies, encompassing around 200 companies between Italian-owned and multinational and foreign-owned companies. The mix is quite unique across Europe. It's 60% multinational companies and 40% Italian-owned. But the strengths are significant and along the value chain. That means from R&D to clinical research and obviously manufacturing. Italy, all in all, is the first manufacturing champion in Italy in terms of value of production and mostly export, and is the champion in Europe, and so overtaking and overpassing as well US pharmaceutical export across the last 4 years. So we have, I guess, something good to do. And of course, we are really focused on the country, really focused on the Europe environment from the healthcare policy perspective through the industry attractiveness, R&D, competition, and of course, the big competition around the talents, which means not only, from the science, not only from the regulatory and access and health economics, but mostly what is ongoing right now is to address really critical skills around digitalization and AI to be and to stay competitive. So looking to ATMP perspective across the world, we have a very clear truth accordingly to the numbers, to the figures. And the global outlook is posing North America and Asia as has the best place in which to address, foster research and translation, and of course, the journeys to reach the patients from the clinical perspective through the possibility to address the cure, of course. And Europe is struggling. Is struggling not only for ATMPs, but in general for industry competitiveness and a way to address the high-tech innovation. And probably in our space, so the pharmaceutical industry, the ATMP environment is the meaningful paradigm of this shift across the world from the US to China, and we will see some figures, and to Asia as the big environments in which to foster the most attractive innovation. And you can see in this picture how the dominance from US is still unchallenged, I would say, and how the rapid growth of Asia is really a moment of truth, because today for us there is not only the Asia cluster to address the matter of innovation around TMPs, but there is an enlargement to other places like Singapore, like Emirates, like Saudi. And so the science and the skills and capacity to address the science challenges is moving quite rapidly across the world. And Europe is struggling. And of course, the private investments, the private challenges to address those level of cost investments are keys for making ATMPs coming at the bed of the patients. You can see now the split between all the clinical phases and by region, and again how is impressive is the growth of the Asia part of the world, and so the knowledge and the ability to combine between the science and between the healthcare providers to develop this meaningful technology, and moving, far away from phase 1 to the value clinical trials chain, the shift is even more meaningful and addressing less and less Europe centrality to that innovation. This is honestly not surprisingly to me, looking to the growth of cell and gene therapies trials by China in a way that China did only one thing, declared a clear strategy to address the biopharma and biotech capacity into that region and investments. So there is a meaningful coherence in that, and what is happening now is an incredible acceleration to take really, I would say, a market share in dominance in that, and we must be really, respectful at one hand, but also really cautious because President Xi Jinping declared that is an economic war around biotech, medicines, and pharmaceutical innovation to foster IMP protection, so the patent exclusivity, in a way of being really challenging with the US, and Europe is in the middle, trying to shortening IMP, and so declaring the failure and the defeat against the world. And so we need to take a great opportunity right now with a new commission, a new parliament, to revert this ideological trend coming from this, I would say, Green Deal since the beginning of the last commission, and to foster as well not only the matter of innovation, the attractiveness for the science, because we lost 25% of the investment compared to US since 2000, but to have a new framework of policy coming from the Commission, coming from the European agency, to be flexible, quick, and I would say competitive with the other agencies and the other places around the world. And so favorable regulatory environment and framework, simplification, because our regulatory chain between EMEA and the local agency is, there is another layer compared to the US, of course, but we need to be really synchronized, flexible, and agile together. And especially looking to what is coming for the joint clinical assessment, I would say from early next year. Funding, the capital allocation is key, and as you know, we got two meaningful reports that should pose the base for the new commission from President Mario Draghi around competitiveness, addressing a lot about pharmaceutical industry strategic relevance, and as well Enrico Letta addressing much more than a market to say around the R&D innovation as the fifth freedom. So the point is very clear around those focus and the way to have a high ambition, high strategic vision, and the coherence between the ambition and the ability to execute from all the perspective. And there is a clear trend in a way to help innovation coming. And if we are looking for ATMPs, the overall approvals across Europe, there is a gap. And so we need to look through those data and to critically and to find out the way to be compelling and to probably seed for a new way of working, because having innovation is freedom for the citizens, and to raising the bar in a way to address unmet medical needs. And we need to be really clear. Do we want innovation or not? Do we want the investments, affordability for innovation or not? If not, innovation will not come to Europe. That's very clear. And again, this picture is showing the differences across European countries in terms of innovation, access for ATMPs by the local agencies, and I would say Italy is in the first position, and so quite, I would say, in line with France, but there is something to do more, and the agency is doing a great work to set the standards, to set the way of working, to be faster, to be flexible, to be accessible for the innovation. And the industry would like to be part of this journey, because in the first and in the end there are the citizens, right? And we would like to have in Italy, like the other European countries are coming from every surveys, citizens would like to have health and innovation coming by health, mostly after the pandemic resolution. And, you know, there are many or specific topics to work on, and I would say the European Commission proposal for a reduction of the CAT, the Committee for Advanced Therapy. This can be an issue, of course, a trouble, and to have this kind of uncertainty. And we are still siloed in a way to make assessments or for ATMPs projects. And of course, there is the way to foster the knowledge, approvals, regulations across the 20 different countries and places across Europe, and mostly toward the top innovation in healthcare that is made by ATMPs. And so the commitment is, I would say, really clear there for everyone is working in this space. But there are other points of work related to the fees, the MEA fees, and the reduction this will be not longer available for the incentives, right, for making ATMPs, and this is, of course, a negative point for us. And the hospital exemption is another piece of work. And again, for the challenges from the SOHO regulation for allogenic cell-based products is another point of work. And so, closing my intervention, I would say our strengths are very clear. We have a meaningful university-based research across Europe. We have meaningful talent strengths, but they are under competition by the other regions across the world. And we have probably a negative point that we are really conservative in terms of policies rather than flexible and competitive. And so looking to the benchmarks is a key for the future. And President Draghi was really clear, but my humble opinion, probably Europe doesn't know or doesn't need to have Mario Draghi or Enrico Letta reports, because if we are looking to the macroeconomic trends or the geopolitical situation, again, not only for the sake of that two dimensions, but for healthcare, we are the losers. And so our strengths should be even more reinforced, thanks to the collaboration between the Commission, EMEA, and the local agencies, and capitalizing on our legacy, sure, but changing the rules. If not, Europe, as the trends are posing, will be no longer the place for that meaningful innovation, not for the industry, I would say, but for us as citizens. Thank you very much for the attention.
So thank you, Marcello, for another very inspiring presentation. I think that now, Marianne, we can get started with the discussion for this session and take any question in the room or either via Slido. Any immediate question from the audience in the room? Alessandro, please. Can we give a mic to Alessandro, please?
You know, I would like to thank Alexandros for highlighting the case of Streamvalis, and it's a paradigmatic one. I think Celeste Scotti from Teleton will mention is just a clarification that was not withdrawn from the market because it was actually the licenses got back to Fondazione Teleton and the marketing authorization was transferred to Teleton, so it's been always in the market. And patients are continue to be treated under the not-for-profit scheme of Teleton. But thank you. That's really a case that is very important for the whole community, I think. Thank you.
Thanks very much for clarifying. Good point.
Further questions in the room? Andrea, please.
Well, thank you very much indeed. And I would like to go back to the prototype of the academic experience that has been reported and ask two questions to Franco, to Leila. The first one, how it is important, the IP protection in this developing, because this is a crucial issue. It does reflect the tendency of researchers to, let's say, in Europe, to say, okay, that's a fantastic scientific achievement, and did you get it first? And the second question, who is covering, at least a strategic view, what is called in the economy field, the Death Valley development of the early development because you clearly pointed out the cost for each patient and the cost of a trial. Who is going to cover that? Private funding, public one? And these are the crucial questions, but the filing of the IP and defining who is going to cover that, at least the challenge, even to make SME or even company interested later on to have a market authorization of the product. But the two issues are, in my opinion, crucial. Thank you.
Yeah, so we actually got IP for the strategy, and this is currently covered by our university and some third-party funds that we have. And also the first human trials are covered by university and public funding at the moment, but we only get like 1 to 2 million euros per trial, which is not enough. And we cover up with this with other projects. And going beyond is not possible, at least for us. I don't know how it is here, but then we would need either patent licensing or like companies to step in to provide more money, because it's simply not possible for us to cover all the costs.
So many thanks, Andrea, for both questions. The answer to the first one, namely that on IP protection, it's really crucial, and we proceeded along this direction for our GD2 car product. For the cost, you could ask me before mentioning the multi-center phase 2 trial, which funds were available for covering the cost so far. And I am very transparent in saying that they derive from grants that we got from several agencies, including IFA for the independent research call, or the Italian Ministry of Health, or university research, the European Union for the Horizon 2020. For running the trial that I was alluding to, for a phase 2, the cost is approaching 9 million euro. And again, for being transparent, we consider it even a phase 3 clinical trial, because scientifically it was certainly more attractive having as control arm chemotherapy plus the approved anti-GD2 monoclonal antibody. But at the end of the day, the final cost estimation approached 30 million of euro. Totally unaffordable for an academic institution. And we are applying for other grant calls exactly to get the resources. And what has been mentioned by Marcello for the China, namely the availability of funds for supporting the activation of academic clinical trial could be a sort of mechanism to try to overcome the obstacle that, in my personal view, is certainly the most important one. Then you can address the issue of importation and shipment of drug products across borders, but certainly the affordability and sustainability of these trials in an academic center is the main obstacle. And again, I already mentioned this, but let me repeat that the interaction with the regulators, in my personal experience, was not good, was excellent, simply excellent, because they understood the particular setting of an academic trial, their medical need, they advise us. And also I was glad to hear the presentation of Alexander addressing the issue of the hospital exemption. And as an academic person, I fully agree that the right and appropriate setting is that of treating patients when there is no commercially approved drug product and no active clinical trial. And again, the interaction with IFA allowed us to demonstrate proof of concept, and sorry for introducing also this element, to save lives of patients, for example, for the CAR T-cell trial in TALL, while activating a formal clinical trial that then started. And in the regulator's shoes, obviously, after 3, 4, 5, 6 patients, I would ask, at which point are you in the preparation and activation of a clinical trial?
So thank you, Franco, for your reply.
Messia è online. La rappresentante è online.
Okay. Okay. Any further question? Ilona, please, can you briefly introduce yourself?
Ilona Reichel, I am a quality assessor at the Austrian agency, and I'm currently the CAP chair. I think the discussion is very complicated because there are so many different perspectives, and I think in the discussion of how we get best the products to the patients, we can only achieve the optimum if we listen to all aspects. And so we've talked about cost, but I think for me, the core of the discussion is having adequate standards of products. We want safe and efficacious products, and that needs to be the core of it. You can then have a discussion of, because what I'm experiencing is a discussion purely based on cost, ignoring the data standing behind those respective developments. Because obviously the cheapest product is the one that doesn't have any data behind it. But that's not what we should be aiming for. And I think that needs to be part of our considerations. How do we make the development process most effective? But also, and that's the other side of the medal, because here we are all people who are dedicated to developing products with the appropriate standards, but we need to be able to do enforcement. So therefore, if we are ultra flexible, we will never be able to discriminate the good from the not so good or bad. And in my experience, those countries that are successful at the moment in Europe in promoting innovation are the ones that actually have rules, that have standards, and that make sure that there are enough funds available to develop these products according to these standards. And I think that that's very crucial to mention. And so therefore, the answer will always be somewhere in the middle. It'll never be the optimum for one of the stakeholders. It will always be in the middle, and we need to strive for that. And we can only do that if we have those conversations. And just to say, FDA has a slightly different classification of ATMPs as well. So there are some products that in Europe would be under SOHO that are running under ATMPs, which at least partially, it's not an excuse, but at least partially explains the different numbers of authorization procedures. Thanks.
So any immediate reactions from the speaker? Okay, go ahead, Marcello, please.
So thank you very much for that point. Honestly, we cannot look at the way out for Europe not combining together the level of investments, so the capital allocation, because innovation is an investment, are investments and costs. The matter is there, obviously. If not, the technology, the skills, the capacity to be at the forefront is not addressable. The matter to be flexible, that means times and timelines. So we need the standards. We need to stay ahead of the standards because from innovators like academia or universities or companies, the mission is to go ahead of the standards, to raise the bar, right, in terms of innovation. And the flexibility is to receive this innovation by the rules, by the policies in a very time-efficient manner, and to reduce as much we can, not the standards, but the layers, the bureaucratic layers. That means to the assessments, that means the country approvals and processes in which we are all committed with the agency here in Italy to foster like a fast-track approval, I would say, especially and the most for this meaningful and innovative technology, of course. But that's really interesting, the latest question on the screen. In our opinion, we need to be, so Italy is the land of fragmentation. We have 21 regions, 21 healthcare systems with the good and the bad. And the bad is bureaucracy, is I wouldn't say conflict of interest, but yes, a conflict of interest or priorities, right? And we need to combine at the European level as much we can to be faster, to be less bureaucratic. And but you know, as you know, there are big points in discussion for the Commission, for the European Commission, addressing you know, the Pact of Stability, in which healthcare is a cost or an investment. This is the big point and the big elephant in the room. We are thinking that is the best investment that we can do together between companies, academia, hospitals, for you know, the citizens, honestly. And but you know, figures are telling a good story to, you know, to keep the good, but as well to try to solve and to say, is that a blame to say healthcare must be competitive in Europe? Ethically competitive. And so we need technology, data and science, but to make and to close those gaps, we need investments, for sure. And I'm closing here. Italy is still a country in which the public funding of R&D is the lowest. 1.5 of you know, the overall GDP. And this is an issue. This is an issue. The public funding for innovation.
May I raise a follow-up question, please, Marcello? Two, actually. The first one, you were talking about timelines. Where do you see which part of the accumulation of timelines do you see the most critical one, and where should, according to your opinion, be the focus on?
First, at the agency level in Europe, to be really faster and having a clear benchmark with FDA. And then we have, of course, 27 countries, right, in which we have widespread differences from, I would say, zero, Germany, or close to zero, a couple of months, till more than 2 years. And of course, there are economical reasons in there. But one big freedom should be, you know, and the European Federation of the Pharmaceutical Companies was, you know, pointing out many times in order to have a different strategy for the most economical developed countries in Europe, and so to have a different two pricing levels, but one commitment should be to keeping all the regional agency at the same point of the approval. This would be in the direction to make the citizens at the same level across Europe.
Okay, so your point is the timing to get the reimbursement, not so much at the beginning of the story.
At the beginning, in terms of you know, CHMP opinion or approval, European approval, and then between that timeline and the country ones. So to reduce all in all the timelines.
Okay, so I understood from your intervention that the reimbursement part is the most burdensome one. Okay, thank you. That's a clear answer. And then I forgot my second question. So so you wanted to come back on the quality, and then we need to ask a few more questions on other topics.
I really appreciate the comment on the quality, and again, if I can share some personal view and experience. We have been inspected since the request of authorization for manufacturing CAR T-cell 3 times in 6 years, and every time it was certainly a challenging experience, but we certainly at the end of the inspection were improved, and we got benefit from the advice, remarks, and observations. So quality is crucial, even more in the perspective that is certainly becoming, how to say, popular in the academic community of the decentralized manufacturing, because the idea could be that of trying to improve the number of patients through the mechanism of the centralized manufacturing. But it is pretty obvious that homogenization, standardization of the approach is key. And this is another important aspect to work together. Last comment, to avoid the redundancy of cost, the other personal view that I have is that of creating a sort of network of the academic institutions interested to the development of ATMP, exactly for avoiding the repetition of the same studies, but maybe creating a sort of synergy in which the institution can even imagine to share products.
Thank you, Franco.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
So just quickly reflecting on this quality point, I wanted to also mention that we heard a lot, I think, by the last presenter about Europe and where we can get competitive. And I think where we're really good in Europe is we really have university hospitals, centers, and expertise, which we should really use. That's a benefit of Europe. I'm not saying we're the best in the world, but we are very competitive in this space. So I would feel it's a bit of a shame if we don't use that. So, and clinical trials should get priority. We heard from a regulator, we heard from a clinician. For me, very clear rules also how we play with these cascade of clinical trial, hospital exemption, marketing authorization. And I think that is a very clear guidance and a very important guidance to say giving priorities for clinical trials, giving priorities in the label of the approval, because there's more data for the fully approved medicine. I think that's clear. And I think where it really becomes from our perspective, and I think that needs to be communicated also to payers, because where it's really getting complicated is when payers join together to say, well, let's do it cheaper on the basis of the hospital exemption. Using the hospital exemption as a cost containment tool to say, like, we can do CAR T cells in the same indication of the 4 approved medicines for 50K, 60K, whatever, that's negative for innovation, and this is not the quality which we wanted to have, and this is also, that will backfire if we only do it in the hospital setting. But apart from that area, I think the boundaries have been very clearly spelled out in this meeting from the regulator perspective, from the clinical perspective, and I think that's a very important take-home message for me.
So thank you very much. I have question myself, probably for Alexandra again, and also Marcello may intervene on this since you touched upon this issue in your presentations. So we heard a lot about the hospital exemption, and we all know that it's, let's say, a valuable tool in order to provide medicinal product to patients in specific situations, I would say. But it's a national provision. So my question is, which are the measures that should be put forward in order to really push the availability of ATMP in an equal way? And by this, I mean at the European level. In a scenario, for instance, where, as mentioned in the Slido question, so the FDA is going through a restructuring to increase the expertise and assessment capacity in the field of ATMPs, and in Europe instead we are, questioning the role of the CAT. So are we going in the right directions? And could you please give your insight on this? And also Marcello, please.
No, I very much agree with the statement which was made before also from the other industry colleague that this is not moving in the right direction if we're decreasing, obviously, our capacity in a space where, as I said before, we have the know-how in the universities, we have good smaller mid-sized companies, so we need to also keep up at the regulatory level. So that's not a good development in my opinion. There are discussions in Brussels about the national application of the hospital exemption, where I hope that to a certain extent we need to also work with national frameworks. We need to leave it to PI, to AGES, to the national institutions to apply the EU rules to the extent they see fit, in a way. Of course, there's a big discussion about what means non-routine practice and so on. Do we need to define that further? I'm not sure it gets us any further if we're getting stricter and stricter on this, as long as we are observing the rules which were set out before. So where we need to get better is really, as I mentioned before, to make sure that patients can also get treated in other hospitals and so on. Cross-border healthcare framework. That's not really working. It works when I get my teeth done. It's as simple as that, but it doesn't work when it comes to ATMPs, and that's not a very good solution. And I think this is very much about educating also the national payers that what's going to be the price for that treatment in Milan and so on and so forth. Some countries do it, others don't. But I think that's a shame, and we need to get better there.
If I may quickly react on this cross-border story, I think here this is again a very good showcase of the necessity for clear rules. If you use a cross-border trial just to avoid the clinical trial authorization in a certain member state because you think it's too burdensome, and then you put the whole burden on the patient who has to travel in addition to being exposed to a clinical trial and to undergo all the difficulties with the health security and so on at home, I think that's not the way to go. If we are talking about centers of excellence and treatments that cannot be offered elsewhere, then this is a different story. So again, here clear rules are key to the topic, I would say. Do we have to stop for coffee, or can we continue a little?
So I asked Marcello to intervene if you have any immediate and quick reaction, because we are running out of time, please.
Okay, so as mentioned before, between Europe and local countries as much, we will be able to reduce the regulatory touch points to make approvals and in cross-boarding, we will be more effective, right? And so looking like countries like Italy or Spain with the regionalization, there is a lot of bureaucracy. And so, which is the overarching, and look into the overarching approvals and how to streamline. The first action is to reduce complexity, not reducing standards or quality of the approvals.
Or expertise, I would say.
Or expertise, right. We need to concentrate and elevate in general to reduce.
So thank you very much to all the speakers, the co-chair Marianne, and thank you to the audience for the questions. This session is over and now we can go for a coffee break. We are back at 11:30 with session number 2, and thank you very much for being here.
So, good morning, everybody, and thank you very much to the organizers to ask me to co-chair this session. My name is Joana Nuevo, and I'm the head of the Innovation Office and National Scientific Advice Unit within the Spanish agency, and I'm also a member of the European Innovation Network, and I'm really glad and happy to co-chair this session with Victoria. We were working within the European Innovation Network and above all on the STARS project, so it's a pleasure to see her here and co-chairing this session with me. I'll give the floor to you, Victoria, to introduce yourself and above all to say your surname that I can't pronounce.
Yeah, my pleasure. So my name is Victoria Starokoshko. I'm a member of European Innovation Network, as Johanna just said. I'm also a member of Scientific Advice Working Party at the EMA. I'm the chair of Paolo, and also vice chair of Hematology Working Party at the EMA, and where we see also quite some ATMP products in development, of course.
Thank you. From different sources, focusing on this session, from different sources and in all countries, we are seeing a gap between the basic research and the clinical practice. So from the regulatory point of view, we would like to reduce that gap. And we think that this gap can be reduced by collaborating among the different stakeholders involved on the development of the medicinal products. So this multi-stakeholders meeting really help on that, and also increase the regulatory, the knowledge from the researchers on the regulatory requirements. So this session is focusing on giving an update on the available tools that the researchers has from the national level and also from the European medicine levels. There are many tools, so you are going to have the opportunity to see all of them from the coordinators at national and European level. And we will also have the opportunity to know about some funding programs that the researchers can have access to in order to develop their projects and on the ultimate goal to bring new treatment to patients. That is what we all wish.
So my pleasure to announce our first speaker. It's Valentina Cordo. She will talk about support tools and incentives from the EMA European side available to the developers of different innovation products, including ATMPs, and especially academic developers, small medium enterprises. Valentina, she is a scientific specialist at the EMA, and she coordinates all the activities around innovation task force meetings at the EMA and also Horizon Scanning program. Valentina, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. And indeed, the EMA has set up different support tools, contact points for medicine developer across the whole medicine life cycle. And in the next few minutes, I would like to highlight which are the early contact points for developers, the main advice mechanism that we have set in place at the centralized level, and also highlight some incentives and initiatives that support the development of innovative medicines such as ATMPs. I will start with introducing the early contact point for developers, and I will start indeed with the Innovation Task Force, or ITF in brief, where I have the pleasure to work within the EMA. Within the Innovation Task Force, we offer developers ITF briefing meetings, which are one of the first moments where developers can actually meet the regulators and have a first brainstorming type of meeting discussing not only innovative medicinal products, but also innovative methods, technologies that can be used during medicine development. So this meeting happened at a very early stage of development, and they are intended to be way earlier than the classical scientific advice. The developers will have the chance to hear the personal opinion of different European experts in a brainstorming type of meeting that serves as a very first orientation and guidance. The meeting lasts for 1 hour and a half and are offered free of charge to any type of developer. And applicants can just request an ITF meeting by sending us the ITF request form that is on the EMA website, and you can find it just typing EMA supporting innovation in Google. So the questions that developers can ask to the Innovation Task Force are quite broad. The outcome remains confidential, so it's not published anywhere. However, we performed an analysis of the past few ITF meetings in the last couple of years to sort of identify the topics that we discuss and the stage of development. As you can see from the figure, the topics really encompass different phases of medicine development, from the preclinical topics moving towards quality and manufacturing, but also some clinical questions. And it's important to highlight that in more than 80% of the cases, the applicants can receive a direct, actionable guidance from the European experts, and that will be the first step for them to continue their regulatory meetings. The second support tool and entry point that we have for innovative developers is the office dedicated to support micro, small, and medium enterprises, the SME office. The SME office at EMA assigns the so-called SME status to eligible companies, and it's quite important to receive SME designation because not only it opens the floor to different dedicated regulatory support tools, such as the SME briefing meetings, where companies can actually discuss their regulatory strategy with EMA. They can discuss, for example, the eligibility to some other EMA procedures, but also it offers fee incentives for several EMA procedures. The SME office also offered dedicated trainings, webinars. There was also recently an info day at the EMA and newsletter to keep smaller companies informed about the latest development. Furthermore, the EMA has also a framework for collaboration and interaction with academia from 2017. And the aim is really to promote the translation of academic research into tangible outcomes, either innovative medicinal products or novel methodologies that can be used during drug development. And it's also, this framework also set up real collaboration among academic researchers and regulators, especially in those areas of regulatory science where relevant gaps are still present. Academic developers can also benefit from some incentives, and I will highlight them across the presentation. We have also dedicated email address for academic developers who would like to reach out to EMA. Academic developers can benefit from academia briefing meetings. These are really low burden entry meetings with the regulators where academic developers can really discuss their challenges, but also their plan for developing innovative products. These type of meetings can also be reiterated in time as a follow-up. And we really do see it as a bilateral exchange among academic researchers and regulators to listen to the challenges that you are encountering and identify any gap that needs to be filled. That's why the EMA is also updating their list of regulatory science research needs to promote investigation in regulatory science. A new initiative will be launched at the beginning of 2025, will be a joint HMA-EMA initiative, and it's a European platform for regulatory science research. And if you would like to know more about the regulatory science research needs and the European platform, the EMA has organized a webinar that will take place next Monday called Advancing Regulatory Science Research, where these two projects will be presented. Of course, we are here today discussing the development of ATMPs, and there are dedicated activities to ATMP developers. There are two main mechanisms that developers can use at EMA. So first of all is the classification. Developers can consult the EMA Committee for Advanced Therapy, the CAT, to actually confirm that the product they are developing can be classified as ATMP. And for SMEs, so smaller companies, there is also a possibility of having a certification of the preclinical and quality data. And these mechanisms are quite important to identify any potential issue at an early stage so that you don't have to wait at the moment of a submission of a marketing authorization procedure to meet the regulators. I will now move to the main two advice mechanisms that the EMA has set in place. The first one is the scientific advice. Through scientific advice, the regulators can offer advice on how to meet regulatory and scientific requirements in the development of novel medicines. Developers can ask questions about how to manufacture novel drugs, how to test them both in a preclinical setting but also in clinical trials. And it's important to highlight that scientific advice is prospective in nature, so it's not a pre-assessment of the data gathered so far. It's just an advice on how to gather robust evidence that will be used for the marketing authorization application. And the scientific advice is provided by the Committee for Medicinal Products for Human Use on recommendation of the Scientific Advice Working Party. The second advice mechanism is the qualification of novel methodology. And as the name said, is a procedure to actually guide the development of novel methods and technologies that can be uptaken in medicine development. Examples of novel technologies that can be qualified are novel biomarkers, surrogate endpoints, a new imaging method, or a new in vitro assay to predict, for example, toxicity. And any type of developer can apply for a qualification procedure, and the outcome can be either initial qualification advice in case of a not fully mature development. So you will receive a recommendation on how to further proceed to qualify your methodology, and this outcome is confidential. In case of a mature development, the applicant will receive a qualification opinion provided again by the CHMP on recommendation of the Scientific Advice Working Party on the acceptability of the use of the proposed methodology in a specific and well-defined context of use within research and development. And this qualification opinion will be published on the EMA site. It will be publicly available so that it can be uptaken by medicine developers. About initiatives supporting innovative medicinal products and their development, you have heard already about the priority of medicine, the PRIME scheme, offered by EMA to support medicinal products that target unmet medical needs. Kieran explained the benefits and how to enter this scheme. So it's a unique chance to have a guided regulatory support and optimized robust data generation. And last but not least, there is a chance for SME and academics to be eligible for PRIME scheme at an earlier stage compared to other sponsors. So we really encourage developers to apply for the PRIME scheme. Last but not least is the orphan designation for medicinal products that actually target rare disease. And for rare disease, we mean those diseases that affect less than 5 people in 10,000 in Europe, and diseases that are life-threatening or chronically ill and debilitating patients, for which there is no satisfactory method for its diagnosing or prevention, not even for treatment. And developers of medicine that obtain organ designation can benefit from a dedicated scientific advice procedure called protocol assistant. Moreover, academic developers that are actually developing an orphan drug can benefit from protocol assistance actually free of charge. So coming to a conclusion, I know you have heard a lot of information, but it's important to us to highlight that we are trying really to promote research and innovation by supporting developers in every step of the way along the medicine life cycle. And we actively try to engage with those sponsors who actually need the most support, such as SMEs and academics. And here at the EMA, we're also trying to be in contact with other European initiatives. We actively collaborate with innovation offices also across the European Union. An example is the European Innovation Network that will be introduced by the second speaker. So we try to optimize as much as possible the available support for medicine development. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Valentina, for this clear presentation and for raising awareness about the support from the European Medicine Agency to researchers. Now the second talk will be focused on the support given by the national competent authorities and from the European Innovation Network that is composed by representatives from the different national competent authorities and the Innovation Task Force, and also on the support to innovation. So this talk will be given by Eleonora Agricola. Eleonora currently holds a position at the Italian Medicine Agency Innovation Office. She's a member of the European Innovation Network and the Big Data Steering Group. And she's also one of the responsible for organizing this meeting. So thank you for that. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you everybody. And good morning. So I would like to start this talk, say, fasten your seatbelt and get ready for a travel among Europe. But I'm afraid that the journey we are going to have won't be exactly like your summer vacation. But believe me, I will be my best to make enjoyable this travel among Europe. So, Europe and regulators. That simply means European Medicine Regulatory Network. That is including not only EMA, that we are talking about a lot this morning, but also HMA and the national competent authorities. That, as a regulator, we always call NCA. And NCA is the focus of this talk. I'm here to talking about how we support innovation. But please, when you think about national competent authorities, please don't think about something single, closed, and separate entities. It's better you to think something like that. This is simple because among NCAs, there are a lot of active collaboration and integration of activities across the regulatory network. Among the NCAs, there is a lot of cross-contamination. We are sharing knowledge with joint activities on diverse and transverse topics to ensure alignment, avoid duplication, with the final goal to make Europe more attractive and more competitive for medicinal product development. So I'm here, as I said, to highlight how the NCAs can support innovation. But to do that, I would like you to look at the topic from a complete different perspective. And I want to let you understand how the entire network supports innovation. But please, look at this topic from a different perspective angle. And I want to discuss with you what the European Medicine Regulatory Network is not for innovation. The network is not an obstacle, is not a brake. Why? The reason of that is really, really simple. The final goal of the network is to guarantee timely access to innovation to all the patients. And to do that, we are claiming and we are here to support regulatory, to give regulatory and scientific support to all developers in the European innovation ecosystem since the early phase of development. But of course, we are a regulator, so we have to enable innovation, guarantee that innovation can be compliant with all the regulatory requirements. As you know, innovation goes fast. So it's important for regulators to keep to keep pace with innovation, simply through evolving the regulatory systems. We cannot support innovation if the regulatory system cannot evolve. And to do that, we are promoting regulatory science that Valentina talked about a lot. But in these dynamics, looking at innovation also means for a regulatory network to enhance expanding knowledge, skills, and expertise among the network. This is to still and improve the support to innovation. So we can say that there is a mutual beneficial dynamic interaction between the regulatory system and European innovation ecosystem. This concept is summarized in the strategies that is open to publication until this month. You can find a chapter on regulatory science and innovation. You will see that words like foster, support, collaboration are coupled to innovation, clinical trial, scientific advice. So don't miss this opportunity to comment on these strategies and improve the regulatory network and support of innovation. It's clear that in a smart regulation, in this evolving role, needs also smart regulation. So in 2015, the EMA-HMA has launched the European Innovation Network that Valentina and the other colleagues introduced. Very briefly, it counts now 22 innovation offices from the national competent authorities in the member states, and the EMA Innovation Task Force. The aim is, of course, to address, engage, enable research and innovation, prepare the regulatory systems, but also promote mutual exchange interaction. So the activities of the Innovation Network are not per se, but they are integrated and embedded across the network. And we are, in our daily activities, across the work from other working parties and groups, where innovation is one of the domain of their mandate, but also the innovation is a topic coming into their daily activities. So now I'm going to introduce you all the activities and tools that at national level, but also in the European Innovation Network, are established and launched and promoting to support innovation. But please bear in mind that even if these activities are either launched by Innovation Network or NCAs, they are informative and complement the activities of the other actor of the regulatory system. And we can simply define these activities like observation, listening, and early dialogue. But whatever these activities and tools are, the final goal is to translate the strategies, as Valentina said, into tangible outcome from the network, but also for the stakeholders, of course. And we are promoting all these activities to encourage the use of regulatory tools at national level. Okay, so the first activities I want to introduce is the European Innovation Horizon Scanning Report. This activity is not direct and targeting the stakeholders, but it's much more for the regulatory system. But I want to highlight these activities because these activities is performed through the collaboration with developers. So looking at the emerging trends of science and technologies, looking at the science into academia, for example, regulators can identify challenges, opportunities, and give recommendations to the system to translate innovation into access. So here I've just reported the topics of our Horizon Scanning. The first two are already published. The last three will be published very soon. So National Innovation Meeting is instead an activities and a regular tool that is available for all the developers at national level. So they are mimic and mirror what Valentina said about the ITF briefing meeting. So it's they are initial and informal national entry point. So you applying to for innovation meeting, you can discuss with regulators of the early stage of your development. So please come to us to engage, to dialogue, because we are here to support you in a very informal way. But please come here and discuss all together. And just to let you know that all this National Innovation Meeting will inform the activities of Innovation Network, but also the AMA, because of ITF briefing meeting, because with the agreement of the applicant, the case could be discussed at European Innovation Network as well. So national scientific advice. So Valentina told you about the scientific advice and national, the central level, but of course there are activities of scientific advice provided by the national competent authorities as well. So again, posing questions to specific questions to regulators. The developers can have a guidance and direction how to perform methods and design the clinical studies to generate robust data. Again, these national activities can inform the European Innovation Network, but also the Scientific Advice Working Party. And the National Scientific Advice was the base to launch an activities of Innovation Network that is the simultaneous National Scientific Advice. This is a pilot project that is going to its end in December this year. And through this pilot project, developers can ask simultaneously scientific advice to more than one NCAs. We will present the results very soon about the success of this pilot project. But as I said at the beginning, Innovation Network activities are not per se, but are embedded in the regulatory network. And national scientific advice, simultaneous national scientific advice, is part of Priority Action 7 of the activities launched by European Commission that is called ACT-EU, Accelerating Clinical Trials, where national scientific advice, simultaneous national scientific advice, and EMA scientific advice are part of an activity to improve the offering to stakeholders of the scientific advice in Europe. So the last activities I want to mention to you is an activities that is in regard of observation, listening, and also early dialogue. And to be honest, I'm really keen on, because personally I really believe that through collaboration with regulators, with academia, developers from the early engage, we can make the difference. We can really translate innovation to medicinal product. So these activities from Innovation Network, with of course collaboration of NCAs, are targeting mainly academia, research, patient, healthcare professional. The aim is to promote regulatory awareness and knowledge of the academia in order to them to develop innovative product methodologies and technologies in compliance with the regulatory requirements. And through these activities, we encourage early engagement with regulators. So activities like meetings like the one that we are attending today, but also the project that has been finished a couple of years ago, that is starts, where we specifically target the academia to increase the awareness of the regulatory support. So material are still on the website, so please go there, because you can find a lot, really, webinar, overview of the regulatory system, current comprehensive curriculum for university to implement regulatory science. And then finally, the increased activity, where NCAs are participating to increase capacity competence of the national competent authorities, with a particular focus on innovation. Finally, just 2 words to say that IFA is there. IFA is dealing with innovation, participating to all the activities that I just mentioned, and also participating to International Coalition of Medicine Regulatory Agency. We participate to discussion of innovation at the international level. So thank you for listening. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Eleonora. I think you all get better and better overview of what is available there for developers. And our next speaker will be Pia Riveti Di Fal Servo. She will tackle actually the area that was highlighted by the first session also as challenging for developers of new medicines and innovative medicines, and it's HTA and the reimbursement world. And she will talk about how the new HTA regulation tries at least to tackle some of these challenges and improve processes and harmonize processes across Europe. And specifically, she will focus on joint scientific consultation or joint scientific clinical assessment done by HTA bodies. Pia is assessor at the HTA and Pharmaceutical Economics Department here at the Italian Medicines Agency, and she is also the representative of the Joint Scientific Consultation subgroup. So, Pia, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to show the HTA perspective at this EU innovation meeting. And exactly, I will talk about the HTA regulation. And basically, I'm going to start with a couple of definitions. So health technology is anything from a medicinal product to a medical device in vitro diagnostics or procedures. And the assessment of these health technologies, what we do in HTA, is a little bit broader than what is done at the regulatory level. So we don't take in consideration only safety and efficacy, but also the relative safety and efficacy, as well as the effectiveness, appropriateness, and implementation of a health technology in a specific context and framework. So you really need to understand if it's something that is going to be useful and usable in a specific healthcare system. And this is done by assessing two domains, the clinical domain, of course, on safety and efficacy, and the non-clinical domain. Non-clinical in HTA is not the same as non-clinical in regulatory. For HTA, non-clinical is everything that is pertaining to the economical, ethical, organizational aspects of a new health technology. So basically, what we want to do, I don't know if you can see the pointer, is to evaluate if a new medicine is more effective in treating a disease and if it also represents sufficient value for money. So basically, it boils down to answering to the question, do I need and do I buy this new health technology, with the aim of having a healthcare system that has a high quality, is accessible and sustainable, which is not super easy. So far, HTA has been used here in informing pricing and reimbursement decisions at the national level. So in this path of access to the patient, you have after the European assessment, so you have the research and development, then the European assessment, and then at the national assessment, that's where HTA has been mostly used so far. And what the HTA regulation is introducing now is that we're going to have HTA in two earlier phases, the joint scientific consultations during the research and development, so very early, and the joint clinical assessment in parallel with the European assessment for marketing authorization. I would say that perhaps one of the most important questions is why do we need the European HTA? So far we've been doing it nationally, why bother? The reason, of course, lies in the heterogeneity of the countries of the member states. Not all EU countries have HTA bodies. HTA is not used in the same way in all of these countries. Somewhere there's not the capacity in terms of number of people to assess all new incoming health technologies. I would say especially in the case of advanced therapies, this is critical because they are really, really very particular and they do pose a significant challenge to HTA assessors. Also, HTA can be used for informing reimbursement decisions or pricing decisions. There's a big difference in how HTA is used for medical devices respect to medicinal products. And so this is part of the big variability. In addition to this, there's a burden that is both on the developers and on the agencies, because developers need to submit several dossiers in all different countries where they want to have their product reimbursed, and all the different national competent authorities are basically assessing the same, not exactly the same, but very similar documentation. So there's a huge duplication of work, and this also leads to a possible variation of outcome. And we know that advanced therapies are not reimbursed everywhere in Europe. So this has a huge effect on time to patient access. So here you can see the small red triangles are the different average times to market access in different European countries for centrally authorized products. And you can see this is the axis. It's going from 0 to 50 months. It's a huge variability, and this also leads to sometimes developers choosing not to market some products in some countries. We've seen this morning earlier on that there are several countries where there are no advanced therapies reimbursed, and this is not because they were not assessed. I mean, it's not because they were chosen not to be reimbursed, but because they were not assessed to start with. So basically, the need for a European HTA has been known for many years. The European Union has fostered joint work between HTA bodies since 2006. So it's been almost 20 years of joint efforts between HTA bodies and across member states. And this has been happening under the UNETA initiative in different shapes, collaborations, joint actions, consortia. And now that we're going to have the HTA regulation, this is going to be consolidated. And the regulation is going to create a framework for joint HTA cooperation among member states with the collaboration of the EMA. And the final aim of this thing is to increase access equality for patients across Europe, to increase the efficiency of the evaluation at the national level, to increase the predictability for developers of what kind of evidence do you need in order to have a smoother process later on, and of course, in the end, to attract investments. So where are we at? We are here on the red spot. The HTA regulation came into force beginning of 2022. Now we are at the end of the preparatory phase, and the implementation phase is going to start on January 12th, 2025, with the application of the regulation to advanced therapies and cancer drugs. Later on in 2028, the regulation will apply also to orphan drugs, and then from 2030, we're going to have the full application of the regulation to all centrally authorized products. So now I just want to spend a couple of minutes to explain a little bit more in detail what are these two moments of the joint scientific consultations and joint clinical assessment. So the JSC is something that is happening very early during the development of a product. It can happen years before filing for a marketing authorization. And it can happen in parallel with the scientific advice. It can also happen self-standingly, like the scientific advice. But I think it would be a missed opportunity not to have the parallel scientific advice, because you can see that the timelines are tightly synchronized. And here, this discussion is a moment in which you have an actual discussion between the regulators from the Scientific Advice Working Party, HTA assessor from the Joint Scientific Consultation Subgroup, and the developers that are going to discuss together the details of study design aspects. Because the main goal of the joint scientific consultation is to give guidance on the study design, data, analysis, anything that is needed in order to facilitate the generation of evidence that is going to meet the requirements of the subsequent JCA that health technology is most likely going to have. So not all health technologies are going to have a JSC. There's going to be some selection. First of all, a product needs to be likely for a JCA, so this is going to follow the implementation plan. But here we talk about ATMPs, so we're safe. We can start right now. But they need to be in the planning stage, so no pivotal trials must have started. Otherwise, there's just no point in discussing this at the JSC level. And then there's also going to be other points, like if the drug is addressing an unmet medical need, if it's a first-in-class in terms of mechanism, if it has a foreseen impact, high impact on patients or healthcare systems, and if it has a special relevance for EU. And so the last thing that I wanted to say, it's going to be mostly on study design aspects, so it's going to be mostly on the clinical domain of HTA, but it will be optional, so it's going to be possible, if the developer requests it, to have also non-clinical aspects discussed, so health economics and stuff like that is going to be possible. And this is, I would say, the main difference with the joint clinical assessment. The joint clinical assessment is something that is going to happen later on. As I said, it goes in parallel with the EMA assessment for marketing authorization. They start at the same day, and this first part, the scoping, is when the different member states are going to define which are the questions, the PICOs, so it's questions stated as PICOs like population, intervention, comparators, and outcomes that are going to be sent to the developer. The developer then has roughly 100 days to prepare the dossier, and then the JCA subgroup will have another roughly 100 days to draft the report. And the very important thing is that at the end, we're going to have a public JCA report on this assessment that is going to be published slightly after the EPR. So now new products are going to have 2 public assessments from the European joint work. The JCA report, so of course the EPR is going to be on the benefit risk of the product, and the JCA report is going to be a scientific analysis of the health technology's relative effects, the degree of certainty we have on that effect, and of course also limitations and strength of the evidence. It is going to be pertaining exclusively the clinical domain, as we consider that non-clinical domain is only in the remit of national competent authorities. So there will be no added value judgment, no recommendations for reimbursability or definition of place in therapy. So in conclusion, what I want to say is just to thinking back at advanced therapies, we know that they have been so far indicated for rare diseases. Their mechanism of action and their characteristics made it so far that we've had mostly single-arm trials, very low number of patients enrolled, relatively short follow-ups if you consider the duration of the effect these therapies should have, and the use of surrogate endpoints. If you combine this with the exceedingly high price tags advanced therapies come with, you can understand the challenge it represents for HTA bodies to assess the added value and if their value for money. So I think that especially in this setting, the novelty that the regulation is introducing is going to be extremely relevant, as we're going to have at the JSC level an active interaction between developers, assessors, and regulators. And this is going to allow, on one side, to increase the acceptability of the research plans because they will be more shared in their design. This is also going to increase the research quality as regulators and assessors are going to set the bar high, of course, to have the best quality of evidence possible. And then at the national level, the publication of the JCA reports should allow that there's going to be more timely decisions and that are evidence-based for the evaluation of national reimbursement of these products. And in the end, we are also expecting benchmarking on the quality of evidence at the global level that is needed for informing clinical decisions. And that's it. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much for this presentation, Pia. We used to think that the HTA was really far away from innovation, but with this change with the HTA regulation and the development of the joint scientific consultation, we can see that the developers can use that since the very beginning, very early on their development. So thank you very much for bringing that information to us. From the last session, we could see that one of the main hurdles that the researchers have during their development is funding, that it was really clear from researchers, SMEs. So the next talk will be based on the funding program. Sorry, excuse me. On the EU for Health funding program, and the talk will be given by Giuseppe Simon. He's working at the European Health and Digital Executive Agency as a program manager for the EU for Health program, which was adopted as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic and to reinforce crisis preparedness in the EU. He's joining online, so the floor is yours, Giuseppe. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
So, first of all, thank you very much to Paolo, Eleonora, Maria for the invitation and have this opportunity to talk to you a little bit about the EU for Health program and about ADEA. And I think, it's very relevant that I spend few words to say who we are, because it's probably not so familiar to some of you, at least. You are used to work with EMA or with other national agencies, but probably few words needs to be spent about the executive agencies. And ADEA is, I would say, the latest executive agency established by the European Commission. We were born in 2021, so during the COVID pandemic, and it was one of the response of the European institutions to the COVID pandemic. So, but what are executive agencies? Well, actually, we work hand in hand with the European Commission. So there is a clear mandate which is given by the European Commission to the executive agencies, and it is for the implementation of the programs. So on one side, the European Commission is the body responsible for the definition and the drafting of the policy, for establishing the funds that will be used in order to implement them, and therefore also for drafting the work programs. But then the implementation of the work programs is entrusted and is delegated to the executive agencies, and as well as the management of the funded projects. So from that moment on, basically, the role is for the executive agencies. As I said, there are 6 executive agencies. ADEA is the latest one. And ADEA implements the European programs and initiatives in the fields of health, digital, food, industry, and space. So in order to do that, we work, as I said, hand in hand with the European Commission and with the different directorates generals of the European Commission. And of course, in particular, for what relates to health, we work with DG Sante and with the DG RTD. So based on the programs that we manage, the vision of ADEA is boosting Europe by building from health to space, a healthy society, a digital economy, and a competitive industry. So now what we do in practice. As said, we managed basically 5 programs from the European Commission. The one which is relevant today is, of course, health. So we manage the EU for Health program, which is, let's say, developed by DG Sante, and under Horizon Europe Cluster Health, which is managed by DG RTD. Who are the beneficiaries of the programs that we implement? Well, basically, we have the entire, I would say, spectrum of potential beneficiaries. So going from industry to research institutes, in particular for what relates to the research in health, but also national and regional and local authorities or international organizations, NGOs, and so on. I will come to that later. So the project funded and the services which are purchased through the tenders procedures by ADEA cover a wide range of let's say, topics, going again from research and innovation to knowledge sharing to manufacturing, capacity building, training, and so on. This is the budget for under the current framework, so until 2027. As you can see, well, more than half of the budget of ADEA that ADEA manages is related to health. So under both EU for Health and under Horizon Europe, the cluster health. Now, going into a little bit of detail about EU for Health and in particular about the grants, well, Compared to the previous health program, and in particular to the third health program, well, there has been obviously an increase of the budget, an unprecedented increase of the budget, and this is because, well, health became a priority under for the European Union. Which are the goals? And my colleague will come back to that later as well. For the EU for Health program, well, improve and foster the health in the Union, protect from cross-border serious threats to health, make medicines available and affordable, and strengthen the health systems. The recipients of, or let's say eligible entities of the funds under the EU for Health program are the EU 27 member states, but also associated countries, and are those which are listed here: Norway, Iceland, Ukraine, Moldova, Montenegro, and Bosnia-Herzegovina to date. We have different funding instruments by which we release those funds. We have the open calls, which can be for action grants, so the classical, I would say, calls for projects which are published on the funding and tenders portal, but also operating grants, which have as recipients the NGOs mainly. Then we also have direct grants, which are either for identified bodies. What does it mean? That it means that in the EU for Health program, in the annual work program, some bodies are identified, and therefore those are the direct recipients for those grants, which are invited then to prepare the proposals, or also member states and the national authorities of member states, and this includes also the joint actions. So I will briefly speak about some of them in a minute. The EU for Health program is a co-funding program, so it means that funds, projects are not funded 100% by the EU funds, but is a co-finance. So it means that 60% is funded through the program, while the remaining is funded by either, well, depending on the beneficiaries, so either by the private or by the national authorities. This can go up to 80% if the conditions which are on this slide are met. We work with annual work programs, so every year the Commission and DG Santé in particular prepare the annual work program for the upcoming year, and from that then we publish or we invite the beneficiaries to present the proposals. Now this morning I took some notes and some keywords from the previous speakers, and I found very interesting that for instance Kirian mentioned one of the that one of the needs is the close cooperation with patients and the patient access, and then this is something indeed which is at least somehow funded at the moment through the first two projects that you see here, UCAPA and HTA for patients, which are projects aimed at empowering the patient and also to, let's say, increase their knowledge and their involvement in HTA, and also in order to make, let's say, an empowered decision making from their side. Some other things that have been mentioned this morning, from Maria, and in particular with the results from the survey which has been run, are the opportunities for improvement. One of them is training, and in this I think that it certainly very well fits the increased net joint action, which is indeed aimed to increase capacity and competencies from the regulatory authorities. Here I would mention that there is, for instance, one of the deliverables that has been issued by the consortium, which is aimed to identify gaps, for instance, in the training curriculum of the assessors. And for instance, two of the gaps that have been identified are related to data protection and also to GCP, in particular for ATMPs. So I think that this shows or is an example of how the EU for Health program is funding and contributing also to the ATMPs. Also, and more in general, now talking about the joint actions as a funding instrument, I think that the opportunities for improvement that came out from the survey, in particular the discussion among regulators or the knowledge and information sharing, are those those type of activities that can be certainly successfully done through joint actions and through those kind of instruments and those kind of consortia. We have been listening also several times about the exemptions, about the hospital exemptions. In that respect, I would mention that there is an ongoing contract which is being run by ADEA, and it relates to a study on hospital exemption. It is meant to address the knowledge gaps regarding the implementation of hospital exemptions. There is an event which is planned for the 21st of November. So for those of you who are not aware about it, please have a look and you might be interested in joining it. So there is also another contract which is under preparation, and it is related also to somehow to improve the cooperation among regulatory agencies, and it is in particular related to the support of regulatory coherence across SOHO therapies with other legal framework. So this is currently being developed. The terms of reference for the contract are being developed by ADEA, and there will be the contract will be established soon with the contractor. In this slide, there are just a list of a few, let's say, open calls that we have currently published on the funding and tenders portal. Well, of course, not some of them, or perhaps all of them, are not really, let's say, focusing on ATMPs, but it is just to show where information can be found. And obviously, the invitation is to look at the annual work programs which are released by the European Commission every year, and look on the funding and tenders portal, because you may find interesting calls and interesting opportunities for funding. So this is the basically the page of the funding and tenders portal, and here there are some links to reach us, so to reach ADEA, to reach also directly via email my unit, which is in implementing the EU4Health program and the grants under the EU4Health program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giuseppe, for this very nice overview, and it's so nice to see that aside, of course, investors funding, there are quite some public funding available from the European Commission to support innovation in Europe. So I hope you all made some notes and photos of the useful links. So our next speaker will be Anna Pia. I will not try to pronounce your surname. I think you will beat me in its complexity. Anna will talk about the update about the Horizon Europe funding program on ATMPs. And she works as a policy officer at the Drafting Group Research and Innovation of the European Commission since 2017. So she has already quite, very wide experience in this area. So Anna Pia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you for the invitation to be here. I will complement, I think, the presentation that was given by Giuseppe to focus more on the research and innovation side. So this is just a very global overview of the structure of Horizon Europe. As you can see, it has quite a substantial budget attached to it, and it is essentially divided into 3 pillars. And I think that it is quite important to know that this structure reflects the type of activities that is sought out under the different pillars. So the first pillar is really looking at bottom-up fundamental or frontier research, and I think the ERC is one of the flagships under there, but also the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions are really important in one of the elements that was mentioned earlier this morning, which is skills and training of personnel. So I really think that we can't underestimate how much funding has gone into the ATMP landscape in Europe through the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions. And of course, research infrastructures. The third pillar is kind of the innovation part of the program, and there we see that it's not only EIT, but also the new kid on the block, which is the EIC, and I will mention it specifically later. And the middle pillar is what is traditionally the collaborative research part of the program, and these are large-scale projects, often around 10 million, looking at funding a group of researchers who need to work together to attain a greater goal than they could do individually. So one of the things that I want to mention here is the European research area. And this morning there was a mention that in order for the EU to be competitive, we need to have a strategy and we need to have funding. And funding is important, very important, but I can't emphasize how important it is to make also a plea to your national member states to also have a strategy and have funding, because EU money can only do so much and should be, I think, earmarked for the things that need to be done across Europe. So please, call out for that too. Okay, so just a little slide here to tell you that the European Research and Innovation Framework Programme has been around for 40 years. It's a well-established framework programme and, over time has evolved. Perhaps sometimes to a more complex system, but we hope that the evolution will become more simple in the future. But there are many wonderful projects, and you can, actually the link's not here, but there is a website which describes a lot of the types of activities that have been funded and the success stories. So I will focus just a little bit on what we funded in the past, and this is really to give you a flavor with regards to ATMPs. The Commission has invested substantial amounts of money through the collaborative research part of the program, looking at ATMP development, and this goes back to FP6. So, along the realms of about 60 projects per framework program and around 300 to 350 million. I will just mention two things. One is that specific calls have targeted specific parts of the development pipeline, but really we've tried to cover all of it. And to mention the projects that were funded under Horizon 2020 really suffered because of the COVID pandemic. And we see that they incurred quite a few delays, but hopefully we've still managed to achieve some of the impact that was intended under that framework program. For Horizon Europe, well, we've got already about 225 million euros that have been invested up until 2024, and we're only halfway through. These are projects that have been funded under Pillar 2, so not including the ones under the EIC, not including the ones under ERC. So really, I think this is a very big field of interest for us, and we still have three more years to go. So I just want to give you a couple of lessons that we learned following the projects that we funded in H2020, because there were 4 consecutive years of funding projects that were going to undertake clinical research. And so what we saw is that many of our consortia really struggled to embark on this journey. And part of it was because they didn't fully grasp the regulatory landscape and the regulatory requirements that they had to abide by, jumping from preclinical to clinical settings. And here is a list of them. I'm not going to go through it, but really we also saw that the clinical trial design was such a key component to whether they were able to achieve a successful outcome in the end. And by successful outcome, I'm actually just referring to completing the study. So, it's a long journey, and people need to be aware that if you want to embark on this, you really need to take it quite seriously. So a couple of success stories. I'm doing them just to illustrate a little bit the types of work that has been funded by the program. This is a project that actually looked at CAR T cells. I think the slide describes it all, but one of the messages that I want to give from putting the slide up is that this project supported Selectis, a company that then went on to receive also EIB funding. And I think that that's kind of important to illustrate that the EU has tried to develop tools to cater to all the different elements that are needed. If you don't know what you want, where you need to go for support for what it is that you want to do, there are national contact points, and we are also here to talk and to help you figure out where you can go for more support. Another project that we funded is the EuroGCT consortium. This consortium is aiming at providing not only information on how to carry out research, whether it's preclinical, clinical, or manufacturing for ATMPs in Europe, but also has helped try and reach out to patients on what type of work is happening in a clinical setting in Europe, and also to help us with the public acceptance of certain technologies that these products are using. So a very different type of grant, but also quite equally important in the debates going around ATMPs. Finally, there's the 2T2 Evolve project, and here what I wanted to flag is that it is funded under the Innovative Health Initiative. This is our public-private partnership, so this is where it's a joint undertaking where industry has to co-invest as well into these projects, and I think that they are doing some very interesting work, particularly in creating the dialogue also with the EMA on types of novel approaches that could be adopted in the regulatory space. Lots of information on the slides. I'm sure you'll be sharing them. Okay, so what's new in terms of the funding landscape? Well, STEP is a regulation that came into force in February. It's the Strategic Technologies for Europe platform, and you'll probably be thinking, well, what has that got to do with ATMPs? But actually, under the economic security strategy, biotechnology was identified as a critical technology for Europe, and this is very important because this is the umbrella policy push that is needed to support the field of ATMPs. Why I think I want to mention it is because it has under its power the ability to repurpose financing across 11 existing programs that we have, and to bring all that information under one portal. So you can go to this link, you can click biotechnology, and you can see what kind of funding opportunities exist under the 11 different programs, which includes EDF, Horizon Europe, EU for Health, Invest EU, and see what exactly you can apply for. An interesting feature of this regulation is that STEP identified calls will give seals of sort of approval on projects that didn't quite get funding but were deemed excellent. And with this, you can then go to other funded programs and sort of bypass the selection process and get additional support. So I think that it's a novelty, and it's something very important for the field. EIC is also the last thing I'll mention. They have a substantial portfolio on cell and gene therapies, as you can see, and half the portfolio is dealing with health. So they are really focusing quite heavily on health research and innovation. Sorry, this slide has many different bits, but here you can see that there are three particular instruments that they have at their disposal, the Pathfinder, the Transition, and the Accelerator, and they cater to consortia as well, but also to individuals at the Accelerator stage. The important thing here is that it's blended finance. So for the Accelerator, not only do you get a grant, but you can also get equity through the EIC fund that's managed by the EIB. They provide business accelerator services, so there's really a lot of complementary activities that they provide which can help you in your product development. And finally, I just want to mention that there was a communication published by the Commission in March on biotechnology and biomanufacturing. It's a cross-sectorial policy paper, but I think it's really important also for the health biotechnology approach. It is a communication that basically summarizes the current challenges and barriers that ATMP developers, but also generally biotechnology and biomanufacturing face. And it provides about 20 follow-up actions that the Commission basically commits to doing. I think it's a very nice communication. We've worked quite extensively on it, and I think it does show where we want to go in this new Commission in this field. And This is the last slide, I promise. It's about a summary of all the different activities that were promised under this communication. And I think what is very interesting is, of course, the Biotech Hub. This is a one-stop shop which will help guide companies and hopefully also academic developers in understanding the regulatory elements and processes, and also assisting them with how to scale up their innovations, and of course more dedicated funding. And I think that, as was mentioned earlier, this is a little bit the reflections that we're having. Strategy and access to finance are really important elements that will help move the field forward. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this comprehensive overview about the funding programs really related with the ATMPs researchers. And thank you very much for all the speakers, the ones that you are here and online as well. Thank you so much for your great presentations, for being very clear, very comprehensive, as well as on time. That is really difficult, and you did really well and managed really grateful. So thank you for that. Now we want to give the floor to you and ask if you have any questions. Yes, Gonzalo?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Do we have...
We'll bring the microphone, yeah, please, thank you.
Thank you, it's working. I'm Gonzalo Calvo from Barcelona, and I have first, congratulations for the presentations. They have been really informative, all of you. Even the one online was very informative. I have a simple question because I am a simple-minded person. But I have some experience as regulator and also some experience less as HTA collaborators in Spain. And I would say that in the past, at least in Spain, there was an unstoppable tendency, I would say, an unstoppable temptation for the HTA to reassess the benefit risk of a drug. And not with the exact words, the benefit risk is negative, but okay, the effect is there, but it's modest, or the safety is worrying, so that in a way the conclusion would not be the benefit risk is negative, but we think that it is not worth the effect that we observe with the... And I hope this is not going to happen anymore with this joint project. I mean, I would like Pia to extend very nice presentation, to extend a little bit how you are coordinating yourself in order to assess the issue that you are supposed to assess, and the CHMP or the EMA relevant committee to assess what they are supposed to assess, and not reassessing, because at the end maybe ending up in a catastrophe that you have divergent positions in the benefit risk, and nothing would not be good news for the new system. I can tell that unfortunately will be one of the people that will go for the first time to this HTA assessment. We are scared, I can tell you.
Okay, so I would try not to be scared. I would try to be positive. Yeah, well, why? So yeah, this is on. The HTA is not going to reassess the benefit risk, of course. The main difference is that it's going to be a comparative assessment, and they're going to happen in parallel. So while the CHMP is going to evaluate the benefit risk, then the JCA subgroup is going to assess the responses to the PICOs. So it's going to be set in a way, the question to the developer will be, what's your population? The intervention we know, of course, is going to be your product. What is your comparator? Well, I'm sorry, maybe it's the other way around. The member states are going to say, for us, the relevant comparator should be this. The relevant outcome should be this, and we expect the population to be that. This is the question, S, because it might be more than one, that are going to be posed to the developers, and the developers will answer, and those answers will be assessed. So I don't really see in this framework a possible duplication of the benefit risk assessment. I don't know if I was...
Okay.
Yeah, we had a question at the back. Yeah,
Alessandro Aiuti. I have a comment which I think that the effort from the EMA national competent authorities to create this ecosystem helping developers, I think is really great. I have to say that many academic stakeholders have concern about the future cut abolishment because it gives really the opportunity to developers to interact with experts, with scientists. So I was wondering whether there will be any effort to maintain a group which has a point of contact, which has different views joined together from quality, non-clinical, clinical aspect, and aligning on views between different national competent authorities, also helping to nurture the training of evaluators and assessors. That's sort of a comment. I don't know if you want to answer, but yes.
Maybe.
I'm sorry. Valentina, right? And I didn't understand who was the question.
So I don't think, yeah, indeed, I was seeing Ilona's face while hearing the comment is true. I don't think that the expertise will disappear. We still don't know how it will be structured. So I really cannot give a comment. You can.
Please, do we have a microphone to give?
Yes, hello. I'm Lina Kofokotsu from the European Commission, DG Sante, and I'm actively involved in the negotiations of the pharma proposal, including the new EMA governance, as we like to call this cluster. The proposal to keep only CHMP and PRAC is guided by the idea that CHMP is the is the main scientific committee, but the committee will keep a pool of experts, including on advanced therapies. Right now, what you mentioned, to keep the expertise as a working party or a different structure, is a matter of negotiations. And at the negotiations, member states have the most of the power. So always the decision-making process in Europe is when there is a majority of member states supporting something, then the member state who presides, who has the presidency, right now it's the Hungarian presidency, they are proposing a compromise text with amendments. But the condition is that it must be a strong voice from member states. Thank you.
Thank you. Reassuring words. We have a question from the audience. Yeah.
Thank you. Compliments for all the presentations. I'm Maria Luisa Nolli from Europa Bio and Assobiotech. I think that for my work experience, as soon as you start evaluating HTA in the process, and I agree with you, it's beneficial for all the steps of this long journey. That's one thing. And the other one is that HTA at early, evaluating HTA at early steps of this journey is strictly related with the manufacturing process. And manufacturing process is not only to produce cells. We are, of course, the final product are cells and not a small molecule or a macromolecule like monoclonal antibodies, but is to find new tools to simplify the process and adapt to the physiology of cells. Because T lymphocytes are not like stem cells, and other type of cells or NK. So I think that this is manufacturing, the strength to manufacturing has to take this into consideration, because we have to, in order to save costs in manufacturing, we have to simplify processes and find new tools for bioreactor and so on that are related. Could you comment? Thank you.
Other speakers want to comment, or from the audience, anyone?
Well, I can just to complement a little bit what you're saying, which is, I think we are aware that this is something that needs to be addressed. Our funding opportunities under 2025 are not yet public. And I think that a lot of elements that were discussed today, whether it be clinical trials, whether it be manufacturing, are things that we are hopefully going to be able to provide some kind of opportunities for.
Thank you very much. Maybe, I have a small question from my own side. I think it's for Anna Pia also and Giuseppe maybe. With respect to the funding proposals, submitted to you, you highlighted that one of the challenges, or at least lessons learned that you see, is that sometimes regulatory standards are not up to standards, let's say, from some clinical trials applications or proposals. And obviously researchers, especially academic researchers, need some guidance in that. But a lot of these tools also require funding. Yeah, they are not for free for many, also national scientific advices, for example, or the AMA, not all scientific advices for academia are for free, only for orphan medicines. So how to balance it? So when to ask, because you also want to be already, in a good shape when you ask for funding, but on the other hand, you need the funding to come in shape, let's say, yeah.
Yeah, so first of all, I would really like to emphasize that we did have regulatory expertise on our panels. I mean, so these were, when experts were evaluating proposals, that was an element that was looked into, but I think it's more in the doing. So it was more that the researchers involved in the projects underestimated. So the standards were there in the end, but they didn't realize what they would need to do to get to those standards. I think throughout those 4 years, what we saw was a gradual inclusion of networks to help them with attaining that regulatory sort of criteria. So we had ECRA in a lot of projects, some of the infrastructures, EATRIS helping them. But I mean, it's for the consortium themselves to bring together the relevant expertise. And if they didn't have that expertise, they could have brought that in. One other thing that I wanted to cover is that Horizon Europe and already then H2020 funding allows for scientific advice for academic developers to be covered. So if a consortium went to the EMA and needed to have those costs covered, the grant would allow that. And we always encouraged that to happen. But I think, honestly, that sometimes academic researchers in particular are a little scared of you as regulators. And that barrier over there, though we gave them lots of tools, was a difficult one to overcome. But I think it's getting better.
Thank you. I hope you all see that we are very sweet and not, you shouldn't be so very scared of regulators. So Johanna will get some questions from Slido.
Yeah, we'll get the first one. It will be for Valentina and for Eleonora. So what would be the advantage of getting an early meeting at EMA level compared to the national scientific advice that will, I'm sure it's meaning the innovation through the innovation office. Isn't it better to hear the national competent authority opinion for the clinical trial application? Yeah.
Okay, so I can get a start here. For us, it really depends on the type of questions you have, at which stage the applicant is. Also, I speak on behalf of the Innovation Task Force. We try to be an early point of contact and to triage the request to the best support available. So it happened that applicants send a request form and then they only ask questions related to a clinical trial application. In that case, we will be referring the developer to a national advice mechanism because, as most of you know, the EMA does not approve clinical trials. it's not a matter of competition between national and central level. We also know that some applicants, academic researchers or companies can be more comfortable at the beginning to start at the national level and then scaling up to EMA. Maybe if I can highlight one advantage of having, for example, an ITF briefing meeting is that you will have the chance to discuss your development with several experts across Europe. So you will have a more, let's say, integrated view. Of course, experts will share their personal opinion, so it does not represent the national agency they work with, but you will have the chance to hear like different point of views in one meeting. So then, I don't know if Eleonora, you want to complement?
Yes, I will. Of course, for the national specific questions, you should come to your national scientific advice, or in the early stage of development, you should come to innovation office to have the innovation meeting, because it's the opportunity to discuss and have support regarding national issues related concerning to your development. So, but as Valentina said, there is no competition, there is dialogue, there is collaboration. So as soon as later we are referring to the network to improve and give the entire support that you need to develop medicinal product technologies or methodologies across the network. So as I said in my talk, really, all the activities we perform are informative and complement to the other European activities. So, yeah, we are there from national, but also for European. So it's matter regarding scientific advice or innovation meeting. It's just matter of the stage of your development. So if you are starting a development, innovation meeting is something that you look for having support. But I would say stay tuned, because Innovation Network will release soon, in the next months, a guidance to give you more information about which kind of tools you should apply for. It will be an overview, but hopefully helpful to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to ask the last one, round table, and you will answer any of you that you want to comment on this. It's with the European Union facing a competitive lag compared to the US and China. What new or different approaches will drive impact in restoring the US competitiveness? So I don't know who wants to start.
It can be from funding perspective, it can be from HTA reimbursement perspective, from assessment perspective. So I don't know if any of the panel members want to comment now, or anyone from the audience.
You know, I'm a perpetual volunteer, so I will come up. No, I mean, it is concerning. I think it would be sort of wrong for us not to say that it's concerning, but I think we all have a role to play, and I think in terms of the regulatory landscape, it is quite complex at the moment and difficult to navigate, but the pharma package is aimed at facilitating that. I mean, that's the intention. I know there's a lot of debate, but that was the intention, and something needs to happen, because, you know, clinical trial regulation is also complicated. I think we can't deny that. That's affecting the number of clinical trials that are taking place. But there are activities around improving that. The HTA should also help access to finance. We know that it's difficult to get venture capitalist investment in Europe, but we're working on that. The EIC has created a trusted investors network so that, you know, it's faster. And ultimately, we maybe need to become more risk takers in Europe. I think that that's really something that we have to accept, and that means in all aspects. So that also means for companies and developers to stay in Europe rather than to go somewhere else. So that's all I have to add.
To accept uncertainty, I like that. Yeah. Anyone else wants to comment? No? I think it's also will be maybe a topic for roundtable discussion later on, because it's really important that we will keep innovation also in Europe, and will will keep up with it as well. So to close the session, I think, well, during this session, we had a very nice overview of all the tools available. There are quite some listing of the tools available. Obviously, you cannot keep all it in your head and know where exactly to go, but you should be assured there are contact points, yeah, at NCA levels, at the EMA levels, at the European Commission levels, that you just can knock the door and we will help you there further. And yeah, we will not stand further between you and lunch. So I would wish you bon appetit, and we will resume at 2 o'clock.
Wait.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, to overcome our postprandial fatigue, you are in for a special treat now. We have discussed a lot of examples in the morning of challenges, and now we want to look forward as well and highlight opportunities and how we will drive the future of a successful European healthcare system. So who can do this better than Tony Humphreys, who used to be my line manager for quite a couple of years, and will deliver a lecture about how the EU innovation ecosystem can be enhanced. He is very well known to European regulators and was involved in driving EU strategies within the last 2 decades. So it's a pleasure, really, Tony, to have you here. Thank you very much. Looking forward to your talk.
Thanks very much for that, Falk. And if we can maybe just have the presentation come up, that would be good. Or am I in charge of it myself? I probably am. I have to start, of course, to thank the organizers of this event. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I've enjoyed the morning tremendously, and I know the rest of the afternoon will be wonderful. So you have to survive me for the next 20 minutes or so. Let's see how that goes. In particular, I do want to thank Eleanor Agricola and Paolo Foggi for giving me the direct invitation. It's always a pleasure to come here in Rome. And they set me the question together with Falk. They said how to concretely make regulators impactful in translating innovation into successful medicinal products. So that's quite something to sort of digest. And really, and we've heard a lot about that in quite some detail in the earlier morning sessions. And I suppose what are you going to get out of me in the next while is really a personal perspective on how do we as a regulatory system in Europe, respond to this perpetual challenge. And the focus I'll have, simply because it's my background, is on the regulatory system, the regulatory response. But I'm very aware that for a true innovative ecosystem, you need the other elements that we've heard about this morning. You need the financial elements, both the seed sort of research coming from Horizon Europe, the sort of translational funding. You need the sort of access to the venture capital, and then the follow-on sort of investments. That's on the finance side. And we already heard, and even from the academic developers, the importance of intellectual property protection. And both of those areas would deserve, a conference in itself in how do we make it all work together. But I will just limit myself on the regulatory aspect, and if you'll forgive me, I'll take a rather long-term view on this with a sort of 30-year perspective, but I'll get to the immediate future in the end. Okay. I did the origins of our system, and it's very interesting to sort of hear, Pharma Industria saying, the importance of a biotech sector, even the Commission representative talking about a sort of a biotech type regulation. The origins of the centralized system absolutely was to establish a community authorization procedure for technologically advanced medicinal products, and in particular those derived from an EU biotech industry. So we've had an EU biotech industry, 70s, 80s, and it's doing very, very well. And there's no doubt, from this morning you might have the impression that it's in decline, and that's actually not the case. A lot of metrics show growth. The matter is there are other regions of the world equally growing and growing faster, and that's North America and indeed the rise of China, which is inexorable. But there's no doubt that we have a very successful industry base in Europe, and we need to grow it and facilitate it. Okay. Also, again, just looking back on the long view, we have, as regulators, put in a systematic extension of this stimulus to innovation. And it started off with the orphan medicinal products. And of course, we all know the challenges of rare disease, etc. And what better products are gene and cell therapies to try to address those specific challenges. And we are seeing them progressing through the pipelines now. So these are long-term investments. We had the enlargement of Europe, a big bang, making us a massive sort of, life science pharmaceutical market, 2004. And biotech products were considered so important that we had a mandatory scope of all of these different indications, and particularly for those biotech products, because to not allow an industry to somehow cherry pick Europe as a market, so they couldn't just pick sort of high value markets that they would see, they'd have to apply centrally, and conceptually that product then becomes accessible to all. We all know the story downstream from that, but that was at least the hope in the beginning, the vision. We then also had the pediatric medicinal products, and that was a little bit of a carrot and a stick, but it was essentially, obliging the industry to consider the needs of pediatrics and combining rewards with regards to those obligations, and in particular also encouraging, and it's interesting maybe in the discussion to come back to it, translating off-label uses to on-label uses, particularly in the pediatric area, and coming up with age-appropriate formulations, etc. Along comes the advanced therapy medicinal products, and I know, Falk, you said that was like a first in the world at its time, 2007, 2009, maybe when we had the first meeting, and Kieran Breen covered that very well this morning. And of course, we had the identification of the hospital exemption route in addition to then the more industrial processes and the promise that we saw coming through the pipeline there. You might be surprised that I would present the pharmacovigilance legislation as a stimulus to innovation, but I see it in the sense that it allows the life cycle management of products. And we all know, and particularly with the HTA colleagues and pricing and assessor authorities downstream, what are the long-term benefits, what are the long-term outcomes of these products? And we really need to be able to answer that with real-world evidence, and the pharmacovig framework allows us to do that. And then, certainly not the final thing, but along the way, along comes the clinical trial regulation. And again, we hear, very negative perspectives on the state of clinical trials, the health of clinical trials in Europe. But we really should advance the case, the positive, the more optimistic case, in that we really do have a world-class research community here in Europe with massive experience in conducting very high-quality clinical trials. We have an evolving regulatory environment that facilitates that conduct. The clinical trial regulation in itself only entered into force because of the database linkage 2022-2023. So we're really just getting to grips to what the consequences of that are, and whether or not then we can reverse the long-term trend of a relative decline in clinical trials in Europe vis-a-vis other regions, North America and then Asia Pacific as well. And we also have this ability, and back to Paolo Foggi and the colleagues and all of the Eleanor and the National Innovative Networks, to get innovative clinical trial design advice. So this really is the positive case for Europe, building on the physicians, the professionals, the pharmacists, the healthcare systems. In addition, then, that translates that then into an accelerating clinical trials initiative in Europe, and this is very much a joint initiative by the HMA, the Commission, and we really, with that sort of leadership and with that push behind, we really can deliver a change in this area and judge us on the metric, judge us on the outcome about reversing that decline in the number of trials conducted. Personally, I'm actually very confident that that is possible to do, and certainly all of the key actors are aligned to make that happen. No pressure on the chair, of which we had earlier on just before lunch, Marion Lunser. It's not a personal responsibility, but you're certainly one of the key leadership to make that happen. One other thing I wanted to talk about, because along with that sort of stimulus to innovation, there was the whole revision of the whole medical device framework, etc., going along. It chucked out diagnostics, medical device regulation around about 2017. And we have a certain exposure to that, and certainly ATMPs were always seen as a best case or of the ability to utilize device, diagnostic, and digital with regards to healthcare outcomes.
And suffice to say, although we don't have an integrated framework necessarily at the European level, in many of the member states, certainly the enlightened ones, there is an integration of that authority, and there's certainly a willingness amongst the system to actually make this work. So this is certainly a long-held ambition that we have, and I believe I'll pick it up again within the review, but it's certainly something that we are open to try to make happen, and certainly structures that you've heard, all of those support structures that you've heard about this morning are part of making that happen. Okay. I think we heard from the pharma industry colleague that we needed a strategy in Europe, and that's absolutely the case. If you don't plan, how do you know if you're ever going to arrive anywhere? How do you know, are you ever going to move the needle on anything? So we have quite a few strategies in Europe in trying to foster an innovative development ecosystem. And it would be remiss of me if I don't point out Guido Rassi there, who's in the front in this meeting, that he was the inspiration and the vision behind the regulatory science strategy to 25, which then fed into the network strategy, which then fed into the pharmaceutical strategy. There's no doubt about that. And then on the flip side of that, there was also the engagement with strategic research and innovation, and particularly an opening up, certainly at the agency and the network, to the collaboration with the academic sector. So I wanted to talk about the latest strategy. It was just mentioned, they have actually extended the strategy now to 28. One of the reasons they have gone on for 28 and not a 5-year extension is to allow space essentially for the pharmaceutical review, which is going to drop in, you could estimate around that 28, 29 time period. If you look at what's in that strategy about accelerating the translation of innovation to therapy, so the innovation side of things, what do you find? You have the promotion of integration of science and technology in medicine's development. You have fostering the generation of high quality and impactful evidence. And you also have promoting the stakeholders' cooperation. And these are all fine words, and in fact, you'll find them in many strategy documents over the years, but judge the words by the reality on which they're being delivered. What gets delivered, how are they getting delivered? And certainly structures like the EU Innovation Network, structures like the Borderline Classification Group, they're actually key, and structures like the CTCG, Clinical Trial Coordination Group, are actually key to making these sort of ambitions happen. And I want to just briefly touch on two sort of hot topics that are coming out of this extension strategy to 28. So the first of those is artificial intelligence. I actually haven't heard too much about artificial intelligence up to lunchtime today, so I was just wondering who was going to actually raise it. And in talking about artificial intelligence, you need to sort of ask the question, well, you know, what are we talking about? Are we talking about machine learning? Are we talking about large language models? Are we talking about neural networks? Are we talking about something else? And in the reality is, we're talking about all of those things. I mean, it's been absolutely brought to the fore by the release of the ChatGPT back in 2022, but it's caused major reaction, not just in our sector, but across the board. What has been our regulatory response? In Europe, we dropped out a 5-year multi-annual AI work plan. That's under the sort of leadership of the Big Data Steering Group, because, you know, big data was indeed very hot topic, identified even 10, 15 years ago, real-world evidence and the digitalization of healthcare records. And in parallel with us here in Europe, FDA have also dropped out a discussion paper on AI and machine learning in the development of drugs and biologicals. And it's very important that we as regulators give these signals that we are open to the adoption of these technologies. And whether you're a skeptic about AI and think it's all hype, or whether you're a believer in AI and it really is ground changing, the reality is, and this is based on FDA figures, 85% of NDA submissions contain elements of AI right across the life cycle. And that's the stuff that was declared by the companies. We know in the drug discovery setting, there are AI biotech first only companies, and that's not even declared necessarily to the regulator. And it's up to us then to engage with all of those use cases and try to provide some sort of regulatory certainty as to when they land. The other thing that we covered this morning, we had a very interesting presentation. I was busy with my camera, even though I'm always assured that we're going to get the slides afterwards, but everybody else also does the same, is the health technology assessment. And guys, that's why maybe I started with the history, the origin of the centralized procedure, because back in the day, we thought naively that was going to solve the access problem in Europe. But sadly, guys, it doesn't. And is this health technology, the way it's currently framed, is that going to solve? It's a part of the jigsaw. And to be honest, and I really have a lot of sympathy for those expert colleagues in that area, they will have to come together. It's a bit like what Gonzalo raised in the question, to sort of converge their working practices. And again, it reminds me of the early days then of the centralized procedure, because it's not a given, but in the end we made it work, and there's no reason whatsoever why this can't be made to work. It is a world first, guys. So again, we're doing something to enable the access in a world first type of design. I want to finish, and you'll be glad to share that I'm heading towards a finish, is with the review. And again, it was touched on this morning, and maybe the overarching question, that was asked in the last session about how do you improve EU competitiveness, making us compete with North America, Asia Pacific. This is the diagnostic problem statement from the Commission that underpins essentially the review. The medical needs of patients aren't sufficiently met. The affordability is a challenge for the health systems. We had the excellent discussion then with the academic developers vis-a-vis maybe then what the industry will do with the field of advanced therapies. Unequal access, we all know the story there. And in fact, the fact that pharmaceutical products have potentially negative impacts on the environment. The last one I shouldn't ignore because I was intimately involved myself. The system doesn't sufficiently cater for innovation, so the demand is inexhaustible despite all of the wonderful tools that we just talked about before lunch. And we do create unnecessary administrative burden. So actually, do we need to borrow Elon Musk from President Trump when he gets into power and ask him to go cutting red tape? And that's just maybe a crazy idea, which you can edit out of the tape later, maybe, yeah? Okay. So, but let's just quickly look at these incentives. I've carved out the incentives for innovation, just personally, you can do your own carve out. One is the infamous data exclusivity and the fact that this is being curtailed, but the fact that it's being given back for additional indications, comparative clinical trials, high unmet medical need, and market launch. And here, of course, we see a complete overlap with sort of HTA type ambitions downstream. I call this shifting the elephant because it really is. And it's not by accident that there's a vast clustering of all the development on oncology, immunology, and there are vast areas of therapeutic areas that are unmet. And guys, Professor Locatelli said this morning, some of my products are saving lives, guys, and it's not a nice choice. If there isn't the economic imperative that's going to drive a private developer to do something, isn't it good that we have an alternative mechanism to somehow address that, ergo the discussion hospital exemption? But also then, there's other elements there on pre-authorization support, faster authorization, and even earlier market entry of generics and biosimilar medicines. And with the CAT chair there sitting beside the CTCG chair, I want to throw the challenge. Do you believe biosimilar ATMPs are possible? I will give you the presumed answer. She's nodding her head, so I'm happy she says that. People say... Not yet. Not yet, but it's coming. But people say gene therapy probably easier than cell therapy. So let's see. But I mean, without a doubt, we need a biosimilar chaser because that keeps the brand, that keeps the motivation for the brand to innovate up. It's applied in the classical generics market. No reason why it shouldn't work in biosimilars. On the streamlined regulatory framework, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that because otherwise the chair is going to shoot me dead. Faster authorization is pretty fast. And to some extent, when we introduced the system back in 95, 6 months, 7 months was pretty fast on the active clock stop. Maybe, without a doubt, benchmarking with other regions in the world, we've lost ability to compete. And Commission is putting it down to say 6 month standard and essentially 150 days. What's that in... That's God, I can't even do my maths on the 4 months. 4 months if it's accelerated, and there's also room if you look there on the streamlined regulatory repurposing data analysis of evidence for not-for-profit entities. So this is the third way, and there's a lot of interest in making this third way happen. We have the current ATMP pilot, which I believe you'll hear about. You've already heard about, and maybe you'll hear some case studies later on. On the development support, I won't spend a lot of time. Scientific advice has already been wonderfully presented by Valentina and others before the break. But the fact that there is this basis for us to deal with SOHO, the HTA pairs, all those interface areas, will be, so long as it survives the co-decision process, will be in the legislation. Prime will be in the legislation. Phased review will be in the legislation, building on the experience with regards to the pandemic. And this idea of regulatory sandboxes, nobody really knows how regulatory sandboxes are going to play out, but that's the idea behind a regulatory sandbox. If you know, then you don't need the sandbox, you know? And so let's at least have it. I mean, otherwise I'll be very upset, you know? Yeah. Novel types of applications, platform marketing authorizations, that was referred to as an explicit request. I think it was Alexander Natz was actually talking about that. We are very supportive of that as well. And particularly that point about you cannot take an MA for 1 to 2 patients. It's economically not viable. So we need some sort of new licensing tool. Hey guys, we innovated a core platform for swine flu back in the noughties, so I don't see why we can't do it here. Temporary emergency marketing use, conditional is alive and well, and hospital exemption for ATMPs is alive and well. Good luck with the discussion with the commissions next week. So this is my last slide. You'll be happy to hear, Chair. The EC review tries to advance, and I believe we as a network system are behind that because, you know, the EC did a massive amount of stakeholder consultation, certainly listened to us as regulators as well. One, we want to attract pharmaceutical R&D by providing a future-proof, stable legal framework and a favourable regulatory environment. That's all. The mood music is very good. I always find stable and future-proof a little bit of a tension. How can something be stable if the bloody thing is moving so fast, you know? But relative, you know, islands of stability in a sea of change, yeah? We want to boost the regulatory support. This is what an occasion like this, and it's wonderful that the IFA colleagues have made this happen together with the other members of the network and we're hosted here. We really do. I was struck by the survey that Martha had saying, these guys don't even know we exist. They don't know the tools we have, you know, that sort of low level. Who are they, you know? And the fact that regulators are terrifying, you know, I might be a little terrifying. The wonderful panels we've had before are less terrifying. The more targeted incentive framework, I mean, this obviously, you know, the brand industry, if you listen to them, this is the death of the pharmaceutical industry in Europe. 35 years ago, the EPAR was going to be the death of the pharmaceutical industry in Europe. It's in rude health, frankly speaking. We'd like it to be in ruder health, but let's see how that plays out. But to shift the elephant, to get development into unmet medical needs, that has got to be a legitimate ambition, so let's have a discussion about that. And why would we have a problem about boosting innovation through an efficient and a simplified regulatory framework? And yeah, guys, AI will enable a lot more efficient processes. That is transsectoral, and we're looking at it inside inside the agency. I have to remind myself where I am at the moment, and I'm not looking at it personally anymore, but it definitely can help us deliver. So with that, I will thank you very much, and hopefully I've convinced that we have done, you know, we really are seriously committed to try to enable innovation in Europe so that we do have a thriving biotech and a thriving ATMP scene going forward into the future. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Tony. Inspiring. And as you can see, the future looks bright. So there are opportunities to look forward to. So it's my pleasure to announce the next session, session 3, Hot Topics, Opportunities for Improvement. And the two chairs, Marian Pasmuji and Concetta Guitardelli, please come forward and proceed with the session. Thank you.
So it's my pleasure, so Marion Pasmoy, and it's my pleasure to introduce together with Concetta Quintarelli this session. So I'm heading the science department, that's the Dutch Medicines Agency, and I'm also a member of the EU Innovation Network. And it's about hot topics, also challenging topics, and it's also a bit of a challenging session because we have 3 10-minute presentations and 10 minutes for discussion. But we aim to stick to the time so we don't get into the coffee break. So the topics will be on genetically modified organism framework, combined developments, and also the hospital exemption. And several of these topics were already mentioned before in the presentation of Maria, but also in other presentations. So it's really topics that are good to discuss in detail. I just want to mention for the Slido, I'm not sure if it's posted, so the code, and you can ask questions during the, also online, questions during the presentations, and then we can feed into the session later on. And then I would like to give the word to my co-chair.
Thank you very much, Marian. So let's welcome the first speaker, that is the colleague Claire Benieux. She holds a PhD biology and works on as a non-clinical assessor for Belgian Federal Agency for Medicinal Health Products, and she's a member of the Committee for Advanced Therapy. And she has 10 minutes to speak about the GMO framework. I don't know how you will do, so please, Claire.
I will do it in 10 minutes, I hope. Why about talking about the GMO framework? Because of course, many of the ATMPs are GMOs, and so are submitted to the GMO laws, which are the same as for any genetically modified organism, like plants, for example. So the GMO frameworks, which applies to ATMPs, is double. So there are two directives. One directive on the contained use of GMOs. Contained use, it means that some specific measures allow to avoid contact of the GMO with the environment. And the second directive is the directive on the deliberate release, is when you don't have these measures, or you cannot have these measures to avoid completely the release into the environment, and that we can consider that there is a risk. And for example, it's a patient treated with a viral vector that sheds this viral vector in its fluids and can expose people around in and the environment to this product. So this framework was not developed specifically for medicinal products. The medicinal products concerned are, for example, the vaccines, but also include the gene therapy medicinal products. So both the viral vectors and the genetically modified cells are considered as organisms by the GMO authorities. So this compliance to this GMO framework is a legal requirement because it's set in two directives. It has given rise to different national laws in each member states. And it also should be noted that this risk are assessed differently during the development, because then it's the national competent authorities for the clinical trials who assess the products under their law, and at marketing authorization, where the risk is assessed in a centralized way. So this is to show how Europe has applied the two different directives. So you have in blue the deliberate release, and in red the contained use. But then you have also countries using both directives, both together, both separately, some having other frameworks, and some for which we have no information. But you see with the panel of color that it's a very complex regulatory environment, and especially as a lot of gene therapy products are also orphan products that need to be developed very often across borders, it means that applicants have to apply for the clinical trials, but also multiple times for these GMO authorizations in all of the different concerned member states. So in each country, usually it's a different competent authority that assesses this risk. It's not the medicine product competent authority. They have all different procedures with different requirements and different timelines. And just to illustrate how complex it can be, this is the assessment in Belgium. In Belgium, we are a federal state with 3 regions, and they all have their own rules, which means when you submit a document under contained use, you have an answer, a response at 45 days in 2 regions, but for the Walsh region, you need to wait until day 140. For the deliberate release, it's more centralized, it's 90 days, but it was still an issue to us in many circumstances. It has been an issue during Corona, because you see our assessment time in Belgium for a clinical trial is an average of 45 days, 45 to 58 days, which was much shorter than the decision for the GMO. But in time of Corona, we accelerated this assessment in 4 calendar days, but it was impossible to do for the GMO framework because they don't have any emergency procedure and could not adapt to our timelines. There had to be an exemption, but we also had problems also before, even for other products, for vaccines, where for the Thailand's when there was the Ebola epidemic in Africa, we would send health personnel there. They had it had been approved compassionate use for a vaccine, which was under assessment at the EMA, but they could not get it eventually because of the GMO authorization, which could not keep up with the time. So because of this complexity and the picture I've just shown of the multiple procedures in all Europe, it was decided to have a work group working at the interplay of the ATMPs and the GMO legislation, and this group was composed of people from the CAT, so from national competent authorities, and from GMO competent authorities. So we worked, of course, in the context of clinical trials to try to simplify and harmonize this procedure. It's on a voluntary basis because it cannot be legally binding. These documents have to be agreed, and it's voluntary per country. We published all the documents we wrote for this harmonization on the website of the European Commission, and I give the link here. So the first step was to provide a repository of national requirements. So if you go to that part of the website of the European Commission, you can see per country what are the requirements. Then you have the links to the different procedures, to the competent authorities, etc. But so what we produced in the few years we worked together in this interplay group, our first question and answers document relating to the frequently asked question. For example, I already have a clinical trial approved with that product. Do I still need to obtain a GMO authorization for the second one, for the second phase, for example? So these are pragmatic questions and answers. We have produced good practice documents and common application forms for different types of products, for AAVs and viral vectors, and also for genetically modified cells. And for each of these documents, which are so simplified and harmonized, you have the list of countries that have endorsed each of these documents. So, in theory, this should simplify the matter. In practice, what we hear is that even in countries which have signed this agreement, some documents are sometimes added as a request, and so the harmonization is not fully reached. And so there is still a lot of room for improvement. And we hope that it will come with the evolution of the pharmaceutical legislation. So the aim of the changes that are now included in the new proposition was meant to be the transfer of the GMO assessment from the GMO framework to the pharma framework, where we have more flexibility, where we can adapt to crisis situation, for example. And there would be also a transfer of the ERA assessment competence to the EMA with an opinion by the CHMP. So the environmental risk assessment would be submitted under the CETIS platform, which is the platform used for clinical trials. So this would simplify the submission at least. The CHMP would give an opinion after 45 days. And the EMA would also be responsible to draft guidelines which would lead to harmonization. So I think there we need to be we still need to see how it will work, but we will need really to be careful that we really simplify the process, that we don't add a layer of complexity, and especially when we look at the task of CHMP, which are increasing, it's difficult to see how it will function, that CHMP addresses all the environmental risk assessments for the clinical trials. And the second part is that usually clinical trials, even under CETIS, they are assessed by member states and by the member states which are concerned by this clinical trial. And here in that proposition, it's also not clear how this will be taken into account, this prerogative of the member states concerned by this clinical trial. So there is room for improvement, there is hope, but I think we should still check that what we do goes in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, like highlighting the challenges, but also really on the last slides, also giving the ideas for improvement in relation to the pharmaceutical legislation change. So then I would like to introduce the next speaker, who is Dr. Ilona Reischel. She's a quality assessor at the Austrian Medicines and Medical Devices Agency and the current chair of the Committee for Advanced Therapies, and she will talk about combined developments.
I'm going to be talking about ATMPs specifically, or the CAT. This is about my hobby, interfaces. So, legal placement, where do we have interfaces? Particularly with ATMPs, we have quite a few of them. Sorry, I need to... and I'm only picking out two of them. So I'm not talking about the GMOs, we've just heard about those, talking about the interface to medical devices and to IVDs. Again, the interface per se is not unique to ATMPs, all the products have them. And my talk today is, in 10 minutes, you can't tell people what to do. I'm just going to try to give you the framework to identify when does that interface apply to my project. Why is it important? Well, I'm going to click through this clearly. It might be a single project for you as a developer, but if you're combining device and IVD aspects, and potentially GMO aspects, the unfortunate situation is at the moment that you're going to need 4 different approvals. So the clinical trial, obviously, the GMO you've just heard about, but if you're co-developing an independent medical device, so not a non-integral medical device, you need a clinical investigation approved. And if you're then co-developing an IVD, which might become a companion diagnostic, then it's also a performance study. And even keeping the documents apart or combined, depending on what you want to do, that is a challenge. The good news is this is finally being talked about. It's not really great news because the legal texts were available since 2015, so it was kind of predictable that we're going to have problems. But never mind. At the moment, where do you have information? You're supposed to add in the cover letter to the clinical trial whether you have any devices or IVDs as part of your clinical trial. The one thing that I want to emphasize that for medical devices, it's not enough to just have a CE mark to consider it authorized. You also need to look at what is the intended use. And in other words, if what you're using is a CE-marked device or IVD, but it's not for that specific intended use, then it is by default investigational. And whatever I'm going to talk about now is going to apply to you. So with medical devices and ATMPs, there are 2 different scenarios. So I already said it's only legally on the market if it's for the intended purpose. But with the ATMPs, you have the 2 options of an integral and a non-integral device. What is non-integral? It's an independent device that you're providing with your investigational product or something that's already on the market. So, for example, refillable administration devices or dedicated surgical tools. On the other hand, integral devices are not self-standing. They are part of your ATMP. And therefore, the overall product is governed by the medicines legislation. So in that setting, the device is only a component of your overall medicinal product. And depending on what it's used for, the data need to be proportional. And I'm going to go into that in more detail. This is not meant to. So, in the setting of the medicinal product, you have in the case of the integral setting, you could either have the device component as part of your product that is administered to the patient, or you could have it as integral but part of the container closure. So it's in contact with the medicinal product, but it's not in itself administered. And obviously, the scientific data that are required in both of those settings are different. If it's part of the product to be administered, then you have to consider it in the potency assay, you have to consider it for the mechanism of action. On the other hand, if it's non-integral, then the settings are either it's provided with the investigational product, which ends up being co-packaged at marketing authorization, or it's available on the market as it is, like a type 1 inhaler. But with the ATMPs in particular, you might also have to co-develop a surgical tool that is unique for your product. I remember a situation where you had to have a syringe administering very low volumes because upon injection into the muscle, you couldn't overload the site with too many cells because they would become necrotic. So obviously, for example, in the last setting, it's a co-development. So by default, the device cannot be CE marked at the time of the clinical trial. And that's very important to recognize, that you cannot expect the devices to be CE marked at the time you conduct the clinical trial, because very frequently they're being co-developed. Now I'm switching to the IVDs. So biomarkers are more and more popular, more and more biomarker-guided development. There's in fact a guidance that's being worked on at the moment on the level of EMA. That's not ATMP specific, but on biomarker-guided development. So first of all, you have a biomarker. What is the setting for that biomarker? Is it qualified? What are the data on that biomarker? But then also, how are you measuring it? And if in the clinical trial you are taking a decision on the basis of the results of that assay, then it fulfills the definition of an IVD, an interventional IVD, or a companion diagnostic that is being developed. If, on the other hand, you use it for the measurement of an endpoint, then by definition, it's not necessarily an IVD, but if, full stop. If, on the other hand, you already know that you want to use those data for conformity assessment of an IVD, you're still under the IVDR requirements. So there are two different perspectives. The perspective of the clinical trial, where in a specific setting, the interventional setting, the IVD definition applies. But also you need to look at it from the assay perspective. Are you planning to develop an IVD? So that's why I'm saying the first one, the IVD definition, depends on the details of the clinical protocol. Are there decisions taken on the basis of this assay? The second one is a development issue. There have been two documents where this has already been outlined. The question and answer on the interface between clinical trial regulation and IVDR. That's an MDCG guidance that's also available on EUROLEX Volume 10. And then question 5 of the question and answer on complex clinical trials. I'm not going to go through that in detail. You're going to get the slides. This is the definition of a companion diagnostic. It's used to identify before and or during treatments patients likely to benefit or are at increased risk. And for me, it's sort of similar to biosimilars. For me, until the consultation procedure is done at the time of marketing authorization, it's an intended companion diagnostic or interventional IVD during development. And the requirements legally are exactly the same, so it doesn't make a difference. What is different between the medicines, the clinical trial regulation, and the IVDR is that there are different reporting requirements depending on what kind of setting you have. And it's important to point out, as you see here, that an interventional IVD setting and a CDX setting is exactly the same. And it means you need to have an ethics committee opinion, the submission needs to be validated, and it's being assessed. And the only situation where a companion diagnostic has lower requirements is the next one. If you are conducting a study on leftover samples. Something that usually comes up with academics is what are the requirements for in-house assays. And I'm not going to go into the IVDR requirements for in-house assays. That's for a different time and place. But just to say, the in-house assays are the ones within the hospital, and per se, they do not require the conduct of performance studies. However, if they are investigated in a systematic way, that does qualify as a performance study. So I'm going to go through that quickly. So, to summarize what I've told you, in a clinical trial, there are two options. Either you're using an assay in an interventional setting or in a non-interventional setting. If you're using it in an interventional setting, then the definition according to the IVDR for an IVD applies. Whether you call it an investigational IVD or an investigational companion diagnostic doesn't really make a difference in the scientific requirements, and in both cases, the IVDR applies. If you're using an assay in a clinical trial in a non-interventional setting, then it depends. Then it's up to you whether you are planning to use these data for a later conformity assessment. If the answer is yes, then you are under IVDR requirements. If the answer is no, then there's one thing you need to satisfy, and that is it a suitable tool for the clinical trial? So independent of legal requirements coming from the IVDR, you're always under GCP, and so you need to demonstrate the suitability of your tools. And that is then an assay in the context of the trial only. And then we have the last one, the residual samples and investigating CDX. And this, I think, is my last slide, just to show you it is a very complicated topic. I think we should have come to a solution a long time ago because the problem has been known, but at least now there are really active discussions, and hopefully this is a slide that's actually slightly out of date, but the Combine project is hopefully leading to a way forward. But I think in all these cases, there needs to be the pressure to have a solution. What we don't want and what we don't need is endless discussions about what the problems are. We need a discussion on what the solutions are, and we need to carry them out. And that's it from me. Thanks.
So thank you, Ilona, to cover this difficult topic, and you give us a clear scenario of the clear scenario. Thank you. So let me welcome the last speaker, that is Sandra Pretaglia. She's the head of pre-authorization division in IFA. She's the Italian national contact point for the clinical trials and the clinical trial coordination group. And she will touch the point, or the easy point of the hospital exemption.
In 10 minutes.
So, 10 minutes.
Well,
also for
after IVDR,
no exemption for the
no
hospital
exceptions,
exemption.
okay, no exemptions for the time, and I will try to stick to the time also because this topic has been touched upon several times today. So the question for the audience, for the stakeholders, for ourselves, still remains, and it will be for the next years to address it in a new scenario with a new pharma environment and framework. So do we consider hospital exemption an accelerator of innovation or an obstacle to innovation? It depends from the point of view, and some of these points of view have already been addressed this morning and today in several discussions before. For sure, this is a unique tool we have in Europe, and with the fantastic advantage of providing a clinical response in high unmet medical needs, where no innovative authorized products exist. What type of ATMPs are covered by hospital exemptions? Actually, all types of ATMPs have been part of some hospital exemptions somewhere in Europe. A wide range of indication, increasingly wider and wider, as the science and progress also in academic development growth. Scale of manufacturing. These products can go from very, very few batches, very, very few patients, so the real unmet need, to over 1,000 batches, so over 1,000 patients. And that's where the issue is and the different approaches we are facing now in Europe. The potential for clinical development has been addressed a few times today as well for hospital exemption. And this is something regulators do not usually assess, at least in most member states with a couple of exceptions, not exemptions. The legal provision is Article 28 of the ATMP regulation, where we have a few standpoints and not too much detailed definition of the matter. So the standpoints is it has to be a non-routine basis product prepared on a custom-made. It's a custom-made product prepared under an individual medical prescription. It has to be used within a member state and in hospitals. Then we have the basics, the foundation, in all member states, the quality standards, which is the added value that at that time was very relevant. This high-level definition has led to different interpretation of the hospital exemption across member states, going from the type of authorization, it can be a single shot, so one patient like we have in Italy, to a license that can be unlimited or for a given duration of years. We have different guidance at national level, what custom-made is, the number of patients that can be treated. Also, we have different approaches with regard to coverage of costs for hospital exemptions. There are a few publications addressing the topic going around. This is a report from INBEO that addresses the differences across 4 member states. And where we have differences, for example, is in the main difference we have across member states is the interpretation of the non-routine basis and the motivation for using the hospital exemption tool. For example, in France and Italy, it can be alongside clinical trial. We've had the presentation this morning from Professor Locatelli where patients can miss the eligible window for enrolling in a clinical trial, and so a parallel hospital exemption can also provide a response, a clinical response to patients who are still in need of a treatment. While in other member states like Germany and Spain, it can be also a tool to gather evidence together with clinical trials but it will be discussed later on, I presume, with a view to obtaining a central authorization. Also, the organization that can have the license can be different among member states. In some member states, like in Italy, it's only public hospitals. In other member states, also private hospitals, of course. In Italy and in some member states, we need the requirement of high unmet medical need. Not in all member states, the interpretation is different. And also the presence of alternative options. In some member states, like in Italy, it's mandatory, the lack of any alternative. In other member states, this is not happening. What we have in common, and again repeat, it's very important for patients, is the same quality standards. I found a nice sentence in a publication describing the approach in Poland. This lack of definition of non-routine basis, it's a deliberate omission by the legislator because we have, as a matter of fact, different healthcare systems, and hospital exemptions are deeply rooted in the national healthcare systems. This lack of definition, however, leads also to other types of uncertainties and other considerations that can be addressed, need to be addressed when we talk about hospital exemption. One is the balance between the unmet medical need and scientific uncertainty. This is a typical discussion we are having in our commission where we discuss the request for authorization. But also the balance between the access to innovative products with no commercial interest and the possibility to develop products with large-scale access and market access reaching all patients. There has been a debate about lack of transparency. We know that the pharma revision is going towards a European-wide registry, and this can really be a helpful tool to foster also and support innovation through hospital exemption developed by academia. One very important benefit of this provision is that it has prevented unethical medical tourism or direct-to-consumer exploitation. And I can tell you that we've seen at least a couple of cases, one with ATMPs, the other not, of exploitation. And I wonder how marketing offices of these so-called, let's call them companies, do not understand that at ifa.gov.it is not the address of a competent authority. So we could find out some of these cases, and they're really good in trying to exploit patients. So welcome any tool that can safeguard patients from fraudulent products. However, the main issue, the question mark, and the discussion that has been also already addressed several times this morning is whether hospital exemption is a tool for innovation, so supports innovation towards access to medicines for all, or it can block innovation by competing with the development of to-be-marketed medicinal products. We know that products that are developed to be marketed have very stringent requirements, high development and production costs, and these costs are then reflected on what will be the outcome. We've heard about HTA and all the discussions that can come afterwards. Hospital exemption has lower requirements, reduction in production costs. This can help, this should support science and progress and development, should not be an obstacle. That could be maybe the question and the incentive that hospital exemption can represent to innovation when it's not ideal, it's properly managed to cover both unmet need and at the same time stimulate research and stimulate cooperation between academia and pharma companies in order to, I've lost my presentation, in order to develop products for all. Just a brief touch on our experience in Italy. We receive around 40 applications per year. We've received so far over 300 applications since the implementation of the national law from 20 applicants, and we have 9 facilities at national level. The number of indications is increasing. You see the CAR-Ts that I've mentioned this morning that were alongside the clinical trial where there were no longer possibility for enrollment. We don't have any mandatory requirement of previous clinical trials, so sometimes it can be tricky to assess the scientific evidence, but we need scientific evidence. We also strive to transform hospital exemptions from academia into clinical trials, and you've heard a lot of the difficulties that academia has in starting trials. So far, only 3 clinical trials have started with products that were only used within the hospital exemptions previously. In conclusion, we know that hospital exemption can have very different implementation at national level due to national legal implementation, the local policymakers' interpretation, lack of clarity of guidance at European level, common guidance, but different guidance at national level. And also the level of research. So the wish from now on and today's discussion and also the future with the pharma revision is that we can create a system where both the use of this pathway, this very, very useful and powerful pathway we have, will be filling on both filling the gaps for patients who need access to a treatment where no treatment exists, and at the same time support innovation and development of new medicinal products available for all patients with harmonized implementation and using what we have built so far and improving it in the future. And I will close with this survey from Hadea that will be presented next week. We are very curious to hear. Italy will be present at the presentation of this survey. It will inform a lot about the potential of hospital exemption, the development of this tool in the future, and how this will bridge the gap between science, academia, and access to market and treatment for all patients. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra, for your presentation. A very balanced presentation on the hospital exemption and providing the insights from Italy and also highlighting the importance of the survey from Hadea. So we would like to open the floor for questions from the public. Are there any? Yes, Sandra, go ahead.
I have one question on the GMO. a question that I've been raising so many times, the GMO and what will be maybe the future approach, and if this solution can be considered like a real solution to the fragmented approach we have now in Europe, or as Tony said, we are just shifting the elephant from one burdensome approach to an increasing workload and maybe also a bottleneck, thinking of all, for example, mononational academic trials all going through the same GMO assessment at CHMP. So if it's just a shift in the elephant, or really can be a benefit for the system.
I think there is already an improvement in the shifting from legislation anyway. That's the first part. And it's also very good to have a system to harmonize really with guidance that can be followed by developers, but also by assessors that can harmonize. The shifting to the CHMP is, for me, something much more difficult to understand, because we have that system of clinical trials where you could also have had this task of assessment even at the time of CTR. Actually, that was a first missed opportunity. But I'm a non-clinical assessor. It means that for when I assess chemicals, I also assess environmental risk assessments. This is one of my tasks. I could also do that for GMOs. It's not that complex, and also the majority of these products do not have an impact on the environment. So we should simplify a lot this procedure also by just having a lot of exemptions, saying this type of products, lymphocytes modified, not even using a viral vector, so there cannot be anything left in that preparation. They should not be considered as GMOs. So I think there are steps, we would do step further, and we could have simplified even more.
So actually, I will start with the questions that we have on the screen. Is biomaterial used for bioprinting of cells considered a medical device? It is also linked to a question that I had for Ilona. So in the real world, how easy to classify combined ATMP? So this is really a white and black situation always?
I think it's difficult to give general answers. I think in this specific case, it's a material. It's not independently an entity of a device. I would actually go a completely different way here and say that is probably a novel excipient for the bioprinting of cells in this specific case. But I think it would need to be looked at in detail. My feeling would be, without knowing, it's always difficult to give an answer based on a one-liner. And it also needs to be emphasized that for ATMPs, the consultation process is different. It's not Article 117 as we have in the MDR. It's a dedicated consultation process, which also involves the applicant and the notified body. It unfortunately hasn't been used since it was established.
I think that by age, I'm allowed to share with you a reflection, but you can react, of course. Because this morning we were talking about the threat that we feel from the US, China, India. And when you realize that OMG disparities in Europe, in Spain, an OMG approval takes longer than the clinical trial approval itself. About devices, about hospital exemption policies, are we surprised that we are in a difficult position in front of the big regions? And to my understanding, we need to make a true effort to make a real European policy on all these areas. I mean, it does not make any sense. And for industries, for big industries particularly, that they have some resources, this is, I wouldn't say easygoing, but they have the resources to cope with all of that. Issues for academic development is a nightmare, I can tell you.
Can I just say, it's also not easy for regulators. And I think what you should never forget is the regulators are not the ones making policy. We execute the legislation. We are not the ones writing it. And so particularly when it comes to interfaces, it's not that easy for us either. But I think what really is needed is a top-down order. There needs to be a solution.
Yeah, I have a question about the number of hospital exemption programs in Italy. So we've 40 this year, and I think you mentioned over 200. I was just wondering how many of those will actually make it to the market? And is this actually almost preventing, making it so easy for products to go into hospital exemption? Is it preventing products getting to the market? And is this playing almost against products being developed in Europe and allowing the true biotech being developed in America and Asia?
Well, sorry, I was terrified by time, so I went very fast through my presentation and maybe I didn't clarify. In Italy, we have a single patient authorization. So 40 means 40 patients with academic products not intended for marketing. And in Italy, we also have this mandatory clause that you can have access to hospital exemption if there is no alternative treatment whatever. So independently if it's ATMPs or any other kind of treatment. So at least in Italy, we are not worried. We don't see hospital exemption as something hampering, as an obstacle to or a competition to marketing, to be marketed, or products, ATMPs that are developed to be marketed. It's a different approach. So we are one of those member states where it's for single patient, individual prescription, and each batch is one patient, and each authorization is one patient, even in the same setting or the same indication. So 38 authorizations can be even 5 for the same product, but it's each one of them counts for one authorization. So, but it depends. I have slipped through the presentation on control select, the commercial reasons for the withdrawing and the presence of control site ATMPs under hospital exemption in Germany that impacted heavily. We had different scenarios, different also situations across member states. But at least in Italy, we are not worried. It's all covered by a healthcare system. And these are really 332 patients treated, not products.
Thank you very much. I think that we are running out of time, but I see many questions that are coming on the Slido, and I will announce there will be a Q&A document at the end trying to answer all of these very relevant questions that you're putting on the platform. So thank you. So we have a very short coffee break, so please come back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
So welcome back after the coffee break, and welcome to the last session of this workshop. So we had a little discussion on how to entitle this session, and then in the end Paolo Foggi came up with this nice reality check case studies. And you may wonder why, and the answer is that basically now we want to know what's going on out there and how ATMP developers are doing while we are busy with the assessment of your procedures. So we have 3 great speakers today, one from Hospital Clínic de Barcelona, Teleton Foundation and Holostem, and hand over to Paolo for the introduction of the first speaker.
Thank you, Barbara. So let's start immediately with the first speaker. The first speaker is Gonzalo Calvo. He's from Hospital Clínic in Barcelona, and he has a long-standing experience in the regulatory field, being a member of the CHMP for 9 years, right? Okay.
Thank you. And thank you to IFA, to Paolo, to Eleonora, and thank you from the bottom of my heart to Joanna, because just before I forget, Joanna and her team, I'm falling in love with her. And not because I'm a man and she's a woman, it's because she is helping the Spanish academic structure to reach goals that we never imagined we could have reached. So it's not a matter that my hospital is brilliant. No, my hospital is brilliant. The Spanish agency is behaving brilliantly. So I'm here to share some experience, but I have also learned for the good and for the bad during the morning session. So it's been a very productive meeting for me. And I will go fast because you know everything that, of course, the advanced therapies medicinal products should go through the centralized procedure, but the regulation itself contemplates the possibility for the hospital exemption, and this is to be developed nationally in each individual country. So the rules are clear, but the way the rules are implemented are substantially different across countries. And this is what I mentioned in my intervention before, is that why not the hell we could try to harmonize these rules? Not necessarily following the Spanish model, but a model that can accommodate to all European countries. And in Spain, I think we are not the first and the best country for almost anything except olive oil production, maybe basketball and so on. But in this area, we have been pioneers. I mean, the government was pioneer, developing immediately after the European regulation a royal decree targeting the development of hospital exemption approvable products. And they were at the very beginning, we felt they were very conservative. And very conservative because it is like a centralized application. I mean, we need to be GMP. We need to produce according to GMP. We are inspected by the Spanish agency. The quality requirements are the same as for the centrally authorized products. The non-clinical requirements I'm scared every time that we go for scientific advice about the non-clinical assessors because they get crazy sometimes. But we are used to follow the normal European standards. And they, of course, require clinic experience, clinical trial before granting the hospital exemption. In this context, is quite similar to the European marketing authorization. The clinical trials are of the size that they are because we are in rare disease, we are in difficult situation, the funding capacities of a public hospital are not the same of a big pharma, but we need to present clinical trials and we are running, and now we are prepared to go for central marketing authorization. We are prepared. I am not telling that we will get approval. That is that we are prepared to go. So we have two examples, and I will present the new one. We have, and you know, because it was in 2021 that we got the hospital exemption for a CD19 card for the treatment of LLA of adult population above 25 years. At that time, they only approved for the so-called unmet medical need because Kymriah was in the market already and was reimbursed. So they granted the hospital exemption only for that part of the population that had not met their target. Afterward, the cartouche came, but the cartouche has not been reimbursed. And we can talk afterward. What is the difference between meeting an unmet medical need in the regulatory context or meeting an unmet medical need in the reimbursement context? Because we have a huge number of CAR-T and ATMP, but in fact, they are not available in many of the European countries. Now we are facing the most difficult part. We got the PRIME designation in December 2021. Then the interaction with the European Medicines Agency has been a rolling advice with them, very useful, a little bit more bureaucratically complex than with the Spanish agency that is more face-to-face. And with the Spanish agency, what we get is not only scientific advice, but it's also education. I mean, they advise you how you have to do things in order to do things right. With the EMEA, they are also, in the meetings, they are very, very interactive, but in order to convene a meeting or to ask a meeting, the Irish system and so on is quite complex. But we are happy with both agencies. We are very enthusiastic of interacting with regulators. So we got also the PIP approved. We need to present an update before submitting the marketing authorization, but the PIP was a huge discussion with the PDCO and with the scientific advice meeting, but we got an approval. It's a difficult issue because you have Kinraya, and then you have to cover the so-called unmet medical need. And the good news is that in July this year, we got a hospital exemption approval for a CAR BCMA to treat multiple myeloma. We are now in the process of negotiating reimbursement policy by the Spanish government. And again, is this an unmet medical need? It depends. It depends. First, because not all BCMA cards are reimbursed in Spain, but in addition, because BCMA, the target population is immense, is huge. Multiple myeloma is the second more frequent hematologic malignancy. So with one or two cards in the market, you don't cover all the necessities of the big country, 40 million inhabitants in Spain. So it's an unmet medical need to some extent. But of course, we have the industry alarmed because of that. I don't think there is a room for alarming, but we may discuss later on. So in order to speed up, because Barbara threatened me with firing me out from here, I have just some suggestions that I have shared with regulatory authorities sometimes, but I think it's worth to share with academic assistants as well. The first is where I think that regulatory authorities can improve or have a little bit more common sense, I would say, is in the risk assumption. I mean, it's not the same that you are developing a drug for irritable bowel syndrome that is not life-threatening, that is a treatment for life, and that you are very much concerned about the long-term outcomes, carcinogenicity, cardiovascular risk, whatever you want. But if you are aiming at treating a patient with a 2 months life expectancy, personally, I don't care about the potential carcinogenicity 10 years ahead. Personally, probably I'm not a smart person, but I think that the risk assumption should be balanced with the risk that the disease itself
Less than 2 minutes left, Gonzalo.
Yeah, implies for the patient. I told you. Second is we need more flexibility. In general, this is speaking with European colleagues. In Spain, we don't have any complaint in this regard. They are absolutely flexible. But as far as I have been told in some European countries, I will not mention, there are some difficulties in reaching. They have to understand that we need to meet all the requirements, but that we have some limitation in the funding capacity. The fees, we will talk, particularly in the centralized marketing authorization, we will have to talk about that. And the open mind for new approaches. I mean, one of the problems of the CAR T cell production and the price and so on is the centralized production of the cell product. We are trying to develop a point of care in Europe that you send the lentivirus and then each center produces their own CAR T cells. It has also regulatory implications. It needs comparability and so on, but in the long run, I think it's more feasible. What we need, and this is the last, I promise. What do we need? Well, I think that there must be many physicians and physicians too here, and we need to forget that we are only academics. We are drug developers, and we need to stick strictly to the quality standards. Otherwise, we will be failing. We will not be doing the right thing for the patients. This is a battle that I have with my hematologist and with my immunologist, is please retain yourself when you want to send the lentivirus to the whole world, to the whole developing world, because they are producing a drug with your lentivirus, and you will be responsible for that. So take care and take care with external communications. They communicate as we are doing, we are discovering a new world. Come on, put things on the adequate magnitude, because we can have a crash at the end. And we need, and I think this is something I help because I was a regulator.
Gonzalo, please.
Yeah, 1 minute. 30 seconds. I was a regulator, so I convinced my hospital that we need a regulatory thinking strategy and to build up a team. We are 10 persons, but in most of the hospital, there is no one to guide from a regulatory perspective the people who is developing this country. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your talk, and sorry for interfering that much. Now the second speaker, Celeste Scotti, is Head of Research and Development at Fondazione Teleton. And the floor is yours, Celeste. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Barbara, and thank the organizer for inviting me, sharing the experience of Fondazione Teleton with you. So some of you here may be familiar with Fondazione Teleton, knowing Teleton as a funding agency. What probably some of you may not know is that in the recent couple of years, we are undergoing a transformation into a market authorization holder. What happened was that, as it has been featured here in Nature, the biotech company that licensed 3 of our programs, one of which on the market for the treatment of ADAS-Kid, dropped the programs, and we took them back. So we decided to maintain them accessible to patients, and they have been and are still accessible to patients, in particular the treatment for ADAS-Kid, making ourselves a market authorization holder. So a bit of history here. As you can see, our institute was founded in 1995 as a joint venture with the Hospital San Raffaele in Milan. They developed the first gene therapy that was for ADAS-Kid in that case, and through a collaboration with a pharmaceutical corporation, they managed to obtain approval in 2016 in Europe, the first ex vivo gene therapy approved in the world. Now, what happened is that in a couple of years, this company out-licensed, divested, the immune deficiency portfolio to a biotech company, which maintained them for a few years on the market. But in 2023, they dropped them, and we took them back. So what happened is that we transformed from a funding agency to a market authorization holder, and this was a huge transformation which required a big change in our organization, but also required unparalleled support by the regulatory agency. And I'm happy to say that we received and are still receiving a lot of support from IFA and EMA in particular. So a bit of background to understand what we are doing. We exist as a charity to support knowledge aimed at developing treatments and cures, possibly, for genetic rare disease. The way we do it is through cutting-edge technologies. We work with some of the best scientists in the world in the area of genetics and gene therapies. We have a team that has a huge pipeline, I have to say, right now in development, clinical or preclinical. And we try to combine both a philanthropic approach, but also working with industry and with VCs to bring forward our programs. Just to make you familiar with what we are doing now, we have 3 therapies available to patients right now. So one is the one for ADAS-Kid, which is approved in Europe. The therapy for Wiskott-Aldrich is available in Italy under Law 648 for early access, which has been a great tool I have to say, that allowed us to treat up to 5 patients. I think the 5th will be treated beginning of next year for ADAS-Kid. In the last year, we treated 4 patients. The 4th, I think, will be treated by Professor Aiuti's team in a couple of weeks. So we managed to make it happen thanks to the framework available here, and Law 648 has been a great tool. LibMeldi, then, as you know, is approved in EU and the United States for metachromatic leukodystrophy. There is one therapy in phase 3 for mucopolysaccharidosis type 1, 2 assets in phase 2, and a very large preclinical and translational pipeline right now. I'm going to share a few cases about our experience. So this is the number 1. So how we started. So changing the market access authorization, the market authorization paradigm, becoming an holder as a charity. So this required a huge transformation internally. As you can imagine, we need to acquire lots of expertises. And today I'm happy to say that we have internal expertises for regulatory affairs like CMC, QA, CMC. I'm very proud of the team we are building these days. We managed to complete the product transfer and to treat the first patients. One of the positives definitely is that the point of contact model at EMA makes communication consistent. And this is something we really appreciate. And we're really willing to keep discussing and keep an open discussion as partners with the regulators. Treating these patients remains difficult, especially those outside of Europe. It's really tough, and sustainability remains a challenge because, well, it's a 2016 pricing, and manufacturing these therapies cost a lot. And for a charity, this is obviously not easy. Number 2, the filing for Wiskott-Aldrich. So this is a further evolution for us from market authorization holders to fully fledged drug developers, from preclinical to launch. Basically, this is what we want to cover for patients with genetic rare disease. We are planning to submit a centralized MAA in Europe and a BLA in the United States in the coming months. We have an orphan designation in both areas. We have a rare pediatric disease designation in the US, and we've been accepted to the EMA ATMP pilot scheme, which is another great initiative that has been supporting us. And as I said, this drug is available to patients in Italy under Law 648. We've had multiple interaction with EMA preparing for the submission, and this has been, again, a great collaboration, I think, for us. Alignment, with all stakeholders to achieve sustainability and use of optimal resources still remains challenging for us. But we want to do even more. We want to be the ones, together with others, obviously, as we've seen today, innovating and driving regulatory excellence and innovation. So we started working at TGET on a platform approach for the treatment of for novel ex vivo gene therapies for the treatment of lysosomal storage diseases, leveraging on our experience on metachromatic leukodystrophy and MPS I. The idea is to have one core technology capable to target multiple disease as long as they have common characteristics and they can be pulled together without an identical target. So it's not the same therapy for multiple diseases. It's one platform, backbone technology, where we could change only, let's say, the transgene to target the specific mutation of that particular disease. The idea is to have one lead project, and we will prepare a full data package as usual, but then to plug in multiple projects on this platform with a reduced data package, CMC, product-specific data, for example, all filling into a master clinical protocol with clinical endpoint that are basically similar because these are similar conditions and can be analyzed together. This is early days. We are working on the preclinical package in these months, and we plan obviously to engage and have an open and transparent discussion with IFA on the core approach. This can be a way to achieve sustainability and to treat multiple diseases and study multiple diseases at the same time. So there are 8,000 genetic rare diseases. One by one, it's going to take a long time. In conclusion, as I said multiple times today, for a charity, being a market authorization holder is challenging. There are very high costs. We need to streamline manufacturing and development, also doing shorter development plans using seamless study designs, adaptive study designs to be agreed upon with the regulator, obviously. Pricing and access are paramount here, and achieving a sustainable pricing is going to be critical for us, and also to grant access worldwide. For a charity like us, there is a risk, though, something that I'm always asked: are you going to now spend all your funds for therapies, or are you still going to fund basic research? Well, we have to do both. That's the answer. And luckily, we can manage to do this. In terms of regulatory landscape, we like to think at the regulators as partners, and we would like to foster a collaboration and keeping them engaged. At the end of the day, we both work for the public. And as you can see here, there are opportunities also, not just challenges for us. We don't have shareholders. We don't need to pay dividends at the end of the years. We only have stakeholders, and the main stakeholder is the patients, which is the same stakeholder of everybody working for the public. That's why we see regulators and HTA bodies as partners. Our research is funded by donors, so we don't need to recover that investment, which gives us an advantage compared to industry, although our funds are obviously very limited. Consortia can help a lot if you can create synergies at European level, working together in the same direction, avoiding duplication if possible, can be very useful. Incentives, last but not least, public grants or activities like the priority review voucher by the FDA, maybe not exactly like the PRV, but could help a lot sustainability. So in conclusion, I'd like to highlight how non-profit organizations like ours can fill the gap left legitimately by industry in the ultra-rare space. We have also a responsibility, though, to demonstrate that this is sustainable and we don't just fill the gap with our funds, but we are able to create a sustainable framework. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Scotti, for this very nice presentation and very didactical experience of Teleton. Now it's the turn of Dr. Latella. She is Quality Control Manager at Holostem, and she will give us an idea of what's going on and the whole story of Holostem.
Thanks for this opportunity, and I am very happy to be here today. I will give a brief introduction of Holostem. Holostem is a biotechnology company devoted to research, development, manufacture, registration, and distribution of ATMPs based on culture of epithelial stem cells, both for cell and gene therapy. Here we can see the evolution of Holostem that started in 2008 when Holostem Terapie Avanzate was founded as a spin-off between University of Modena and Reggio Emilia, the academic founders Professor De Luca and Pellegrini, and Chiesi Farmaceutici. Holostem obtained the conditional approval from EMA for Holoclar in 2015. Holoclar is the first stem cell-based therapy that obtained the conditional approval. It's important for treatment of limbal stem cell deficiency. Holostem consolidates its portfolio with the gene therapy experimental product for an epithelial rare disease as epidermolysis bullosa. And Holostem entered the process of liquidation at the end of 2022, and at the end of 2023, Holostem is acquired by Fondazione Eneatech and Biomedical. At the beginning of 2024, Holoclar received full marketing authorization from EMA. As you know, Holoclar is a stem cell-based treatment used to replace damaged cells on the surface of the cornea, and is classified as a tissue engineered product. Holoclar, in this picture, we can see the distribution of Holoclar in 8 different countries, and making it accessible to a large number of patients affected by limbal stem cell deficiency. Here we can see the treatment, the success of Holoclar for a patient's 1 year post-Holoclar treatment. In the left, we can see the eye of the patients who had suffered chemical burn 3 years from, this is the eye 3 years from the accident, and in the right, we can see the same eye 1 year post-Holoclar treatment. By restoring the corneal surface, Holoclar improved visual acuity and improved the quality of life of these patients. Here we can see the long and complex authorization process for Holoclar until to obtain conditional marketing approval in 2015. Holoclar was approved from 3 retrospective studies and 150 patients. This is the timeline outlined the principal milestones to obtain for the development and the conditional approval of Holoclar. All the process starting in 2008 when Holoclar was designed as an orphan medicinal product and was defined as an advanced therapy medicinal product. In 2009, the protocol assistance procedures were initiated with the CAT, and in 2010, Holoclar was defined as a tissue engineering product. In 2011, the scientific advice procedures was continued with PAY, and the protocol assistance follow-up procedures has continued with the CAT. In 2013, Holostem submitted the dossier regulatory to EMA, and we received a positive opinion the following years. And at the beginning of 2015, Holoclar obtained the final EC conditional approval. When we embarked in this adventure, we believe we were preparing for a marathon, but we soon realized that there were many obstacles to navigate along the way. This is an overview of the key points of Holoclar manufacturing process and the challenges in Holoclar development from a product quality perspective. The Holoclar manufacturing process is divided into phases, the primary culture and the secondary culture. All processes start with the training of surgeons, followed by logistic for biopsy, the biopsy processing controls, the feeder production, and the freezing of primary culture. The secondary culture starts with a new feeder layer production, the thawing of cells to produce the drug product, the packaging, transport logistics, and distribution. Throughout all the stages of the process, one critical points are represented by raw materials, and we monitor the Holoclar is monitored by over 20 quality controls. In the next slide, I discuss about 3 important points for quality perspective which require discussion with the regulatory agency: the feeder layer, the raw materials, and quality controls. Here we can see the quality challenges and how Holostem overcame them. The first challenges was the requirement for GMP grade raw materials, and non-GMP components such as animal serum, culture media, and growth factor should be replaced with GMP alternatives where available. But ATMPs producers know that this is not always possible. It's important, it's crucial to mitigating risk through controls or raw materials, the validation, and adherence to GMP standard. Another point, very important point, is the implementation of a rapid sterility test, which is suitable to deliver results prior to administration of Holoclar. And we implemented this rapid sterility test, providing results within 3 days instead of 14 days of compendial method. And the last point, it was that required quality challenges, was the implementation on a method to quantify feeder contaminant cells that is crucial due to concern about the risk of contamination, immunogenicity, and transmission of infectious agents. And we implemented this method for both for drug substance and drug product. Sorry. Here I summarize the 4 important points of Holoclar's journey and what we learn about this history. The first point is that Holoclar received conditional marketing approval, reflecting the challenges encountered throughout the development process. The second point is that this experience highlighted the critical role of regulatory frameworks in promoting innovation. Third point is that Holoclar exemplified the balance between advancing new treatments and maintaining a high standard for safety and efficacy. And the last point, that is Holoclar set a valuable precedent for the development of additional advanced therapies. What we learn about this story is that Holoclar provide valuable insights to regulators and developers on the complexity of advanced therapies. The developers learn the importance of navigating an uncertain landscape through close cooperation with the regulatory bodies. When Holoclar obtained conditional approval, the journey was not over, and 2 clinical studies were required to obtain the full marketing authorization. The first one was Holocor, the second is Holocor follow-up, and we are ongoing a third study that is Holocite. Holocite, it's important, is a past study, and this is important for assessment of safety and efficacy in standard clinical practice. I conclude my presentation with a take-home message. The first one is that relationship with the regulatory authorities from the first development phase is mandatory. The second point is that the monitor every stage of the supply chain is crucial, and early product development should prioritize GMP-grade raw materials. The last point, but not least, because it is an important point, that the streamline processes and quality controls to customize the automation, standardization, and scale-up production to ensure the sustainable long-term of ATMPs. Thank you.
So thank you, Maria Carmela, for your presentation. I think that we have 10 minutes for the discussion and some questions, probably even less. So do we have any immediate question here in the room? So no question from the audience here. Question from Slidos?
Just ask me.
Okay, I think we have many questions for you, Gonzalo.
I'm not entitled to participate in the discussion because I ran out of time.
Oh, no. I think that there are many questions for you, and indeed you presented, let's say, a very stretched implementation of the hospital exemption at the European level. So we have the first question for you. Could the Spanish model be replicated in other EU countries? Are there possible drawbacks? Example given in terms of transparency on safety, increasing cost, etc. Do you want to take it?
Yeah, very shortly. I don't dare to tell other countries what to do. What I think that the Spanish model is quite conservative. I mean, they ask for a huge amount of information, and that's the reason because beforehand you presented or someone presented that in Italy they have 300 requests. In Spain there are 4 drugs approved under hospital exemption, but they meet the normal standard regulatory requirements, which is very hard for the developers, but and I don't know to what extent they can be exported or not to other countries. In Spain it's working, but I mean, each environment may be particular and peculiar. I guess that could be exported, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay, Paolo, go ahead, please.
Or if you want, Paolo.
Okay, so the question is for you, so it's easier. So now the question was, I very much like the way the story of Teleton, and in a nutshell, I could say that is a no-profit organization which succeed in taking products to the market. And what I also like that when there was no interest, they were so brave to get it back. But the question is not about that. The question is, in your view, what made the difference? Because I think that if I would be a no-profit or an academia, I would look at you as an example. So what's the secret? What's that worked so well that allowed you as a non-profit organization to get to the market and to get the interest of industry, to get the development, and then even becoming a marketing authorization holder within a very ethical, if I understand, habit?
Well, thank you. Obviously, this is a difficult question to answer. I'll try to summarize. I think the magic word here is ecosystem and incubator. So in our organization, first of all, we had the privilege to work with physicians and scientists like, Professor Aiuti and the others at TIGET and San Raffaele. So we had the treatment physicians, let's say, in-house. We had also the manufacturing very close to us, right? Initially developed within San Raffaele, then at CDMO, with whom we are still working. We equipped ourselves with, as a not-for-profit biotech or a not-for-profit incubator. So we have all the competencies that you would normally see in industry inside. So the strategy here started a few years ago. That was not the plan, but they adapted to the changing environment. And at some point they said, okay, we have to do this, then we do it, right? Obviously the funding was available because the funding was going well in this country, at least for us. And we managed to create an organization very lean compared to pharmas, where I've worked in the past, but still with all the competencies inside. So we managed to be sustainable and relatively lean because we could do in-house a lot of activities that are normally outsourced if you don't have the capabilities internally.
Thank you, Celeste. So I take the chance to ask a question myself to you. So basically, as Paolo mentioned, you are basically, Teleton is the first non-profit organization becoming a marketing authorization holder, and which means that you created a precedent, a nice precedent. So when such a shift of paradigm occurs, would you share with us what are the, in a very concrete way, the regulatory support that would be needed when such a shift occurs?
Well, let's say that, as I mentioned before, early engagement and constant support by the regulators are critical for us. So now we have the competencies internally to deal with you, to discuss with you, and this is something we're really looking forward to do more and more in the future. Like for the platform approach I mentioned, this is our plan, but we want to develop it together with you. This is something, this has to be a collective effort. As a charity, we are not a private company. Like we own, everybody owns us in a way, and we would like to see this partnership happening. Another example of potential, strategic collaboration is to ensure that moving forward there is a mutual recognition within Europe in terms of access pricing, and if we could combine and streamline, regulatory approval and HTA assessment to make it easier and faster to patients. There is also, we have limited resources in a way. We don't have a team of 50 people working on regulatory affairs, and for this reason we need to be lean and try to maximize efforts. Other ways of, collaborating even further is about fee reduction and fee exemption, because those are, of course, tough for us, but the ATMP pilot scheme for academics helps a lot in this direction, so it's great. I'm thinking at grants, public funding to support trials or post-trial, long-term follow-ups of therapies, or, I don't know, basket trials where we could, pool therapies and strategies in support of the therapies we are developing. And last but not least, incentives to incentivize not just us, but maybe other charities or other institutions to work on rare disease. I mentioned the priority review voucher by the FDA, but that's not the only one, obviously, because there are pros and cons. But making it more appealing for organizations to work on ultra-rare disease, I think it's something that could be very helpful for the environment.
Thank you very much. Paolo, do you have any questions?
Yes, one question for you, Maria Carmela, if you can answer, if it's not confidential. But because Holoclar is the first cell therapy ever approved on the market, the efficacy is fantastic. I mean, it's really impressive. And the patients are there. There's not an ultra-rare disease in which it could be difficult to find patients. So at the end, what went wrong with the company? If you can answer, because it could be useful for the many developers. But I mean, if you can, otherwise there.
And was there anything that regulator could do to avoid that process?
The main factor of liquidation of Holostem is that the main founders, Chiesi Farmaceutici, has decided to no longer support the spin-off. And the reason of this decision can be various. But it's clear that one main problem of the ATMPs is the cost, is the sustainability of the manufacturing of these therapies. And this is a common problem for all producers of advanced therapies. And however, regulators can support companies through mechanisms like approval processes, but regulators are essentially ensuring the safety, the quality of the product, but their role in directly preventing a company's liquidation is very limited.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
So do we have time for one more question, or should we close? Why not? Okay. So Gonzalo, again, for you. Again, on the hospital exemption, being part of the European network, so I know that besides the prime, RE001 is also included in the EMA pilot project supporting non-commercial developers. So I was wondering to what extent the product development has benefited from being included into this project, particularly in terms of marketing authorization application and then consequent availability at the European level, because right now you have such a good product restricted within the Spanish borders. So what's the plan for the future, and how helpful are these schemes for the development and the marketing authorization application?
There are two potential plans. The first is committing suicide, and the second is accept the situation as it is. No, they have been very helpful, both the EMA and the Spanish agency. The Prime initiative helped us in order to think in a wider spectrum of potential targets in Europe. That's the reason because we started to think about the point of care strategy. And now the rolling advice, when you are in a Prime designation schedule, is really helpful. Is really helpful. Problem is that we are scared because, drafting a dossier according to the requirements of the EMA that scientifically are not less, but in order the number of sections that you need to fill in is quite complex. In a big company, you have 20 persons dedicated to that, plus a CRO that is the writing model and so on. So it is very helpful. The regulators have been very helpful in both the national and the European, but we still need to work a lot.
So thank you for this further insight.
So thank you all of you for being here. Now is the time for the final round table, Paolo and Lawrence.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Larry O'Dwyer. I'm co-chair of the EU Innovation Network from the Irish Agency, and it's my pleasure to join Paolo Foggi from IEFA to co-chair this final session of the day. So during the day, we've explored a lot of important themes and topics, and we thought it would be a good idea to bring them all together at the end of the session, or at the end of the day, with a multi-stakeholder panel discussion. And the idea is we're challenging each of the representatives you see on the stage here to identify what they see as the most pressing need and the immediate actions that we need to take to support the translation of innovative ATMPs into access for patients. So we have a wide variety of stakeholders on the panel, but one particular stakeholder group we're missing, and this was mentioned at the start of the day as well, is the patient voice. And I'm not sure if we still have patient representatives in the room or if we have them online, but during the discussion, after we hear from the panelists, we would be particularly interested in hearing from you because it's very important that we round off that picture. And it was the original plan, but unfortunately, due to reasons outside our control, our originally intended representative was unable to join us. So it would be great to hear from you. Other people in the room will have an opportunity for questions, and also people online can continue to use Slido and we'll come to you. So one of the challenges with being the last session of any conference is obviously energy levels start to drain. But on a Friday evening, before a weekend in Rome for some people, it's even more challenging. So we do have a situation where some people have to leave us during the session. So we're going to begin with those. And first of all, Gonzalo, who will have one final few minutes left he had a long list, I think, in the previous session of actions he'd like taken. So it's an opportunity maybe to sum it all up, Gonzalo, pick out the most pressing ones and give us your parting remarks. Thanks.
You were about to talk? No. I'm the first because I have to leave. Not because I have to be the first. No, I was proposed to raise an issue about to what extent hospital exemption has only to cover unmet medical needs, or could be simply put in the market, provided that they meet the requirements in order to help the access. So theoretically, there are a huge number of unmet medical needs covered by regularly approved, advanced therapies. But here you have is a very recent analysis published by IQVIA in April 2023, the actual access of the European patients to advanced therapies. So is what I mentioned in the roundtable is not the same to get the regulatory approval that covering an unmet medical need. You need to make the products affordable. The government has to make the financial effort to cover that. And we need to have a common discussion. I mean, because I have a theory that we are getting a little bit schizophrenic. I mean, there is a difference between the message and the meta-message. That is one of the theories of the origin of schizophrenia in Palo Alto, California, is that, okay, all of us are putting the patient in the center of the discussions. The governments want to secure the safety and the access to the drugs. Companies want the patient, but at the end, the discussion leaves the patients out. And companies want to get reimbursement and get return. Governments want to save money because the price is not affordable for many of the European countries. So we need to focus the discussion on the real issue and need to discuss what does it actually mean, patient access to medicine. Patient access to medicine is not getting the approval, it's getting the access. And maybe industry need a reflection about to what extent the pricing policy that they are following is sustainable. And member states have to think about to what extent they are prioritizing the right thing in the policy in general. In Spain, we have a very critical situation with the government. We think that they prioritize advertising rather than public health. But we are in a situation where nobody addressed the real issues. Patients are not getting access to advanced therapies. And we have a problem as a country, as an European country. We are having a problem. And it's particularly severe in less economically powerful countries, but it's also an issue in economically developed countries. So it's a big issue that we need to discuss. And I wanted to rise because the access is not only approvability, it's also funding the drug.
Thanks, Gonzalo. I guess that we decided that we have a first round in which you want to hear you about. Of course, the people is following. Feel free to react for the first point raised. But the question is the one question that Larry made is for everyone here in the table, especially for developers, I would say. And then I would expect that perhaps the representative of institution perhaps may react. Probably it makes sense. So I would lead the floor to Andrea now. Professor Biondi, please.
Paolo, thank you very much indeed for this and all the organizer for this fantastic day. And I'm going home as a developer and the clinicians with light and shadow, as normally you could say, because that is life, okay? But being a clinician involved in treating for almost 40 years kids with leukemia and dreadful disease, I am obliged to be optimistic, as you know. Otherwise, you can't go in the hospital but doing the job. But the lesson I learned today is that what we experience as the developer, we have listened many times from the speaker that we are far behind. And honestly, although I capture all the different tools that the European framework can provide to me, unfortunately, I didn't get the answer to that. But if I can provide a suggestion, I'm wondering whether by providing a specific call for developing in a proper manner, or to find a way to support a clinical trial on something that has been covered by an IP, which is basically a strong issue for the innovation, is probably one strategy that can potentially help the academic and the developer. But I have another question from the clinical perspective, and I definitely follow what Gonzalo said. From the, not from the ultra-rare, on which today we did have the Teleton perspective as a potential way, which is very similar to what happened in the US as well, for developing treatment, advanced treatment for pediatric rare disease. But the situation we do have today for the CAR-T, access to the commercially available products in Europe, is that is not sustainable for all or most of our European rich countries. And so the question is, how are we going to leave to the doctor to say that you cannot get access to the patient, to the treatment A and B? Gonzalo referred to myeloma. Are we leaving to the clinician the decision to say yes or no? This is not sustainable. And so the question is the experience that the Spain developed in a so brilliant manner, whether or not it's going to be the way to move on, a way to cover some way the unmet clinical need. An unmet clinical need can be not only what are not covered by the commercially available indication, but even the access of money. And this is an important issue to be considered. The lack of clinical study, or at least a lower number in Europe as compared to other countries, I'm referring to academic, is not in the view of competing with the commercially developing products, is potentially one way even to cover the unmet clinical need. Then, of course, the question is, what are going to happen to these products? And there's a question to Gonzalo that I didn't raise. But at least we need to be aware that with the universal perspective of access to health, we can't sustain at this time the current development of this innovative treatment, at least for the CAR-T. It might be for the ultra-rare. But we have already experienced that for globin disorder, the gene therapy was not available simply. And remember, all the clinical development of the first gene therapy approach was done mostly in Europe, and actually in this city, in a leading institution of this country. Unfortunately, that product is not available throughout Europe.
Food for thought. I'm sure some of the other panelists will react. But we'll move on to get the next contribution, which is from Alessandro Aiuti from the Vita Salute San Raffaele University of Milan.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we have heard already before, and this is the experience of an academic centers which work together, San Raffaele Hospital with Fondazione Teleton in developing medicines for ultra-rare disorders. We have treated 150 patients. So it was definitely starting with the project in mind, and something that we learned, early interaction with the AIFA, with the Istituto Superiore di Sanità, with EMA, which definitely helped us a lot, and there was really a constructive relationship of developing this together towards marketing authorization. We learned that you need to have organization, management, regulatory support, infrastructure to be successful, starting already to collect high-quality data from non-clinical and clinical trials, even during early phase. It will also help eventually to get the marketing authorization with a limited number of patients for ultra-rare disorders. The hybrid model worked, industry, CDMO in late stages, although we know that it also failed from some commercial aspect. And we knew also that you can get for ultra-rare disorders both approval and HTA reimbursement even from a single trial, pivotal trial. No need for randomized trial in this case, with the data robust. And also we learned that it's possible to have patients coming from other EU countries to have treatment in Milan, as we heard this morning, under the S2 cross-border scheme. That's fine. So this is what worked. But there are still many things which are not working, things that we need to improve together, and that's the reason why we are here. I think definitely the issue of the disinvestment from industry for ultra rare, but also for other diseases is crucial. And Teleton initiative is great, but certainly Teleton cannot call for all the rare diseases and for diseases. So definitely we need other type of solutions. I think that we need to find ways to innovate regulatory regulations, which is driven by science, as we heard this morning, and definitely ways of avoiding to repeat data, to repeat experiments. This will save time and monies. And I think that also resources are crucial. The type of resources for production, for late-stage clinical trials, commercialization, are beyond what is usually the academia can have. So we need either special funds, joint funding, European level funding. And finally, also, I think we've heard about the problems of access and the S2 scheme, which was not meant for cross-border, for patients traveling to other countries, but it's probably currently one of the only solution, but it's not optimal, because for some cases you still need specific patient approval, lengthy approvals, refusals from some countries, what is the right for the patient to have access to a medicine that is not available and is the only one. So this is something that we need to work all together, and just perspective, but I really hope that we can improve this and work together.
Many thanks, Alessandro. Very, very interesting, and based on true experience. And now I would lead the floor to Leila. No, not Lina, Leila.
Lina,
sorry.
Pascalia, Lina.
No, it's Leila.
I'm sorry.
Amini, because we wanted to hear before the developers, and then, sorry.
Yeah, so maybe I can take up two issues which were mentioned already throughout the whole sessions. So one is the harmonization, because I think it's really important and it's still important. And I can give you one practical example. So although we have the same legislation, it's interpreted many times in many different ways, and maybe it's because of so many uncertainties. So I think we need to form common standards, and there everyone has to be involved, and it's somehow the duty of the whole community to agree on common standards in the end, to develop safe and efficacious products, because I think this is the goal for everyone. And just the example I know from my own experience in Germany. So we have, when we apply for marketing, for a manufacturing authorization, we have to apply to our regional authority to get this. And we have 16 different authorities, and they all interpret the same legislation in different ways, resulting, for example, in the same device being required to be either in clean room class B or C or whatever. And I think this is not a basis. So we have to agree on common standards, maybe even Europe-wide if it's possible, and step down for the higher aim, I think, to in the end reach what we want. And then another experience that I've seen in many different projects is somehow the difficulty of planning, of course, because we see so many unprecedented developments and then new technologies coming up and so on. And many of the funding schemes, the current funding schemes, are limited to 3 to 5 years. And it's really difficult to develop a product within this time frame. And I think if an agency or a funding body commits to provide funding for a certain product, then it should be somehow continuous and, of course, based on achievements. But sometimes it's basically not possible to proceed to what maybe even was overestimated by the own developer in this time frame. And so we need to adapt this somehow. and make it maybe based on achievements and maybe also be more realistic on the developer side, or have help to actually somehow estimate how realistic and how feasible it actually is to get what we actually promise, because sometimes this is not realistic. And yeah, these are the 2 points I wanted to mention here.
Thank you, Leila. I think funding came through as a very strong theme during the day, and I think you've expressed it very eloquently there. So we move on. We're now going to get the industry perspective, and Riccardo Ino joins us from Federchimica Asso Biotech. I don't know why they asked an Irish person to come to Italy and pronounce Italian words, but anyway.
Okay. I think it's really important to focus on a specific point regarding the sustainability of this kind of drugs, because we know very well that we are in a new era, and we know very well what's happened when the patient is treated with this kind of drugs, because transform the life of this patient. And for that, we need to work together to try to find solution to cover the cost of these drugs. You know, for the company point of view, it's very expensive to prepare this kind of drugs, a lot. And sometimes are ultra-rare disease, and this specific point is critical to recover the money to achieve our break-even. But the patient is the first point of us, and we consider the possibility, because we worked a lot regarding the way to find solution in terms of cover the gap in terms of cost. During the last 3 years in Asso Biotech, we worked to try, involving regulatory office, involving politician, a specific fund for this kind of treatment. And we found a solution for that. Obviously, it's not easy because we have a disconnection from the treatment to the result. And this disconnection is not easy to cover, but at the moment we found in IFA, we found in politicians a very strong commitment to try to find this solution. I think, remaining on that, the future is very brilliant for this kind of patient, because all of us try to put on the table the possibility to, discard our directly interest and to try to work only for the patient. It's really important to know that the patient is the first. Obviously, the business is really important, but at the moment, considering that we are in Europe, our continent is the old Europe, need obviously maintaining this kind of systems, because we have universal system in several countries. The only way is to try to find together this kind of solution. And another important point, just because I have the possibility to share with you, is the point regarding the data protection and eventually the marketing exclusivity, because only in this way, obviously, we have the possibility to guarantee to this company to invest in this kind of environment. Remember that for us, this kind of drugs are investment. It's really important to know that investment. It's an investment for the company, it's an investment for the countries, because only if we consider investment, this kind of treatment, we have the possibility, obviously, to find solution, and in this way, to guarantee the sustainability of the system.
Okay, so I guess that we heard all the perspectives of developers. And so I would like now to hear the point of view of institutions and or people that from the regulatory side. I would start with you, Ilona, if you don't mind.
No, it's fine. I just need my slide because I forgot.
Yes, but here it is. There is a lot of people working behind the scene. Thank you, and hear this.
I'm of advanced age. Yeah. No, I think we need to focus on the principles of the legislations because sometimes we get lost in the details. So the principle of the legislation is safe and efficacious products for the patients, robust data, and I think that should be the common denominator, and not getting lost with administrative requirements. So I think that is clear one. The discussions are ongoing. We are actually, and Marianne could talk about that more, talking about a pilot process for IBD drug clinical trials. I think something that hasn't really been mentioned yet is that, everybody here wants flexibility. Everybody here likes to generalize, i.e., should all hospital exemption be funded? My clear answer is no, because the hospital exemption looks so different in different countries, and I don't think there should be automatic reimbursement for products that have no data. So that's a very clear thing, and in order to be able to have an enforcement, you need rules. So there needs to be a very close balance between providing sufficient flexibility, but also sufficient rigorosity to enable both sides of the medal. Developing a medicinal product and maintaining a life cycle does require special skills. And what I've seen in research projects is that researchers sometimes find it difficult to make that switch. So if you do commit to developing a product, you also need to do that mind switch. And what we are seeing in Europe very clearly is those countries are succeeding in having a fruitful innovation framework where you do apply standards, but you also have the funding to back it up. Not the case in my country of origin. So I know what I'm talking about from that perspective, because if you don't have standards, you don't have incentives, and you don't have rewards for the people who are trying to do it right and who are trying to develop high quality. And so those are the points out for the moment.
Thank you, Ilona. Very nicely summarised. So now we turn to Pia. Pia, we know that from a HTA perspective, there are some pressing actions early in the new year with the implementation of the HTA regulation, but linked to that and other issues, what would you see from your perspective as the main points for consideration?
Yes, well, everything is all very pressing, and actually what I wanted to do was, it's a pity that Gonzalo just left, because I really wanted to answer his question, which is, shared by other people, and the point of the access to the patient. So we see that the biggest problem currently, from the graph that he showed us, is the amount of therapies that are actually reimbursed in Italy, in Europe. And it is foreseen that the implementation of the HTA regulation should smooth the process and should make an easier appraisal at national level, and that hopefully will allow for more products reimbursed. I think that the implementation of the regulation should also bring more transparency on the HTA process and allow developers to understand the inner workings of HTA. And if you understand how something works, then you can more easily try and go within those workings in order to have a higher efficiency and higher efficacy. And so hopefully the HTA regulation is going to address part of this. And then, of course, then there's the national assessment, which is something that of course, cannot be touched at the union level. In Italy, what I can say is that we've been trying to address the problem of the cost of advanced therapies and the fact that they are lacking a lot of information that are normally required for a new product, thanks to managed entry agreements that have been applied when possible and if necessary. But that is not a solution for everything we need. So we are showing that the Commission and the Union is moving forward for higher transparency and trying to speed things up. At the national level, at least we've seen what happens in Spain, what happens in Italy. I'm just telling we are trying to go in the direction of higher access and faster access. But then I am wondering, is the industry coming with us? Is the industry really doing something? Because it's not for having a faster access that we can have trials that don't have the sufficient follow-up, that don't have enough patients enrolled, because this is going then afterwards to lead to a harder HTA or to a harder European assessment. For sure, there's going to be an obstacle at some point, so things need to be done well. And also, of course, the pricing is an issue here. Is it sustainable? Is it not sustainable? The industry says it's not sustainable. From the HTA assessment side, we cannot pay for everything. Payers in different countries cannot pay for everything that the industry is requesting. So we need to find common grounds. We need to increase the transparency of the processes. I think that in this moment we are at the verge of something that might change, and the Commission and also the national competent authorities are always listening for feedback. If there's processes and mechanisms that can be made more efficient, then this is the moment to suggest things in order to have a smoother process and higher access.
Okay, thanks. And now, Lina, I would like to come to you, because I guess that today we heard a lot of things. Me as regulators, I learned quite a lot of things and also I heard something on which perhaps we can improve. But clearly, I guess that both regulators and developers face some common issues that are based on policy. They can be fixed with policy. So my question to you is, with the pharma revision coming, what are the most important things that could boost the development and the ATMPs in you? What do you see? And if you want to tell about that from the Commission perspective. Many thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the question. Since I was a very last minute entry in this round table, I didn't prepare a topic, but I can definitely answer this question. Already during this lecture, many points of the revision of the pharma proposal have been mentioned, but I could just point out a few that were not very in detail mentioned, but also some speakers referred, there were some presentations, so I would like to give some more clarification. And I will start we really think that the proposal that the Commission has put in the negotiation table has several measures that will boost the development of ATMPs and remove the roadblocks. And I will start first with the classification mechanism. We will try. We see more and more often complex, innovative technologies and products that do not fit entirely into the definition of medicinal product or medical device or ATMP. So we move from the current scientific classification for ATMP, whether a product meets the criteria for ATMP, which is not binding because it doesn't mean that this procedure has not included the responsibility to judge whether a product is a medicinal product or not. So we move into a regulatory status classification mechanism, and we broaden the concept. And also with this, we hope that we'll create one single entry for the developers, and they will avoid navigating, because we see now also for request for a central marketing authorization at the agency, developers engaged with national authorities for many years, and in the end they reach the European Medicine Agency in order to have a solid confirmation that their product meets the definition of medicinal product. So one is this. Second, I would like to point out that we introduce novel concepts because all the developers teach us that all these new cell and gene therapies, they are very much based into the platform technology. We have the mRNA, we have the adeno-associated virus, we have gene editing, all. So we introduced the concept of platform technology into the legislation, and we hope that this will accelerate the development of ATMPs because we can use the consolidated knowledge that exists. Then I would like to mention that even for some definitions, we have updated the definition of gene therapy medicinal product. In the past, we had a definition which corresponded into, let's say, version 1 of gene therapies that aimed to replace a dysfunctional gene, but now we have gene editing that they try to repair the gene within the cell. So we have we have updated the definition in order to reflect these developments. There are other measures for the regulatory sandboxes that we also, and adapted frameworks, because there are two different measures. One is more temporal, the other will have more long-lasting effect. Already there are some ideas for how to start implementing the regulatory sandboxes, what kind of requirements needs to be adapted in order to move forward these novel products and novel technologies. Now I would like to just give some clarification for the two presentations on the hospital exemption and on the GMO. It would be great it would be really very nice if we had addressed the issue of the GMO authorization in the clinical trials regulation. That was unfortunately a missed opportunity, and it was a great work, and we have great full respect to the people involved in the creation of the common application forms and guidance document, but this was never it never became mandatory, and it was optional for the member states to use it or not. So that was the basis for this proposal that is now on the table, but it's not the end, because we have explicitly mentioned that the work that has been done with the good practice documents will be the basis for the future guidelines, and we have a delegated act. So this idea, because also we follow the scientific developments that the adeno-associated virus gene therapies have negligible environmental risk. We are not blind. So we hope that the network will cooperate. So during this delegated act, we will introduce some fast-track environmental risk assessment. And for the hospital exemption, we also understand that there is the problem of patient access, and we know that there are university hospitals that develop CAR-T therapies and other gene and cell therapies, and that's why we kept the hospital exemption in the proposal, because it still exists, and we still have the non-routine basis, which gives rooms for the member state to provide their own intended purpose. And we are very happy that we conducted this study, because we want to be transparent and to see 15 years after the implementation, after the entry into force of the ATMP regulation, we have a first-in-class study of what is happening on the ground, and we are very happy to welcome you next week in Brussels to show you exactly what is happening regarding the implementation and the functioning of the hospital exemption. And I will end with the Draghi report, since I'm in Italy, and it's very optimistic that there is explicit reference to the creation of world-class innovation hubs for ATMPs. That is an official acknowledgement for the importance of the sector in Europe, and the Commission will we will follow up on this. Thank you.
Lena, the efforts of the European Commission are very much appreciated in the room. And moving on that theme, Philippe, you've been very patient. Philippe is also from the EU Commission, and he's going to address how the Commission seeks to support innovation in the ATMP space, but from a funding perspective via EU for Health, etc. Philippe.
Thanks. Good afternoon. So as you see, the Commission is omnipresent, but it's to double our efforts for you. Talking about funding, I'm working in the European Commission in DG Santé, so the Directorate General responsible for health and food safety, in the unit that is dealing with EU for Health, the program about which you heard before the lunch break from Giuseppe. So not to raise too much expectations, this program is not to fund all the needs. It's not this 800 billion that it's needed every year, as Draghi report said, to boost innovation in Europe. We are tiny part of this amount. We are not part of this amount. We are tiny comparing to this amount. The program for years 21-27 was 5.6 billion, now it's 4.6 billion, because last year the Council, so the Member States, decided to cut the budget, not pointing fingers at anyone being in the Commission, but I think it could be a lesson for you as different stakeholders in the health area, health sector, whatever we call it. I will show you in a moment, in my opinion, how well this program and the previous programs worked, but unfortunately this message doesn't reach the policymakers. There are different ministries in the governments. Some ministries are more prone to support health. There are others who look more at the budgets, and sometimes there's no dialogue between them. So probably that was the reason that the budget was cut. Talking about funding, as Lina mentioned, for example, the study on hospital exemption. So this study is funded by the program. The program as such, first of all, is devoted to implementation instead of supporting research and innovation. We don't want to step into PIA's turf, so not to take bread from Horizon. The overall idea is to simplify that what is created thanks to Horizon money then could be implemented thanks to the EU for Health money. However, since health as such is sole competence of the member states, we as the Commission have a very limited room of maneuver, mainly based on provisions regarding, for example, single market. The program is not to fund therapies, for example, or some other actions, core actions of health systems in the member states, but what we want to do and what we do is to answer at least one of the questions, the needs that was expressed today, so to support cooperation. You heard the story of cooperation between HTA agencies, then called UNETA. Finally, soon there will be HTA regulation in force. This cooperation from the very beginning was supported by health program. On a couple of occasions, some speakers mentioned cross-border access of patients to treatments, especially in north of Italy, in Milan. I didn't check it, but I'm 99.5% sure that this case is that the hospital in Milan is part of European reference networks, so ERNs, as we abbreviate them. Yes. So I'm 100% sure now. Thank you. This is benefit of interactions of the Commission with the stakeholders. So ERNs, these are the networks that connect centers of excellence, especially in the area of rare diseases, with the idea that in some cases, not patients travel to receive diagnosis and treatment, but the knowledge, the expertise can travel to the patients. So this cooperation between centers of excellence, it started several years ago in 2017, if I'm not wrong. And as maybe you remember from Giuseppe's presentation, usually EU4Health funds 60 to 80% of costs, or eligible costs of grants. ERNs are unique. 100% costs of functioning of these networks is funded by the EU Health Program. And with this, I want to touch upon our leitmotif of today's meeting, comparing ourselves to the US and China. I think we should be cautious not comparing apples to lychees. In case of these two countries, we are talking about countries. In case of the EU, we are talking about very close cooperation, but separate countries. Don't quote me on that. I'm not saying that we should have one country called European Union or one health system. Obviously, this is impossible due to historical, for example, reasons, many others. But what we should do, we should strengthen cooperation as much as possible. Sometimes this should be legally binding, then maybe it's not called cooperation, but acting together sometimes probably should be legally binding. This is how the single market functions. In many other occasions, as coming back to the example of HTA, we should start with sitting together, discussing, and then if we see a room for going closer to each other, we should capitalize on it. So to summarize, EU4Health program could be a leverage for cooperation. What are the areas of cooperation? This should come from you, either at occasions like that, or I'm paying attention to it maybe because my background is political science. It should go via governments, via heads of your state, of your countries, via your ministers. But if there is a demand for collaboration in the EU, we will do our best to help you to at least kick off this collaboration. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks again. Okay, so the Commission got the support of the right. It's nice, and I very much like that. Just because we are going to close, just perhaps a space if there is someone that wants to have a question for the panelists in the room. I guess that slide was closed, if I'm not wrong. Kieran, yeah, that's very good because I guess that you can also put patient.
Okay, so maybe I can just add the patient's perspective as I'm a representative of patient organizations on the CAT. So just a couple of things, I guess. Just if you look at the journey of ATMPs, to start off, I think one area that patients are I suppose, interested in is at the very early stage of development of ATMPs, and that's the planning of the clinical trials, and particularly the inclusion of patient-reported outcomes and patient evidence base. Patients are particularly concerned about inclusion at the very early stages, right through the development. And I think in a lot of cases this is included, and especially the likes of Telethon, which is a stakeholder group. But it's just something that needs to be considered, that patients should be involved in the development of medicines from the very early stage. Then obviously at the CAT, we know this is a very important group, and patients are full members of the CAT, and therefore are involved in the decision-making process. And I think that's really important, and it's very unique compared with the likes of, for example, FDA, where patients don't really have a full voice in the decision-making process. But then I think one of the key areas that I hear back from both the sort of my patient group, but just generally from the Patient Consumers Working Party at the EMA, is the whole area of what could be called postcode prescribing. And we saw earlier today about some countries where ATMPs are available quite widespread within the countries, and then other countries where they're not available at all. And I think this is going to be one of the key issues. We've heard it mentioned in the discussion this afternoon by certain people. And I think this is going to be one of the key issues that we're going to have to face. ATMPs obviously are much more expensive than your traditional medicines, and we're going to have to come up with some mechanism by which this is going to be overcome, because we can't. The system as it is at the moment is not sustainable. And this is one of the key factors that comes through to me, and comes through at all levels from patients, that if we're going to develop ATMPs and we're going to develop these life-saving treatments, some of which just requires just one single administration, we need to come up with a sustainable mechanism by which we're not going to be just having these available just for a few people. And we've heard about the hospital exemption scheme, and this seems to work in patchy ways, in different ways. So we heard, for example, in Barcelona, where the hospital exemption scheme can be used as part of a clinical trial mechanism, and the product is then ultimately brought forward for marketing authorization application, and hopefully a product developed. But then in other cases, the hospital exemption is just used for a product for a particular group of people, and it'll never go any further. So that's that's perpetuating the prescription prescribing, or the postcode prescribing. So then the question is that really an appropriate mechanism of use of hospital exemption? Because essentially what you're doing is you're just making that product available for a small group of people in a single hospital, and it will never get any further. Is that the proper way to use it? I don't know. But anyway, that's just a few thoughts.
Many thanks for this reflection, and I guess first of all they're coming from a patient representative, and secondly I guess that really raise important question, and perhaps not a simple answer or the single answer, because some merits are there on hospital exemption. Probably I can personally agree with you that's not the solution of the problem. And also we have heard today that there is the possibility even for non-profit and academia to go on and develop and make drugs available to patients in a standard way. So I guess that, but yeah, I don't know whether Larry, you want to say a few words, then I'm going to close.
Actually, the key message I took away from this session is the most pressing need is more time. I think I took it from the entire day. But yes, just want to say I'm conscious that it's late. But I just want to say thank you very much to a couple of people. First of all, thank you to all the panelists, and thank you to the speakers and all the chairs we've had during the day. I think we've had some really interesting and enlightening discussions. And I think as someone who works in a regulatory authority, when you come and hear the different perspectives and the challenges that maybe we don't have to directly engage with,
from our own perspective, but you realise what the situation is on the ground, you leave with a better understanding of the landscape, and that helps you going forward. I'd also like to thank someone from our own Secretariat, Esther, who's back at EMA and was helping us in the organisation of this meeting. And then just finally from me, on behalf of the EU Innovation Network, I'd really like to thank Paolo, Eleonora and Maria in the IEFA team. The last event we had like this was in Dublin, so I personally appreciate the amount of work that goes into organising an event like this, and I think they put in a huge effort, and I'd like to just give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks to all. We are going to close this day, and I can only echo the comments, and then I want also to extend my gratitude to the chairs and speakers that were so kind to accept the invitation, and also to the people from the agency behind the scenes, including Esther from EMA and all the people behind the scene who without them, this one would have been impossible, really. So thank you very much again, and we took notes, and the name of this last session was a proposal for next concrete action. We will draw something from here, but I guess it was very useful to hear from you, and I guess that we hopefully also showed you many important information in session 2 from developers. And I just want to remind Monday, if you can, the regulatory science workshop organized at EMA, and the 21, the hospital exemption and commission. I guess that we all should try to listen each other, and this is our occasion in which we can learn mutually. Thank you very much.